Hello and welcome to the horrible hallowed halls of What Happened, a show where we analyze and agonize over the biggest bungles of the video game industry. The biggest bungles of the entertainment industry, that is. A lot of you have suggested it, and a lot of you are getting it, because we're branching out into the realm of cinema. You know, real art, unlike those silly toys for children. And what better place to start than one of the most monstrous Hollywood misfires of the 90s? A movie where pretty much every decision made was the wrong one. It halted the production of planned sequels dead in their tracks. Irreparably damaged the careers of two filmmakers and pissed off the Japanese originators of the franchise so much that they took a few swipes back in retaliation. So, Godzilla 1998. What happened? If we're gonna dive into this radioactive quagmire properly, we have to set things up with the proper amount of context and history that King of the Monsters rightly deserves. So let's rewind back to the magically 90s year of 1992. Toho was swinging into high with their second era of Godzilla films, known as the Heisei series, and were wrapping up post-production on Godzilla vs. Mothra, a warmly regarded reboot featuring the benevolent moth goddess. Henry Saperstein, who had distributed many of Toho's films for decades, finally convinced the Japanese studio to allow him to pitch an American version of the tokusatsu franchise to Hollywood, as he felt there was a lot of potential for the character to gain appeal across the globe. Things, unfortunately, started out rougher than Angerishide, as both Columbia and TriStar Pictures rejected the pitch, before Henry finally landed a deal at Sony Pictures. The then CEO, Peter Goober, was enthusiastic at the idea, and ironically enough, assigned Sony-owned TriStar Pictures to produce it. A quick jaunt back to Japan to seal the deal with Toho then resulted in TriStar officially announcing their plans for an American take on Godzilla in October of that year. Jan de Bont was hired to helm the feature, his first as a director, as he was previously the DP on such films as Cujo, Die Hard, and The Hunt for Red October. The initial script, which focused on such wild ideas as Goji's origin revolving around Atlantis and an antagonistic monster named the Griffin, was penned by one Terry Rossio and Ted Elliott, a writing duo who had worked on Disney's Aladdin and would go on to the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. It was an ambitious but fantastical take on the source material, with Jan de Bont asking for a reported $100 to $120 million to film it. Stan Winston Studios, responsible for such practical effects and suits for films like The Predator, Terminator, and Aliens, already began building maquettes for this new Godzilla, which was unfortunately all for naught. Budgetary disputes, which eventually led to the whole thing collapsing. Unable to come to terms, de Bont exited the project and would go on to make his directorial debut with Speed.
Anything else that'll keep this elevator from falling?
The basement.
Godzilla languished in development hell for almost 2 years until the producing/directing duo of Dean Devlin and Roland Emmerich started getting noticed within Hollywood. Their credits included films such as Universal Soldier and Stargate, and at that time were still finishing up their third film, Independence Day. TriStar approached them about picking up their flailing Godzilla baby even before ID4 hit the theaters. They initially passed, with Devlin explaining, "Both of us thought it was a dopey idea the first time we talked. Then when TriStar came back with a second offer, we still thought it was a dopey idea. So why did the duo eventually get the gig? Well, since TriStar was desperate to finally get the project off the ground, both filmmakers realized they could basically ask for anything, including complete creative control in all aspects of writing and production. If you needed to point at one singular decision that could be construed as the linchpin of disaster, yeah, this would be it.
It's the clue.
Their first order of business was to throw out Rossio and Elliott's script, with Emmerich stating, "It had some cool things in it, but it's something I never would have done. The last half was just two monsters going at it. I simply don't like that." The pair decided to make their own script from scratch and completed the first draft in just 5 weeks, with the only connective tissue to Toho's franchise being Godzilla was a creature of the atom, having been formed due to nuclear fallout. I didn't want to make a traditional Godzilla. I wanted nothing to do with it. I wanted to make my own. We then asked ourselves what we would do today with a monster movie and a story like that. We forgot everything about the original Godzilla right there. Now, while the 1994 version of the script certainly had a lot of big changes, it also leaned heavily into the realm of fantasy, and since the Toho films didn't shy away from things like androids, time travel, space battles, pollution, crap monsters, and dancing, it's safe to say that this new script's focus on a more grounded and realistic world was a little risky. To accommodate this new direction, Devlin and Emmerich also threw out Stan Winston's designs, and again decided to make their own, with the only mandate being it needs to run incredibly fast, for some reason. Emmerich again explains his baffling non-logic. "I saw the creature that they designed. Jan de Bonk created a Godzilla that was very close to the original, but it was not right, because today we wouldn't do it like that."
Okay.
Creature designer Patrick Tatopoulos,
Dr. Topopopoulos, it's the Topoulos,
who at that time had worked on such films as Bram Stoker's Dracula and the Super Mario Bros. Movie, I'll let that sit, was hired to redesign the legendary monster. Suffice to say, he took a very different approach, saying what they did, which was a mistake in my mind, was rather than going in a new direction, they tried to alter and make the old one better. And when you do that, first of all, I think it's very disrespectful. It's more disrespectful for me to alter something existing than to take a fresh new direction. Is that really how that works? Regardless, even though the deal had been inked between Sony Pictures and Toho, Toho would have final approval on any new Godzilla designs. Devlin, Emmerich, Tatopoulos, and the Funky Bunch presented sketches and a maquette to Toho chairman Isao Matsuoka, producers Shogo Tomiyama, and special effects director Koichi Matsuoko. The trio remained silent for several long minutes before asking if they could reconvene the next day. Emmerich would state, "They were speechless. They stared at it for several minutes and asked us to come back tomorrow. I thought for sure we didn't have the movie then." Tomiyama recalled, "It was just so different. We realized we couldn't even make slight adjustments. That left the major question on whether to approve it or not." Faced with a choice and not wanting to hold up production any longer, Toho signed off on Godzilla's new look the very next day. With the begrudging all clear from Toho, casting began for the film, which would go on to become its own huge issue. In the mid-90s, the summer blockbuster was becoming the big bankable bet for movie studios, which usually had big names attached to them, either behind the lens or in front of it. You have your Steven Spielbergs, your Jim Carreys, or your Tom Cruises, and the like. Who did Godzilla have? Ferris Bueller and 60% of the characters from The Simpsons. The cast of Godzilla was head-scratching, to say the least. Our protag, Matthew Broderick, was hot off the failure of The Cable Guy.
"Well, you may be the wrong man for the job, but I think you're cute."
Moe and Ken Brockman were cast as a cab driver and a TV news anchor, and Jean Reno, a relatively unknown actor in North America at that time, played a French Secret Service agent trying to cover up his country's role in creating Godzilla. Not to be outdone, other problems would plague the production, most egregious being the incredibly tight schedule, as TriStar wanted to hit Memorial Weekend 1998, leaving Devlin and Emmerich exactly 1 year for production and post-production. Jurassic Park had released only a few years prior, and CG was still kinda wearing its training wheels, so having less than a year to create a completely computer-generated character was a bit insane. Why all the noise made for Memorial Weekend, you ask? Well, it was fast becoming the most desirable date for big blockbusters to debut on, as again, The Lost World Jurassic Park had made over $70 million the year prior. To help with the workload, Patrick Tatopoulos' crew made a massive animatronic puppet of Godzilla for certain shots, and even made a suit for a stuntman to wear, but in the end both techniques were rejected and CGI was used in their stead. While the production was working at a breakneck pace, the marketing machine for Godzilla wasn't far behind. Merchandise, t-shirts, posters, all the expected stuff. The toy line was massive, and it had the various scientists in the film armed with cannons and vehicles. Remember this guy? Of course you don't, but he got a figure too. Bus ads, Taco Bell tie-ins, you name it, they slapped Godzilla's big goofy gob on it.
I think I need a bigger box.
All of this, however, pales in comparison to the greatest music video of all time, where Puff Daddy and Jimmy Page finally came together and angrily played a song in Godzilla's face until everything exploded. All of this was fluff, however, as the movie was furiously being edited up until the 11th hour, leading to that big release date. While it was not known at the time, Roland Emmerich would later state he was against TriStar's decision regarding early test screenings, which are normally conducted months ahead of time in case they need to adjust things via editing or special effects. Godzilla received no screenings of the sort, which boded all sorts of bad. The movie finally hit theaters on May 20th, 1998 amidst a torrent of manufactured hype due to the aforementioned merchandising and marketing machine. Actual, real, palatable hype was a bit subdued as again there was no real established actors that American audiences unfamiliar with Godzilla could rally around. The look of the Big G was also pretty divisive among sci-fi and fantasy fans, with many unfavorable comparisons being drawn to the original Toho monster. Now, North America had seen a gamut of Godzilla media over the years, including the Hanna-Barbera cartoon, early 90s toy lines, video games, comics, and some VHS releases, so even the most casual fan knew what Godzilla kinda looked like and how he did things downtown. Therefore, it was no surprise that Roland Emmerich's version of Godzilla took a critical shellacking from critics.
Colonel, your campaign's a disaster.
Paper-thin, cartoony characters, cringy dialogue and humor, an over-reliance on CGI, wonky pacing, disappointing fight scenes, a much smaller and weaker version of the title character. The list is pretty extensive. But, you know, uneven plots and boring characters are usually hallmarks of the Godzilla films, but the issue here is that when the monster does show up, things don't get much better. The unstoppable force of nature that could decimate anything with its atomic breath was replaced with a simple-minded animal that spent most of the movie's running time just fleeing from the military. These same sentiments were echoed by various people at Toho. Godzilla's suit actor Kenpachiro Satsuma, who played the monster during the Heisei era, walked out of a screening at a Godzilla convention in 1998, muttering, "It's not Godzilla. It doesn't have his spirit." Shusuke Kaneko, who directed the successful 90s trilogy of Gamera films, stated, "It is interesting that the US version of Godzilla runs about trying to escape missiles. Americans seem unable to accept a creature that cannot be put down by their arms." Toho would immediately try to discredit Emmerich's film in various ways, with the first and most prominent one being fast-tracking a new Godzilla production that would hit Japanese theaters just 1 year later, dubbed Godzilla Millennium or Godzilla 2000 in the West. This was an attempt to try and salvage the franchise and show that Toho could bring back the true Godzilla spirit. Just a few years later, in 2001's Godzilla GMK, 2 government officials could be heard saying,
アメリカじゃゴジラと名付けた。日本の学者は認めてない。
Oh, the heat! And of course, most famously, in Godzilla Final Wars, the 1998 version of the creature officially became Zilla, as that suffix could be attributed to other creatures, marking them as Godzilla bootlegs. Up until this point, the unofficial fan name for the oversized iguana was Gino, which isn't a moniker that needs much explanation. Regardless of what you call it, Genozilla got its shit easily bopped on by Final Wars Goji in a matter of seconds. So, yeah, suffice to say, Toho held a grudge. Now, despite all this, the most outrageous fact about Godzilla 1998 is its budget. It's been stated that the film cost, before marketing, between $130 and $150 million, considerably more than the $100 to $120 Jan de Bont requested just a few years earlier. Why TriStar and Sony Pictures agreed to a budget that was even higher than the previous attempt is anyone's guess. The most common thinking being, since Devlin and Emmerich were such an up-and-coming duo who had helmed several other films, TriStar felt it was a safer bet than spending a lot of money on a first-time director like Jan de Bont. Speaking of money, the film would open to around $50 million over its first weekend and would eventually go on to make $300 million worldwide. Although this was considered by industry analysts a failure and simply not enough for Sony to hedge their bets on to start a trilogy of films, which was the original plan. Sony would also need to keep licensing Toho's character each year to keep their deal going, and, funnily enough, they didn't re-up it to make more films after this one. However, some of the proposed ideas that Dean Devlin drafted up for sequels made their way into Godzilla the Series, a Saturday morning cartoon following the characters from the film, teaming up with a young Godzilla hatchling that quickly grew to full size to fight a rogues gallery of all original kaiju. This series, despite being stuck with the trappings of the movie, is considered by many to be a better alternative than the subject matter it's based on. Then there was Rob Fried, who helped acquire the rights for TriStar. He was angered how the studio handled the property, fuming furiously. The Sony executive team that took over Godzilla was one of the worst cases of executive incompetence I've observed in my 20-year career. One of the golden assets of our time, which was hand-delivered to them, was managed as poorly and as ineptly as anybody can manage an asset. They took a jewel and turned it into dust. Emmerich and Devlin, well, they would never really recover from the debacle and languished for years with similarly panned disaster films like 10,000 BC, 2012, Geostorm, and etc. This also essentially killed Godzilla's westward push for more than a decade, until Legendary Pictures released their own version in 2014. Toho was originally wary of licensing the character again, but since their Millennium series of Goji films failed at the Japanese box office, they felt it was worth another shot. Legendary's Godzilla would go on to a $500 million haul worldwide, re-established the character once again, and kicked off the understated but nonetheless successful Monsterverse, which will culminate in King Kong vs. Godzilla in 2020. Toho was pleased with Legendary's efforts, stating that they felt the character was finally done justice, which spurred them into hatching plans for their own connected series of kaiju films. Shin Godzilla, their latest live-action reboot, did fantastically well for them, but as of right now, Toho has no plans to make a sequel for. And the less said about the anime trilogy, the better. When you look back at everything though, it really is a testament to the longevity of the monster Toho created, where a disastrous, critically reviled motion picture was not enough to kill the franchise. Any lesser character who had stumbled so hard out of the gate would have been delegated to the dustbin of history right there. But thankfully for us, our giant radioactive overlord will be terrorizing theaters for decades to come. If you know of any other bombastic movie bombs you'd like to see on What Happened, let me know in the comments below, or check out the Flophouse VIP Patreon to officially vote on upcoming subjects. See you next time, and thanks for watching. Hey paisanos, and welcome to the Super What Happened Super Show, the YouTube video place where we plunge, jump, and bop our way through some of the entertainment industry's biggest, smelliest disasters. Phew, and someone must have opened up a sewer drain because I detect an unmistakable odor that's been hovering around Hollywood for the last 26 years, the moldy, bizarre aroma of the Super Mario Bros. Movie. Thanks to you Flophouse VIPers for voting on this subject because, and I don't want to sound hyperbolic here, it's safe to say that the stigma of this one film has left a lasting stank on the movie industry since its theatrical debut in 1993 that it's never really been able to wash off. And speaking of the 1990s, I present to you 1992! It was a year when Nintendo was king of the entertainment world because their portly plumber, Mario, had become a more recognizable mascot than goddamn Mickey Mouse. What happened? And they had decided the time was right to expand into films, and by the early 90s, Hollywood was begging for it. It was clear that video games were no longer a fad, but rather the cool, hip thing for kids and teenagers, so all of the movie studios were throwing all of the money at Nintendo for the film rights to the Italian stereotype.
Mamma mia!
We're talking tens of millions of dollars here, but the Japanese giant was nonplussed by all the razzle-dazzle of Tinseltown, as all these big pitches just didn't feel right. In fact, Nintendo wasn't even looking for a big payday by giving the keys away to the Mushroom Kingdom, as they were just more interested in finding the right production studio that could do the IP justice. So after rebuffing all of those tempting deals, they eventually went with a little-known company known as Leitmotiv. Now, they were more of a prestige studio that was responsible for Oscar-nominated dramas, such as The Killing Fields just a few years prior. So, against all expectations, Nintendo signed with the tiny independent studio to make a fantasy movie about plumbers murdering turtles. This news rocked Hollywood as the film rights were sold for a mere $2 million, a drop in the bucket compared to, say, today or hell, even back then. That bucket was sweetened, however, when Leitmotiv also offered the lion's share merchandising profit to Nintendo, which, for those not in the know, is usually the gooey, salty meat in the center of the Koopa shell. Now, to put it simply, a production company, well, produces the film, the day-to-day stuff, whereas a bigger distribution studio is the one that handles the majority of the budget. In the case of Super Mario Bros., Disney-owned Hollywood Pictures handled the distribution and marketing. So, from a business standpoint, the Lakitus were falling into place. Pretty much immediately after that, however, dreams were squashed, with a variety of awesome scenarios that never really panned out. The late great Harold Ramis, known for directing a number of classic 80s comedies, as well as playing Egon Spangler in Ghostbusters, was first approached to write and direct the film. Oh, and he was a fan of Mario to boot. Unfortunately, he and the producers simply couldn't come to terms, and the deal fell through. Next, Dustin Hoffman showed interest to actually play Mario, and while Leitmotiv was enthusiastic, Hoffman was a big name at the time, Nintendo felt he wasn't exactly right for the role, so again, the search was on. The next logical choice, of course, was Magnum Dong himself, Danny DeVito.
Oh, whoops! Oh, I dropped my monster condom that I used for my Magnum Dong.
He was considered to both star and direct, but there was no script at the time, and without one, Mr. DeVito eventually declined as well. Now, this was a bit of a wake-up call because Leitmotiv realized that without a working script, their net to catch talent was smaller than it should have been. Therefore, the first draft of the Super Mario Bros. Was handed in by one of the writers of Rain Man, Barry Morrow, and who would have thunk it, his script was pretty much like Rain Man. again. It placed a lot, like a concerning amount of focus on Mario and Luigi's relationship. They were going to go on a long, weird road trip together and would eventually start opening up to each other in something closer to a character piece. Producers at Leitmotiv would eternally dub this script Drain Man for obvious reasons. They then just as obviously asked for a rewrite that would insert more fantasy and comedic elements, but Morrow refused to have his vision compromised and walked away from the project. Undaunted, the producers started seeking other writers to bring their version to life, in which the viewer would get introduced to both brothers before they were plunged into the Mushroom Kingdom. Now, this is where the making of Super Mario Bros. Gets ludicrously tragic. Tom Parker and Jim Genuine were an up-and-coming writing duo who had just sold their first script, the dark comedy Stay Tuned, and were hired to take a crack at Mario Bros. They came up with a fantasy-infused romp that mimicked the source material as close as possible, citing the Rob Reiner classic The Princess Bride as an influence. The core of the tale had Mario and Luigi being transported into another world, where they need to save the princess from the evil King Koopa, who sought her crown of invincibility. Toad was included as a sidekick to the brothers, and the trio would have been together for the majority of the film, overcoming the obstacles and dangers of the Mushroom Kingdom. Now, during this writing phase, casting was still ongoing, with Tom Hanks being sought for the role of Mario and was just about to sign on. However, in the early 90s, Mr. Hanks had a few box office bombs under his belt and was also looking for a substantial paycheck to don the red overalls, which caused producers a case of the cold feet and decided to look elsewhere. They finally settled on British actor Bob Hoskins, who approved of the working script, despite not realizing it was based on a video game, but felt it was in line with his biggest hit at the time, 1988's Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
I'm not bad. I'm just drawn that way.
The roles of Luigi and Princess Daisy fell to John Leguizamo and Samantha Mathis, the voice of Krista in Ferngully, as they both also really liked that current draft. Finally, the role of King Koopa was offered to Arnold Schwarzenegger and Michael Keaton, but both turned it down for unknown reasons. Respected veteran actor Dennis Hopper wound up taking the part in the end, and although he didn't know who or what a Koopa was, he was encouraged by his family to play the iconic villain. So, with a solid script and a bunch of enthusiastic actors ready to go, how did this, the first video game to film adaptation, salt the earth so much? Made it so that even a quarter of a century later, the term video game movie still elicits a groan. How did this happen? Well, better chow down on some super mushrooms, people. This is gonna get rough. The director's chair was the only one that was still empty, and with several candidates already crossed off, and with most actors signed, Leitmotiv needed to find someone to drive the Mario bus, and soon. They then came across Annabelle Jankel and Rocky Morton, a couple that had only one movie to their credit, Dead or Alive! Not that DOA, but this one. Remember this absolute banger? Of course you don't. It doesn't really matter because the duo were far more famous for another creation, Max Headroom, which, for our younger viewers, needs a bit of an introduction. Max was like this weird virtual celebrity that would hawk all types of products and star in music videos and short films in its quintessential late 80s cyber pop. The world of Headroom had sci-fi overtones and relied heavily on computer animation, and this edge, Leitmotiv felt, would be a good fit for Mario. One problem, however, the duo hated the fantasy-rooted script that everyone else was behind, and demanded rewrites before they would sign on. Leitmotiv and Nintendo reluctantly agreed to this, as by this point, they were desperate to get the film finally into production and didn't want to go on another director hunt. So after some time tinkering with the script, the Mario brothers, with plumbing as their game, found a secret warp while working on a drain. But instead of finding a magical kingdom, they're greeted with a dystopian mishmash of dinosaur hybrids, nightclubs, and all types of other stupid shit. Very slowly, the script morphed into a more sci-fi action film that closely resembled the world of Max Headroom. Hell, just place him alongside King Koopa here. Which one do I shoot? The production of sets and costumes were getting underway, but Jenkel and Morton weren't done yet, because once Nintendo and Leitmotiv started to feel the script was getting away from what everyone signed up for, they asked for it to be reined back in. The directors were beside themselves, threatening to walk off the project if they were not giving their way, stating that everyone had agreed that the script would change. Leitmotiv relented. Now, once Bob Hoskins, John Leguizamo, and the rest of the cast showed up to the North Carolina warehouse where the sets were being built, they were in for quite a shock. They had not been made aware by the producers that the script would be receiving rewrites, and were incredulous to see that they were now starring in a sci-fi movie with fungus and dinosaurs. What made matters worse is that even in the early days of shooting, Jenkel and Morton did not endear themselves amongst the cast and crew, with many of them citing the duo as bossy and conceited, often making superfluous changes on a whim. With this tension on set, shooting days dragged on as the cast followed the directors over the ever-changing dialogue. Dennis Hopper, for his part, stopped bothering to memorize his lines as he knew they would be changed the very next day, and, he was right.
The princess.
So, with tons of tempers boiling over, it would be a great thing to add boiling heat. The warehouse where most of the movie was filmed happened to lack air conditioning, and the summer weather of 1992 was breaking records. So when you see a nice sheen of moisture coating the actors in the finished film, that's not special effects, but rather real, tangible anger sweat that lasted the duration of the 4-month shoot. To deal with all of this, each actor found their own way to cope. For Bob Hoskins, and especially John Leguizamo, the solution was alcohol. John has since admitted there's several scenes in the finished film where he is indeed inebriated, with the most notable one being behind the wheel of an actual car. During said scene, he pumped the brakes a little too aggressively, which almost caused the car to tip forward, but did cause a door to slam into Hoskins' arm, injuring it. If you look closely at the finished film, you can see several instances of Hoskins' arm in a painted cast. That's some good what happened shit right there. The actor's frustrations came to a head, however, with Mr. Dennis Hopper, who got exceedingly ticked with the directors, having a reported 2 to 3 hour tirade against them during one of his scenes. He complained loudly and in public that they were the most unprofessional people he'd ever worked with, and stated his disapproval of the constant changes to the script and simply refused to shoot his scene. The directors eventually pleaded that they'll do whatever he takes as long as they could wrap up shooting for the day. Exhausted, Mr. Hopper simply said he'll finish it as it's written, he just really needed to blow off some steam. Say what you want, but this rompin', stompin', angry attitude sure fit the character he was playing. John Leguizamo and other cast members recall a particularly memorable moment on set where they witnessed Rocky Morton adjusting one of the actors that played the horrific Goomba creatures in the film. Morton felt the animatronic suit wasn't grungy enough and proceeded to pour hot coffee all over it. The coffee eventually seeped through and burned the actor inside, who let out a pained yell. The director was heard saying, "Oh, well, it's just an extra." He has since refuted this claim and said that the coffee was cold. The temperature of the drink aside, it's still not a great look. Nintendo and Leitmotiv were, as you could assume, very nervous about the state of the film. The budget was out of control, clocking in at $48 million before marketing, which wasn't chump change in 1993, with a big expensive animatronic Yoshi and various CGI effects being cited as the main cause. Once everything wrapped, however, the producers locked the directing duo out of the editing room during the post-production phase. This happens in the movie industry fairly frequently. Everyone's nervous about the thing they poured millions of dollars into, so to protect that investment, they would simply fix it in post. Jankel and Morton, of course, complained to the Directors Guild about the lockout, eventually getting a say on the final cut of the movie. Despite being apprehensive about the quality, Leitmotiv and Hollywood Pictures felt any problems could be mitigated by simply advertising the crap out of it. A toy line was produced, commercials ran during Saturday mornings, and hell, you couldn't open up a comic book in 1993 without staring at that big metallic M. So, by that measure, they were at least throwing everything they had to make the public aware that Mario was coming.
Whoa, cool!
Unfortunately, a couple of things prevented the Plumbers from Brooklyn from being a success, with one of the main ones being that the public were made far more aware of something else that was hitting theaters. Jurassic Park opened 2 weeks before Mario Bros. And would explode into a pop culture phenomenon, kicking off the CGI revolution and making dinosaurs cool to kids again. What did Super Mario Bros. Have?
Sir,
What is it now?
the Goombas are dancing again.
What?
This coupled with the horrific reviews was a 1-2 punch that destroyed any chance of the film making back its budget, which of course, it didn't. Mario Bros. Barely made back $20 million on that $48 million budget, one of the biggest net losses at the time. So it was such a disastrous outing for the first movie based on a game, followed by a similar stinker with 1994's Street Fighter, cemented the notion that games just couldn't be adapted to film, even if that wasn't exactly true. 1995's Mortal Kombat, the Angelina Jolie Tomb Raider films, Silent Hill, Prince of Persia, Angry Birds, Rampage, Warcraft, and now Detective Pikachu, while all having mixed reviews, all went on to financial success. So the curse, as it were, has long since faded. Now, speaking of faded, where are they all now? Leitmotiv and Hollywood Pictures have both ceased to be, although the latter was still distributing films up until 2007. John Leguizamo went on to star in several big films throughout the 90s and has worked steadily to this day. While miserable during the actual filming, he credits Super Mario Bros. With his rise as a comedy star, and stated in a 2013 video celebrating the film's 20th anniversary, "I'm glad people appreciate the movie. It was the first. Nobody had done it before. We made a lot of great things, and we made a lot of mistakes." John is referencing the fact that in the subsequent years, Mario Bros. Has gained somewhat of an appreciation for its off-kilter nature and unique setting, which culminated in the Super Mario Bros. Movie Archive, an extensive encyclopedia for just about every single facet of the film. Give it a look-see for even more behind-the-scenes info. Bob Hoskins unfortunately passed away in 2014, but did not share the same reverence for the film that his brother Luigi had. The worst thing I ever did? Super Mario Bros. It was a nightmare. The whole experience was a nightmare. It had a husband and wife team directing whose arrogance had been mistaken for talent. After so many weeks, their own agent told them to get off the set. Nightmare. Idiots. Dennis Hopper, who also passed away in 2010, shared some similar sentiments. "I made a picture called Super Mario Bros. And my 6-year-old son at the time, he's now 18, he said, 'Dad, I think you're probably a pretty good actor, but why did you play that terrible guy King Koopa in the Super Mario Bros.?' And I said, 'Well, I did that so you could have shoes.' And he said, 'Dad, I don't need shoes that badly.'" As for Jankel and Morton, their careers never really recovered, having only directed in TV and commercials since Super Mario Bros. And claim that Hollywood had blacklisted them ever since. They also divorced in 2005. Now, while it's easy to place the blame on them, they have since stated they wanted Super Mario Bros. To succeed, but were always frustrated they couldn't make the movie 100% their own, as it definitely was a project of competing visions. Between them, the producers, and the actors, everyone wanted something a bit different, so if they had managed to fire on all cylinders and maybe land on a release date away from Jurassic Park, who knows what cinematic adventures the Mario Brothers could have had, especially since the ending sets itself up for sequels. The failure of the film scared Nintendo off of cinematic adaptations for over 25 years, and only recently did they announce that they are finally re-entering it with an animated Super Mario Bros. Movie within the next few years, which is probably what they should have done in the first place. If you'd like to suggest some other cinematic disastrophes waiting to be decimated on our stage, sound off in the comments below or head on over to the Flophouse VIP Patreon so you can officially vote on the next piece of pop culture we'll tackle next. See you next time, and thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to another spine-ripping, face-shattering, gear-grinding episode of What Happened, the show where we dig deep into the torso of the pop culture world to pluck out the juicy, still-beating hearts of unmitigated disastertainments. Now, way back in our second episode, we covered one of the more infamous of those disasters with 2000's less than fondly remembered Mortal Kombat Special Forces, but now it's time to move into the arena of celluloid with 1995's Mortal Kombat the Motion Picture. Of course we're not, because that still stands as one of the most entertaining video game films of all time. No. This episode is dedicated to 1997's abysmally depressing follow-up, Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Our story begins, as all good stories do, in the early 1990s, where Lawrence Kasanoff, we'll just call him Larry, was coming off a lucrative deal with James Cameron on the merchandising of a tiny indie film called Terminator Goddamn 2. At the time, Larry was president of Cameron's Lightstorm Entertainment and took care of the day-to-day business, while Cameron, made all the groundbreaking films. Larry was the one, however, who had brokered a deal earlier that year with Midway to produce the incredible coin-op version of Judgment Day and had been invited to Midway's Chicago offices to see what they were up to next. Larry wound up getting to play an early build of Mortal Kombat, and something immediately sparked within him: dollar signs. When he looked upon the forms of the little digitized actors uppercutting each other to death, he turned to Midway producer Neil Nacasto and exclaimed, "This is like Star Wars meets Enter the Dragon! If you give me the rights to this, I promise that I will not only make this into a movie, but I'll produce this in every medium in the world. A movie, a TV show, an animated TV show, a stage show, a music album. I promise I will do that." Baffled, Mr. Nacasto replied, and I quote, "You're full of shit. It's just a fucking video game." So that was the end of that. A year and a half later, which places us at the tail end of 1993, Mortal Kombat had become such a phenomenon that Midway finally saw the merchandising and movie potential of the franchise. Kasanoff was quick to pounce. He had left Lightstorm Entertainment to form his own company, Threshold, with the express goal of having Mortal Kombat be its crown jewel. He wanted to make it so that whenever you saw this logo, you'd then associate it with this logo. Man, that's such a lame logo. Anyway, Larry did indeed do exactly what he said. Not only did he fast-track a Mortal Kombat movie, he started developing a bad TV show, a bad animated TV show, a terrible animated movie, and whatever this was supposed to be.
My name is Shang Tsung.
Now, the quality of some of those projects aside, this was an ambitious and forward-thinking plan, something that wouldn't be attempted until the Matrix sequels almost a decade later, spreading a franchise across various entertainment mediums in a short time to raise maximum awareness amongst the fans, so gotta give him credit for that. However, his business partners within Hollywood cautioned him that video games were the most poisonous poison to ever poison, that his career would be over when MK flopped, and with Super Mario Bros. Stinking up the multiplexes at the time, they did have a point. Undaunted, Uncle Larry pressed on, as he felt as long as they took the core of MK's story, a martial arts tournament with the fate of the world hanging in the balance, it would translate into a strong enough concept to pull in both fans and general audiences alike. This thinking worked, as the movie built upon the narrative of MK with additional plot points and character motivations, as well as bolstering the appeal with some cool visual effects, well, at the time. So when it launched in August of 1995, Mortal Kombat made over $150 $120 million worldwide against a budget of 18. This seemingly broke the video game curse that had perpetuated Hollywood, which admittedly had been enforced by 3 flops in the previous 2 years. Fans of this show should know by now, though, that when there's a specific personality swirling in the center of a narrative, things tend to get very what-happeny very fastly. Since the first movie was such a hit, Larry felt he immediately needed to capitalize with a sequel, so he fast-tracked it with as much of the original crew as he could, maybe a bit too fast. The first red flag in this creative process was that the original director, Paul W.S. I Married My Own O.C. Anderson, declined to return, as he wanted to do something completely different for his follow-up film, which would be Event Horizon.
Where we're going, we will need eyes to see.
Therefore, Larry felt in lieu of an exhaustive and time-consuming hunt for a new director, they'd simply promote the DP of the first film, one John R. Leonetti. And while some people may know this, a quick refresher: the director of photography usually frames the film to find the most interesting and dynamic shots that best suit the script. And while that's a useful skill, Leonetti had never actually directed before, which, as you can imagine, has far more responsibilities. In fact, many people who were in lower positions on the production of the first Mortal Kombat were all promoted to higher ones, which Larry admits was a massive mistake. This, in hindsight, was probably not the best thing I did. The first movie was so successful against all odds, so I did what I felt was right: promote everyone. We probably promoted everyone over and above, and too quickly from what we should have. Unfortunately, one of those not to receive a promotion was the writer of the first film, Kevin Droney, who had passed on the project to work on Wing Commander instead, which was like basically dodging a bullet but then stepping right into the path of a harpoon. Larry then looked to 2 other writers who he had previously worked with to quickly bang out a story, and bang they did. This then opened up a mysterious portal where a 3rd writer was revealed: Phonosak Yaral. Yes, Larry promoted himself to a writing position. But why? Well, simply put, because he could. The movie would be dubbed Mortal Kombat Annihilation, as it really roughly was sorta kinda based on Mortal Kombat 3, which involved the merging of both Outworld and Earthrealm. Now that we covered the production side, it's time to talk about the cast, which was a whole different barrel of spinal cords. Robin Shou returned as Liu Kang, bringing his martial arts mastery back to the role. Talisa Soto portrayed Kitana, bringing the charisma of a filing cabinet back to the role.
It's a trap, Lou. Leave.
And that's about it. Christopher Lambert showed interest in returning as Raiden, but he had committed to a Beowulf project and couldn't fit it in his schedule. At least that's what Larry says. In a 2006 interview, however, Connor McLeod himself plainly stated, "I didn't want to do it because I didn't think the script was very good. I didn't like it." So James Remar took up the robes and the Duke Nukem haircut of the Thunder God instead.
Damn, I'm looking good.
Lyndon Ashby, who chewed all the scenery and wore all the sunglasses as Johnny Cage, was looking forward to reprising his role, but Larry had some other ideas. Since Mr. Ashby was one of the few working actors with some experience under his belt, he would be entitled for a pay raise, which Ashby surmises was the reason for Cage's, brief screen time in Annihilation. Larry wouldn't honor my sequel deal. I totally wanted to do a sequel and I was looking forward to it. Larry, in the way that he is, called me and said, "Here's the script," and I read it and I went, "Oh." So Lyndon dropped out and the part, all 2.5 minutes of it, went to this guy. Out of the entire cast from the first film, only 2 were returning to their original roles. Ashby felt that all this recasting, not just himself, irreparably hurt Annihilation. You can't just go, "Oh, I can recast them," which is what he did, and it sucked. The second movie sucked ass. What fucking morons. How would you like to see Empire Strikes Back, but Han Solo is played by someone else? It's the same characters, but different people are suddenly playing them. You go, "That's not them," and that's how the fans responded. "That's not Johnny Cage. That's not that's not Raiden. This is stupid." Speaking of which, Bridget Wilson, who played the original Sonya Blade, also opted not to return as she was busy with other projects, most notably, "Yeah, I remember that thing that you did that time." So Lieutenant Blade was instead brought to life by this woman? Yeah, I don't know. The rest of the cast was rounded out by stuntmen, various nobodies, and American gladiators. Oh, and Brian Thompson, can't forget about him.
It is glorious!
Now, with such an obviously messed up character select screen, how did Larry justify all these changes? The thing that happens with sequels is now everyone wants twice the money, 10 times the money. In some cases they deserve it, and in other cases they don't. Midway, who is making a fourth game, are saying, hey, you promised us a movie and you've got to deliver because we've got a game to promote. And then the TV network says, well, listen, I can launch next September if you're going to have a movie now. And so you have all these things, and there's a ripple effect if you take one away. And hey, Warner Brothers replaced Batman constantly, and that still works. I hate to say this, but it all came down to business and money. Speaking of money, Annihilation had a much bigger budget than its predecessor, clocking in between $30 to maybe $40 million, which they obviously only used a fraction of to pay the actors with. The budget mostly went towards expensive on-location shooting and special effects. More on that later. The plan was for the shoot to last 6 months and would dot the globe between London, Jordan, Thailand, and Israel, which was pretty overwhelming for first-time director John Leonetti. Various sources close to the production confirmed this, with Paul Anderson even chiming in by saying, I know he didn't have a very happy time on the movie. The second movie had a lot of problems. I didn't want to go back and make the sequel, and the problems they had this time around were the reasons why I didn't want to go back. Now, this arduous shooting schedule came about due to lessons learned on the first film. They had finished principal photography, but then had to do some reshoots, specifically adding in 2 memorable fight scenes. Early test screenings showed that while audiences liked the film, they felt there needed to be more action. With this in mind, Larry decided to then base the sequel all around the fights, thus making sure there would be no need for expensive reshoots. It got to the point, however, where the movie's plot and characters took the furthest seat back in the MK Annihilation clown car, as the movie boiled down to a bunch of flippy-whippy shit with a plot that could barely be considered comprehensible.
This is amazing. It's a hot air rising from the Earth's core. We harness its energy.
The first film worked so well because it focused on the journeys of our 3 main heroes, with each one learning a lesson along the way. Annihilation, however, focused solely on Liu Kang, I think, and his journey to learn how to stand from sweep distance whilst holding block and pressing down, down, and up.
It's my animality.
Jax learns that he doesn't need arms too, I guess. The entire plot of Annihilation, which hinged on the cliffhanger appearance of Shao Kahn at the very end of the last movie, resulted in some pacing problems it just never really recovered from. It didn't have time to breathe and reintroduce the new world and characters, mostly because and in an organic way. New fighters suddenly popped up with no explanation or even a name, so it was and this was due to the fact that Casanova felt they no longer needed to make a movie for a general audience, but instead... Okay, I get it. In total, 20 characters from MK3, Ultimate MK3, and even MK4 are all Chef Boyardeed overstuffed into Annihilation's runtime. Casanova wanted to cater exclusively to rabid fans who only wanted to see their favorite characters do their favorite special moves, context and plot be damned, which is not that much different from nowadays. So it'll be no surprise that Annihilation's shooting script was constantly in flux due to the shooting schedule and, even with the increased budget, an ability to make the written page a reality. One of the writers of the film, this guy, clarified, I would be told, hey, this epic battle that was 4 pages long now needs to be a 2-person battle that's 2 pages long. I remember there was a scene that I don't believe is even in the movie anymore, and if it is, it was much bigger in the script. Jax had to be rescued from this absolutely epic outworld prison. It was going to be this really big prison break sequence. That had to be changed or cut completely, so when you cut out a big sequence like that, the whole movie suffers because it was designed to be a big action set piece at a very specific point in the film. So that gargantuan outworld mega prison became a small lab in the middle of a desert, and has a shot that looks like this in it. So, as the dailies came in, both writers back in Hollywood were, a little taken aback. I saw a lot of the early cuts of the film, and I saw a lot of dailies. There were so many things that had been cut, and so many things that had to been shot a different way than how they were written. So there was just a lot of, okay, that's how that scene turned out. Alright then. So, Annihilation had its fair share of problems, but most egregious of all is the fact that the movie was never really finished. One shooting wrapped up, a rough edit was put together, and then shown to test audiences, who all might have been high because according to New Line Cinema, they went bonkers for it. Crazy Larry explains, there was supposed to be another entire second pass of visual effects and editing, but New Line said, you know what, it's testing so well, it doesn't fucking matter. It was still going to be a hit, and by the way, it was. No, it wasn't. It would be a little naive to chalk up all the weird continuity errors and sloppiness due to the lack of a second editing pass, but it would explain at least a few things, like the same character getting killed in completely different shots. Nightwolf mentioning 3 tests,
To beat Shao Kahn, you've got to pass 3 tests.
even though there's only 1, and oodles of Dreamcast, PlayStation 1 levels of visual effects. But no amount of editing could excuse things like,
Damn, you barbecued his ass.
or, and especially, so when Annihilation finally jump-kicked into theaters on November 21st, 1997, a number of things were working against it, aside from its general, MK Annihilation-ness. Firstly, that Thanksgiving release date, not the most synergistic from a marketing perspective. Secondly, MK's popularity was indeed on a downtrend, as MK4, a low point in the franchise history, had been farted out just a month prior, so that might have had a negative effect. And thirdly, as Lyndon Ashby stated, trailers clearly showing that most of the characters had been recast didn't exactly inspire confidence in the product. So, the movie was annihilated in theaters. A fatality had been performed on its chances of success, and no mercy would be given to, and other hilarious MK-based puns. Its worldwide performance, though, its entire theatrical haul, brought in about $51 million, barely squeaking out a profit and making less than half of what the first film did. Critically, however, it was far more brutal because according to Rotten Tomatoes, Annihilation is the second worst video game movie of all time, narrowly being edged out by UA Bowl's Alone in the Dark, which, is some type of honor. So those reviews, as you can surmise, were not kind. Witless, charmless, and clueless, as quoted by Empire, while the San Francisco Chronicle had a far more detailed opinion. It sought to adhere fairly closely to the source material, bringing in characters from MK2 and MK3, but in attempting to do so much fan service, it lost the first film's focus and suffered from some truly appalling performances. Why, whatever do you mean, San Francisco critic man? Do you mean this?
You're alive. Too bad. You will die.
Yeah, you probably do. And finally, cap it all off, the harshest critic, Ed Beasy himself, dubbed Mortal Kombat Annihilation as the worst moment of the franchise. And considering MK Advance exists, that's a thing! Undaunted from all this bad press and meager profits, Leisure Suit Larry pushed forward with a third film, Mortal Kombat Devastation, but understood that, mistakes were made. There were a million cooks in the kitchen, but at the end of the day, the thing I learned that if it's not right, wait. Because we were on such a media train at that point with the animated series, live action series, etc. In order to fulfill that media train, I needed a movie at that time, and the reality was that I didn't quite have the right team. But I had to stick to the schedule because there were so many things going on in the Mortal Kombat universe. Devastation would be stuck in developmental hell for a number of years until it was set to begin shooting in New Orleans in August of 2005. So yeah, that didn't happen. Then, in 2009, Midway had a banner year. Well, not really, because they were closed down and all their assets were bought by Warner Brothers, Mortal Kombat included. Larry Kasanoff and the Threshold Boys disputed this with one of the craziest pieces of litigation ever covered here at What Happened. Now, forgive the wall of text, but every word, every syllable must be seen to be believed. In 1993, Kasanoff visited Midway with an idea to launch the Mortal Kombat concept in a totally new direction. Specifically, Kasanoff proposed to develop a full feature-length motion picture, a television series, and other productions. Midway was initially skeptical, as Kasanoff's idea was revolutionary at the time. Fair enough. The Mortal Kombat franchise, as it stands today, is far more of a creation of Threshold and Kasanoff than of Midway. Midway's creative output was almost entirely limited to the video games. On their own, the video games provided only minimal backstory and mythology, and only flat, stock characters with virtually no character development. Threshold was responsible for transforming each of the patterned stock characters present in the underlying Mortal Kombat video game from an unprotectable idea into fully realized, completely delineated, busting out the $5 words now, and independently copyrightable expression. Each such character is therefore a derivative work for which the copyright is owned by Threshold. These characters include Liu Kang, Johnny Cage, Sub-Zero, Scorpion, as well as 50 others. The suits also alleged that the Mortal Kombat brand was worth approximately $40 billion, which I assume Threshold was looking forward to collecting, which they did not. While details were never made known to the public, it was apparently settled out of court, and Threshold Entertainment fucked off. As for crazy old Larry Kasanoff, well, in 2013 he roared back into the Hollywood scene with whatever the shit this is. He wrote, directed, and produced it. Post-editing update. Since the script was written, it seems unknown commercial director Simon McQuaid is now attached to direct, with 2 actors signing on to play Sub-Zero and Liu Kang, and finally there's the cherry on top of the Shao Kahn Tower. Crazy Larry has finagled his way to an executive producer credit. It all comes back again. If you know of any other spine-ripping, intestine-spewing gaming movie disasters you'd like to uppercut into our acid pool of judgment, sound off in the comments below, or shadow kick your way over to the Flophouse VIP Patreon to officially vote on what we'll take down next. See you next time, and thanks for watching.
That is a tasty plasma. Maybe I could sneak in and watch Final Fantasy Spirits Within. I don't care what anybody says, that's one of the best sci-fi films ever made.
Okay, hold up. We've discussed a few movies here at What Happened already, but thanks to Big Boss Trey Adams down at the Flophouse VIP Patreon, I'm now forced to talk about another one. And this just might be among the most infamous, money-wasting film disasters of all time. And who would have thunk it? It just so happens to be based on a video game. I didn't see that coming. While we've already covered the cinematic tour de forces that were Super Mario Bros. And MK Annihilation, those were monumental shining pinnacles of excellence when compared to Final Fantasy The Spirits Within, a project that failed so hard by every quantifiable metric it should be taught in some type of failed film school for big floppy failures. Now, I know what you're sighing. Yeah, that movie was kind of weird, not what I wanted, but like whatever. No, it's not just like whatever, because while you could write off this experimental marriage between video game cutscenes and theatrical cinema as an inoffensive, forgettable sci-fi romp, it's the behind-the-scenes ska, the business deals, the wildly ballooning budget, and its giant stinky miasma that's the real story here. Spirits Within affected several big companies and prominent figures in ways you can't possibly imagine. In fact, it's beyond all you can imagine. This is where failure becomes reality. So, in and around 1997, executives and higher-ups at Squaresoft, let's not mince words, were getting blazed as hell and throwing around cash like it was going out of style. Bolstered by the monstrous success of Final Fantasy VII, they fast-tracked the next game in the franchise and basically never stopped after that. Square had bet big on 7. They'd spent a lot of money on things like 4 discs, lots of employees, fancy 3D models, and getting to our point, big, expensive CGI cutscenes. The quality of these animated sequences blew people away in the late 90s, because around this time you'd typically be getting stuff like this. Thus, Squaresoft bigwigs decided, why just limit this to video games? Let's use all parts of the Chocobo and spin this technology off into other mediums, with motion pictures being the next logical choice. To do this, they need to prove it was even possible. Thus, a team within Square set to work on a proof of concept pitch titled The Gray Project, which was an appropriate title in more ways than one. It focused on two characters arguing, which, while not terribly ambitious, was intended to convey human emotions as well as realistic cloth and hair physics. When the test animation was completed, the feedback within Square was very positive, so they went about setting up a studio to build off what they had learned on the Gray Project to then turn it into a major motion picture. And to get the most eyeballs on it, it would be based on Square's flagship RPG series. So far, so good. Now, just a few years previous, Toy Story already broke through the mainstream to prove that CG animated films could be accepted and even embraced by the mainstream, so Square trying to leap ahead to produce something more realistic and for an older demographic seemed well timed. But of course, since this is what happens, so far so good can only last for so long. Square did not have enough room within their own Japanese offices to accommodate for this massive new project, as they need an additional 200 employees while their main workforce was already feverishly slaving away on junctioning and gun blades. Therefore, a new office would need to be opened, and thus Square Pictures was founded in Honolulu, Hawaii in early 1998, and was comprised of a more international team, taking advantage of the location as it was a nice middle ground between the US and Japan. The problem here, though, is that while being able to tap from both East and West talent pools as well as technology was a positive, the price tag of setting up a brand new cutting-edge studio in an offshore island state was exceedingly costly. Rough estimates peg Square Pictures Studio at around $46 million to start up, as they needed to buy Pentium workstations that were so expensive that only the 4 richest kings of Europe could own them. The studio got straight to work, and this would kick off a 4-year journey that would see Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within released in the summer of 2001. To ensure the success of this ambitious and, as we'll see, risky venture, Square would turn to one of the most reliable creators, Final Fantasy father Hironobu Sakaguchi, who had settled into more of a shepherd and producer role in recent years. The film was to be co-directed by Sakaguchi and Motonori Sakakibara, who logically also directed the CG cutscenes from both FF7 and 8. Now, the core story of Spirits Within was also handled by Sakaguchi, which is pretty obvious as some of the general concepts of his past work make a return here. However, the screenplay, meaning the actual character dialogue and such, was handled by Al Reinert and one Jeff Vinter. Al's credits include Apollo 13, and Vinter would go on to write 2004's I, Robot. So you can see that Sakaguchi's ideas that include things like the fate and destiny of a chosen hero, ambitious but misguided villains, and powerful ancient streams of life emanating from the Earth, let's just call them Vita strings, might clash when paired with docudrama-style space exploration and sci-fi, but there's no might about it. The story and dialogue were constantly at war with each other, but, you know, more on that later.
So I gather this will be somewhat of a rough ride.
Doc, you've got a talent for understatement.
Square Pictures, despite the proof of concept that was the Gray Project, still had so many more things they needed to work out. Unlike, say, a traditional film where a script is finalized before a shoot or tweaked during principal photography, the script and dialogue for Spirits Within was ever-changing during the 4 years of that principal photography, which was basically 200 animators sitting at their desks. Now, even for an animated film, 4 years is an untypically incredibly long time for just one movie. Hell, the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy took less time to film. This is because to render just one frame of Final Fantasy, it took like 1,000 minutes or like an hour. It took a while. It doesn't matter the exact figures, because every virtual character or actor was composed of over 100,000 polygons, which was unheard of at around this time frame. Hell, in 1998, Lara's breasts were still composed of like 3. So, 100,000 polygons being rendered on the most bleedingest of bleeding edge tech, frame by frame, by 200 people for 4 years. That's gonna cost a lot of gil. And at some point, that cost, the technical achievement of Spirits Within, was viewed as the most important factors. And in terms of the bottom line, yeah, that's true. But what was viewed as secondary was everything else. The story, the characters, and the dialogue. Now, Sakaguchi cut his teeth working on RPGs, long, drawn-out narratives that would doll out character motivations, backstories, and the grander plot gradually over the course of dozens of hours. But then someone came up to him and said, yeah, can you do all that, but like in 2? And, sorry, I meant 1 hour and 46 minutes, because it'll cost too much if we make it any longer than that. Okay, great, see you later. That's fucked up. So with that in mind, I don't think Sakaguchi was the best person to write this, given this restriction. In fact, I don't know who would have been the correct person, because it's just not a very good idea. Cramming all this rich narrative into a theatrical film, I mean, why couldn't there have just been a Final Fantasy anime instead?
Hey, look what I've got for you. Hold on. It's alright. Here you go. It's some chocolate for you.
Oh. Anyway, while the technical progress was slow but impressive, the script was getting more and more convoluted, which was weird because it was also simultaneously shockingly simple. The talent to bring these characters to quote-unquote life would be Ming-Na as Aki Ross, Donald Sutherland as Dr. Sid, no, not that Sid, but spelt this with this Sid for some reason. The Shadow, Alec Baldwin as Gray Edwards, aka every video game protagonist from 2002 to still now. And real-life icky supervillain James Woods as your Sephiroth stand-in, General Hein. Aliens invaded the Earth decades ago, and to stop them, it all comes down to a clash of ideologies as Aki, Sid, Gray, and the rest all race against the clock to collect a bunch of ghosts. One is in a backpack, I don't get it, before Hein uses the BFG 10,000 to nuke all the aliens and, I guess, the world. In all of my research, I'm not sure why this setting was chosen, but I can hazard a guess. Square teamed up with Sony, naturally, on the film, and Sony turned to one of their own studios, Columbia, to distribute. Perhaps at some point, executives/producers felt that spiky-haired anime boys or genetically engineered red lion dogs and comically oversized nonsense swords wasn't the best choice to appeal to a mass worldwide audience. So what are we left with? Soldiers wearing gray armor or t-shirts, or everyone's just wearing gray, sometimes black, and you don't want to scare off the normies. This was another decision that doomed the project from the outset. Not enough Final Fantasy to appeal to fans of Final Fantasy, but still too weird in its themes and story to appeal to anyone else. So when trailers first started popping up, I, on a personal level, remember hearing everyone saying how amazing the film looked visually, but being confused as to why this was even called Final Fantasy. Where is the magic? The Phoenix Downs, the Chocobos, the airships, the fantasy. Even 7 and 8, as different as they were, still managed to keep some series tropes intact. Just another example that if you try to meet vastly different demographics halfway, you're almost always not going to meet any of them. It was around this time where more and more focus was being put on the film's visuals instead of, talking more about the story and the characters. Well, with one exception. Aki Ross started getting pushed as a virtual actress, which back then was a ridiculous statement to make. But nowadays, it's even more ridiculous. The concept would be that Aki would appear in other films after Final Fantasy's assured success, would become a star within the Hollywood Digiverse. Now, when you start talking more about future plans over the current film you're supposed to be advertising, then you may be losing the plot. Regardless, Square and Columbia kept pushing, and even had Aki appear in Maxim's Hot 100, in a bikini no less. Listen, if you're gonna pull Acclaim-like stunts leading into the launch of your heady sci-fi space opera, you know something's up. But when it comes down to it though, I don't blame them. They needed to make sure this thing would be a success, so they utilized the two oldest marketing tactics known to man: violence and ditties. The violence part comes via the trailers of Spirits Within, which took the very few action set pieces and edited them to look like Starship Goddamn Troopers, despite action making up the smallest sliver of the movie's running time. This is most likely due to executives and producers and pretty much everyone else who worked on it realizing that it was shaping up to be an incoherent mess in terms of its story, but said to themselves, "But it looks so good though, let's just focus on that, guys," which again, given the circumstances, was probably the right play. So, during interviews or in general marketing, they'd throw out all those aforementioned metrics: 100,000 polygons, 915 Pentium 3 workstations, 1,327 shots, 141,964 frames, and it took 120 prison years, yikes, to complete. Cool. What's the story about?
I don't understand. You don't have to understand.
So now, for all of those of you playing at home, how much? Take a guess. What was the final budget for Final Fantasy The Spirits Within? Honolulu Studio. 4 years, the newest in CGI trickery? Throw out a number. If you said $76 million, then you're right. Here's a firm but brief virtual handshake that I would be giving you if the project had stayed on that original projected budget. But instead, things kind of got out of hand because $177 million. This was more expensive than Terminator 2, Waterworld, and was for a time only bested by Titanic in terms of money spent. Leading to release, the film's Squaresoft producer Jun Ida admitted, "We did end up spending more than what we planned, but it's not by any means a massive number compared to what other major studios have spent on similar features," which, as we discussed, is not very true at all. So, Final Fantasy launched on July 11th, 2001, which was literally the best time it could have. FF9 had just released the previous year, and was well liked by both critics and fans, except for kids who started with FF7 of course. And only a few months later, Final Fantasy X was set to light PS2s ablaze, as it was the most pre-ordered game of all time in 2001. So this was right smack dab in the middle of Final Fantasy fever, therefore it was logical to assume those same fans would come out and support its big screen debut. But again, throw out a number. What was its weekend tally where you make the most money? How much of a dent did they put into that $177 million price tag? $11 million. Final Fantasy belly flopped into 4th place for that summer weekend, with Legally Blonde topping the list. But it's not all about the North American weekend haul. How did the movie do worldwide? Surely that'll offset the... Okay. The Washington Post called it bewildering and trite. LA Weekly felt it was soulless, and the New York Post said it had both a predictable yet nonsensical plot coupled with laughably lame dialogue. However, the late Roger Ebert did give the movie a positive review, stating, "The story is nuts and bolts space opera, lacking the intelligence and daring of many others in the genre. But the look of the film is revolutionary. Final Fantasy is a technical milestone, like the first talkies or 3D movies. You want to see it whether you care about aliens or space cannons." And that's the common thing among many reviews. Yeah, this isn't very good, but it still looks so stunning. Hell, even in 2020, looking back, I'm shocked at how well it holds up. Aside from those tiny victories, the box office was just too embarrassing, and not only did this doom Square Pictures, it got close to destroying Squaresoft itself. This was such a catastrophic loss, $94 million, that threatened the merger that Square was negotiating twixt themselves and fellow publisher Enix. Talks between the two Japanese giants have been happening since 2000, but this sudden downturn in business shook Enix's confidence. Why merge with a company that was doing poorly? So it actually delayed the negotiations for a few more years, until Square thankfully bounced back thanks to a money injection by Sony Computer Entertainment, along with the brisk sales of FF10 and Kingdom Hearts, and Enix's confidence was fully renewed. Square Pictures, as you can imagine, was folded back into the main workforce, and its Honolulu office was closed, but not before they finished their last contracted work, which was the Animatrix short Flight of the Osiris, and yeah, that's it. However, there was one more person that took the failure of Spirits Within harder than the rest, and that was Hironobu Sakaguchi. As is a common thing in Japanese business, if you are the head of a failed project, like a really failed project, a lot of the onus is placed on you, even if it's not exactly fair. Thus, Sakaguchi voluntarily left Square in 2003 and cites Spirits Within as one of the reasons why. Since his departure, Final Fantasy has been, let's say shaky. Shaky is accurate, but after enough time had passed, they tested the waters once again with two other CG films like Advent Children, and Kingsglaive, which got even worse reviews than Spirits Within somehow, so they haven't completely abandoned the idea, just mostly. Now, this isn't just a case of a thing being made that wasn't very good, but rather a confluence of decisions that led to ultimate failure. Sure, if the movie still had a nonsensical plot but came in under budget, they would have at least broken even. Or if the movie's plot had been executed well and featured lots of fun, Final Fantasy stuff, might have even made more money, or at least be looked back on more fondly, rather than being requested to appear on this show almost weekly. We leave today on this quote from Square's Jun Ida, who had this to say shortly before the movie opened. "I hope that we will be producing Final Fantasy 23 with Columbia when I have much more gray hair. Hopefully there will be many more projects to come." Thanks again to Trey Adams for requesting this episode, and if you'd like to request your own, head on over to the Flophouse VIP Patreon to make your fantasy a reality, or whatever that tagline was. See you next time, and thanks for watching. And welcome back to another fantastically tragic episode of What Happened, the show that dips its toes into troubled or divisive pop culture media to get down to the when, the why, the how, and the who, with the who always being some meddling suit that ruined everything for everyone. And speaking of ruining everything, the Alien franchise! The Alien franchise! There you go. This legendary, almost mythical sci-fi milestone of a movie series is often cited as one of the most influential in the genre, inspiring a number of directors, writers, and other creatives with its chilling displays of biomechanical horror. One of these creatives was a cameraman who had worked on such films as Return of the Jedi and Temple of Doom, a man who was sucked into the vortex of space and corporate buffoonery, a man named David Fincher. He was a fan of the franchise and, like most people would, thought he had lucked out by having his directorial debut be an anticipated sequel. What was to come, however, was a proverbial galaxy of terror of reshoots, unfinished scripts, uncooperative animals, and an absolutely ghastly phase of post-production, all culminating in James Cameron citing that the finished film was a...
I thought it was a huge slap in the face to the fans. I mean, look, it was just a mess. I think it was a big mistake.
Ooh, spicy. So, Alien 3, what happened? It is 1986, and Aliens is a monstrous success for 20th Century Fox and Brandywine, the production company behind the series, despite there being a lot of on-set tension between James Cameron and those Fox producers. Which, by the way, you should buckle the fuck up for, cause there's going to be way more. The movie made almost $200 million against a budget of 18.
This has a substantial dollar value attached to it.
And while Terminator was a great indicator of his talent, it was Aliens that really catapulted Cameron into the stratosphere, and sadly not Piranha 2. Fox wanted to launch into another sequel fairly soon, and when I say fairly soon, I mean immediately. Brandywine were a little apprehensive to tackle another sequel, but nevertheless started to seek out writers to weave more wacky space stories about Weyland-Yutani's lack of business sense.
Everybody wanted to make the sequel to Alien, kind of except us. We weren't so, we were happy to do it, but we weren't all that enthused.
The original plan was to film 2 movies back to back, with the first focusing on Michael Biehn's character, Corporal Hicks, with the follow-up centering around Lieutenant First Class Ellen Ripley. This plan changed when Sigourney Weaver was approached to return, as she wasn't all that interested in more sequels, especially with James Cameron no longer behind the lens, as he was busy prepping for The Abyss. Eventually, Weaver relented, with the caveat being that her character would take a back seat, settling into more of a supporting role to Hicks. This is where the creator of modern cyberpunk, William Gibson, was hired to pen the script, which focused on Hicks, Bishop, and Ripley, putting an end to Weyland-Yutani's bioweapon initiatives. The script had a lot of Cold War parallels, which was kinda big in the 80s, with the company displaying a lot of similarities with Soviet Russia in its ideology. Fox, in their wisdom, decided to pass on this script, feeling by the time it would hit theaters, the Cold War would have been kind of passé. Eric Red then took a stab at it, focusing the story around a community of people on Earth that, you guessed it, are threatened by a xenomorph threat.
On Earth, everyone can hear you scream.
And like the previous script, you guessed it, was also rejected by Fox. Then the architect of the Riddick-verse, David Twathy, had a go, which Fox also passed on, which leads us to Vincent Ward's incredibly unique take, which saw Ripley crash landing on a partially wooden space satellite populated by technology-hating space monks. People that have read this treatment claim it's fascinating, filled with religious iconography and some very bold choices. At some point in one of those scripts, I guess, both Hicks and Newt were written out of the narrative, leaving Ripley as the sole survivor. This was a change that stuck around for every subsequent script. Yes, there's more coming, and is often seen as a really bad, terrible idea. Frustrated with how long this was all taking, but seeing some potential in Vincent Ward's bizarre vision, series shepherd Walter Hill and his writing partner David Glyer took the wooden satellite, changed it to a prison world, and swapped out the space monks for a bunch of bald British space murderers. Fury 161, part of the Weyland-Yutani family, would be the final setting for the film, a very bleak and very beige planet completely isolated from the rest of the galaxy. Now, during all of this, the director they had lined up, Rennie Harlin, had been waiting for the script to be finalized, so when he did a read-through of the rough draft of the Prison Planet version, something quite removed from what had been thrown around before, he simply quit the project altogether. 2 months before shooting was scheduled to begin. Fox and Brandywine started scrambling for a replacement, and with all the time it had taken to even get to this point, they needed someone who would simply do as they were told and just shoot the film. Yes, if I hadn't mentioned that before, this whole script writing process, it's kind of important, wasn't exactly a brief phase of development. Now, let's see, the awesome Gibson version wasn't finished until 88, Carry the 2, 4 years! It took 4 years for Fox to approve of a script, and the kicker, it still wasn't even done yet.
As a studio, we set out to make a release date and not make a movie.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, Hill and Glyer were still writing some scenes, the same time as sets were being built. David Fincher, as stated before, had worked behind the cameras for Lucasfilm in the 80s, and had a number of commercials and music videos under his belt, which Fox assumed meant he could shoot fast and efficiently. Oh, how wrong they were.
And action! Got? One more. It was a little bit too fast.
Fincher was a big fan of Ridley Scott's Alien and was more than happy to helm a film that was similar in its tone and pacing. So with that mindset, he felt he needed to go to great lengths to match it, wanting the movie to be as perfect as it possibly could. But when a creator wants to go for it, to really try and make something special, well, that tends to take a good amount of work and a lot of patience, which was something Fox had very little of.
I invested in something called News Corp.
Dad, that's Fox!
Undo!
They mandated that Alien 3 had to come out by spring of 1992, no exceptions. Hey, well, we brokered action figure and crappy video game deals already, so tick-tock, tick-tock. Let's get back to Sigourney for a sec. The last time she had been consulted about a script, Ripley was going to have a supporting role, so when she started to get wind of treatments that made her the central character again, she began to hate that. After she read through the Fury 161 script, she stipulated if she was going to be the star once again, then Ripley would absolutely 100% need to die in the end.
I'm telling you, I want to die!
We got a deal! Remember?
Walter Hill's original draft had her escaping to the stars for a third time. This would ensure that her character wouldn't be able to appear in any future sequels, which was thankfully a promise that Fox made good on. Back to Fincher and all the crap he had to deal with. Alien 3 was already in shambles when he inherited it after Rennie Harlin left. $7 million had already been spent. Sets were being made that he hadn't approved of, and actors were pissed that their characters had suddenly changed in the rewrites. There was a lot to deal with. What's more is that he was only given about 5 weeks of prep time before cameras started to roll, whereas most directors on big tentpoles usually get several months. Once he got a handle on things, very quickly, Fox and Brandywine realized that Fincher was anything but a yes man, as he announced he would be doing additional rewrites to the script to flesh out certain characters and scenes. He was a perfectionist, so if a fake body exploded and didn't look exactly as he envisioned, he would call for as many takes as it took until it did.
That's fine. Yeah, that's better. You shoot 1,000 takes, but there's bound to be one that's good, right?
With lots of money on the line and a schedule to meet, however, Fox and Brandywine producers felt it best that Fincher needed to realize who the boss really was. One of the first unpleasant things, among many, that they made him do was to contact actor Michael Biehn and to explain why Hicks was now being killed off. Michael, for his part, was on another movie, still waiting on a call from Fox as to when they would start shooting. The last he had heard was that Hicks was going to be the star of Alien 3. I got a call from David Fincher saying, please, can we'd really like to use your character. And first of all, I was all like, F you for not putting me in the movie. Yeah, I was pretty pissed off. So I said, F you for even calling me. Go F yourself. Now I wish I hadn't, because now he's David Fincher. But I was upset at the fact that I wasn't in the new movie. What I said was, you for having that happen to my character. There was no way I would ever let my character have a monster burst out of his chest. So you can forget about that even happening. Jim Cameron wasn't happy about that either, so they dropped that idea and then they came back and then they said, well, we want to use your picture then. And I was like, okay, well, you can use my picture. It's gonna cost you though, and it's gonna cost you a lot. Absolute fucking legend. This whole scenario, as you can imagine, created a lot of tension between producers and director, which was something that a lot of the cast noticed. One of Sigourney Weaver's male co-stars, Charles Dance, you might know him as Tywin Goddamn Lannister, recalled Alien 3 with mixed emotions. Well, look, it wasn't a nightmare despite what you may have read or heard, but it certainly wasn't an easy shoot. What was on the screen was quite removed from what was in the script, but with that said, I don't regret that I was a part of it. I mean, I knew going into Alien 3 that it was this big franchise picture and there are lots of cooks in the kitchen on these types of things. One of the it wasn't an easy shoot types of things he's referring to is that the entire Alien design had to be scrapped just as they started principal photography. In the original script, a facehugger attaches itself to an ox, which would result in a large, intimidating xenomorph variant that would cause major damage throughout the entire film. After shooting scenes with the facehugger puppet and the ox separately, they wanted to do some additional shots with both, but the boisterous bovine wasn't cooperating. You can see this alternate origin, by the way, in the assembly cut of the film. Producers then suggested they switch the animal to a dog and rewrote scenes to reflect that. Fincher fought against the change of course, but eventually agreed. The idea was that a faster, smaller creature would lead to more scares and be able to hide more effectively, but the main alien suit was always built to house a human actor, which is why you see wildly different changes in size for the Star Beast from scene to scene. In some shots, it's no bigger than a dog, but in others, it's a towering 8-foot behemoth. To deal with this change, the special effects team figured they can make a specially designed latex suit for a small dog to actually wear on set, but with very little time to actually train the pupper, it rarely hit its mark and the idea was eventually scrapped. This incredibly late-game change affected many parts of the film, including the finale, which employed an erratic and many would say unnecessary dog cam, which had followed the alien's perspective as it darted around the prison. Speaking of this finale, it's where the majority of the cast meet many off-screen deaths, including one of the more prominent characters, Golik, a psychologically damaged inmate who simply disappears from the theatrical cut altogether. In fact, much of the cast, since they all looked and sounded similar, had trouble standing out and establishing their characters because all those scenes were chopped out in editing, scenes Fincher felt were integral to flesh out the film. Once Alien 3 had actually wrapped, further reshoots were then ordered by Fox and Brandywine, but Fincher wanted nothing to do with the project by that point, so he opted out of the editing process altogether and refrained from all interviews and press junkets. Charles Dance again had his own take regarding this. Now, and I need to stress this, any problems I had with the making of Alien 3 had nothing to do with David Fincher. In fact, the minute David Fincher first walked onto the set, I thought, my god, this guy is going to go far. He was fantastic, and I hope I get to work with David at some point. He was dealing with a lot of outside interference on that movie. During those aforementioned reshoots, producers felt that when Ripley died, spoilers, there needed to be a shot of the alien also bursting out of her chest as she falls. This was done so hastily and so far after the initial shoot that Sigourney needed to be fitted with a bald cap. After a whole bunch more of chopping and slicing, the film finally hit theaters in May, and the response was tepid to say the least by both critics and abject rage by fans. The movie, robbing Ripley of the happy ending at the end of Aliens, was seen by many as cruel and mean-spirited, which, as we discussed, was shared by many people who had worked on the '86 blockbuster. The patriarch of the Lannister family wasn't exactly glowing in his review either. I had no idea how people who loved Aliens would receive it. I did go and see Alien 3 at the cinema when it came out, and I thought, it was okay. Yeah, it was okay. In space, no one can hear you say, yeah, it was okay. In terms of profitability, while the sequel costs more than double the price of its predecessor, $50 million, it wound up making between $150 and $175 million worldwide, despite the critical backlash. It has been examined, discussed, and dissected where exactly things went wrong, and while the assembly cut is widely considered to be superior, it's pretty clear that the clashing between producers and director and the sloppy editing were the main culprits. In the last few years, fans have grown more frustrated with not so much the finished film, but rather the ones that weren't. The William Gibson script is seen in some circles as the real Alien 3, and was even turned into an audiobook with Michael Biehn and Lance Henriksen returning to their roles.
You can't keep Ripley and Newt and myself aboard this station.
There is, however, a percentage of fans and critics that have softened on Alien 3 since its debut, especially when comparing it to, some later projects. We leave on David Fincher, who was ready to leave the industry altogether, and very much did for almost 3 years, until New Line Cinema approached him with a project called Seven, giving him complete authority over its production. So yeah, since then he's, done pretty well for himself. decades later, he still recalls his experiences filming Alien 3, shall we say, rather bitterly. When asked about the film in a 2009 interview, he simply stated, "No one hated it more than me." Hey kids, as you saw, this particular episode of What Happened is sponsored by In Search of Tomorrow, the new sci-fi documentary that's currently wrapping up its successful Kickstarter. Now, I don't take sponsorship deals usually, but I felt this was a great fit for the channel, and if you click the link in the description to take you to their Kickstarter page, you'll be helping out the channel in the process. There's still lots of neat rewards you can pledge at before the campaign ends, so if you're like me, and I know I am, classic 80s sci-fi is your bag, so please check it out. If you know of any other fumbling film foibles or vitriolic video games, let me know in the comments below or drop down to the Flophouse VIP Patreon 5x5 to nominate the subject of our next video. It's the only way to be sure. See you next time, and thanks for watching. This is a weird thought, but imagine playing Double Dragon 3, the arcade version no less, then being prompted to plunk more quarters in to purchase items and or weapons from the in-game shop to help you fight mummies/aliens, and then thinking to yourself, man, this would make for a hell of a film. Well, that's just what happened with the first of 1994's video game to movie misfires, Double Dragon, which took the rough and gritty Fist of the North Star influenced beat 'em up and turned it into this and that, and who could forget? Oh, okay, that's enough. Stop running clips, please. I'm your host, Matt McMuscles, and you've wandered onto the set of What Happened, the show that pontificates and educates on the various developmental dregs of the video game and movie world. And much like several episodes that we've done in the past, today we're once again mushing together both mediums via the shockingly, but not really shockingly, long list of adaptations that should not have been. As I alluded to before, someone happened to be playing Double Dragon 3 in a Los Angeles arcade circa 1992, and that someone happened to be Don Murphy, an up-and-coming producer who was looking for projects to bolster his own Imperial Pictures, and felt Double Dragon's lore would be suitable for the process of dramatization.
It's somewhere between like Star Wars and Raiders of the Lost Ark meets the Teenage Ninja Turtles. It's something like an adventure, action, comedy, a little bit of everything kind of movie.
What Don may not have known was that the Lee brothers' best days were passing them by in 1992 and were certainly behind them by 1994. Double Dragon 1 and 2 were absolute blockbusters, seeing literal thousands of ports and interpretations across a multitude of systems, and really setting the template for the brawler genre. However, Technos, the owner of the franchise, was notorious for licensing out the property to anyone with a pulse, and cared not for even a semblance of quality control, which is why you saw things like this.
No one knows anything about this Komodo dragon dude. That's it, I can't wait any longer. I'm gonna call upon my dragon to lead me to him. No, bro.
And since Don Murphy had a pulse, he was able to option the movie rights with very little trouble from Technos. And this is where our story gets crazy. Had Paul Dini, yes, Batman the Animated Series creator Paul Dini, draft up the first script. Now, it's not publicly known what this script was about, but it's safe to assume it was 8,000 times better than what we got. For whatever reason, Don wanted another pass on said incredible script and turned to Michael Davis and Peter Gould to, ruin it. Now, I can't imagine this was an easy task. Double Dragon's stories vary wildly from game to game, console to console, with home ports drastically changing and adding additional story whenever they felt like it. Hell, Double Dragon 3 on the NES has nothing to do with the arcade version aside from starring Bimmy and Jammy. Anyway, they settled on the idea of the film taking place in a post-apocalyptic Los Angeles in the far-flung future of 2007. Once night falls, various cartoon gangs take over the city, and all crime is apparently legal? It's a little unclear, but once the sun rises, the city goes back to being quote-unquote normal once more. Man, what a stupid premise. What else did these buffoons go on to do? Writing Breaking Bad and co-creating / producing Better Call Saul. Now is the time where I'll be moving on and talking about the director, one James Yukich, who up until that point had only helmed commercials and music videos, which I guess must have impressed someone on the production side. Upon reading the script, James somehow interpreted it as a kid's film and decided that it needed more one-liners and humor, and thus sought out stand-up comedian Mark Brazil to punch up the script, which is almost always code for making it worse. And making it worse he did. Alright, what else did this buffoon make? Oh, he created that 70s show.
Why didn't I discipline you?
Shut up and eat your cornflakes.
So, in contrast to what the producers of the film wanted it to be, a no-nonsense martial arts action film bursting with 90s neon, the director felt, this is a kids movie. This could be a great kids movie. However, you have to have one unified direction or it's not going to make sense, and we didn't really have a unified direction. I love those producers and I think they're all fantastic, but they each had their own vision and we couldn't agree on it. I blame myself a lot for not going and saying, hey, we gotta do it like this. I wish I had the experience and knowledge I do now back then. Aside from the tonal issues, one other slight problem that affected just about everything was that the actors, the director, and mostly everyone else weren't familiar with the games at all, as no one from Technos was ever on set at any point during production. Nope, never talked to any of them at all, said Yukich. The writers were never given an official synopsis from Technos either, so that's why aside from the Lee brothers, Marion, and Abobo, there's very little tying it to the games. And in the early 90s, every kid wanted to see the stuff they recognized from the games. This is because, as mentioned before, Technos didn't hold its own franchises in very high regard, according to Double Dragon creator Yoshihisa Kishimoto. Many different people worked on Double Dragon's look over the years, and Technos often outsourced the game design and other products to external companies, so there was no consistency to the branding or the quality. I personally find it unfortunate, but that's the way Technos handled its titles. And that's the way the Double Dragon film was handled as well. Since the game's story was so all over the place, instead of the big bad being Machine Gun Willie, Jimmy Lee, or the Shadow Boss, a new antagonist was created, Koga Shuko, who looks like this. Yes, that's Robert Patrick, fresh off his role as Mimetic Polyalloy in Terminator 2.
Get out.
Now, he was considered the film's biggest get, as one of the producers had been courting him for months. However, the script called for an actor of Asian descent for the villain role. I mean, his name was Koga Shuko, so some dialogue had to be rewritten to accommodate for this. In the finished film, Shuko delivers an elaborate speech about changing his own name to sound cooler / more intimidating.
Koga Shuko is an American male who believes he's a reincarnated Japanese warlord.
This wasn't the first and certainly wasn't the last of Double Dragon's little hiccups during its production. Lacking experience but not ambition, on the very first day of shooting, Yukich wanted to film a complex technical shot. In one single take, have the camera move from under to out of the water as a part of the film's river escape set piece. Now, maybe due to him overestimating the complexities of such a feat, Yukich barely got anything filmed on that first day due to the lengthy prep that the shot would take. The second day wasn't much better, as an accident befell the original director of photography, who many on the film were excited to work with. Please note the usage of the word original director of photography. While trying to get a shot with a Steadicam, he lost his footing and took a tumble down a hill, injuring his back fairly severely. Still wanting to fulfill his obligations, they attempted to wheel him around on on a gurney with a monitor to supervise filming until it was decided to just maybe let it go. He was replaced by another DP who, while competent, wasn't well versed with framing action scenes. And things only got worse from there. A union issue arose which shut down the entire shoot for a whole month, causing the production team to fall greatly behind schedule. During that same river scene, several explosions go off in an attempt to make the film feel exciting, but apparently not enough warnings were issued to the city of Cleveland to let locals know a movie was being filmed, and thus emergency services received over 200 calls from concerned citizens, prompting an investigation to sort out the problem. During all of these snafus, the team decided to let off steam and take some time to check out the competition, the Super Mario Bros. Movie, which you might remember from our episode about the Super Mario Bros. Movie, which for the director at least inspired some confidence. At the time, we thought we could certainly do better than this, and I don't know that we did. Once filming had finally wrapped and post-production had concluded, Double Dragon received another punch to the gut. The MPAA had slapped it with a PG-13 rating, which would kinda hurt the demographic the film was ultimately after. Yukich had fashioned it to be more of a family-friendly martial arts adventure, and the tone of the marketing reflected that.
You said it.
In the 80s and 90s, the MPAA was far more strict, so despite there being no blood, no swearing, and having a lighthearted feel, younger fans wouldn't even be allowed to watch it.
What a buzzkill!
Yukich laments that the producers made no effort to edit it down, which he would have been happy to do if it meant they'd get a lower rating. There was really nothing in it that should have made it more than PG, that caused kids to not be able to go see the film. It's a kids' film. This might have, but probably wasn't the real reason why the Double Dragons only made $4.2 million worldwide on a budget of $7.8. Instead of blaming the fact it was PG-13, perhaps the 8% approval rating, which takes into account the reviews from 1994, plus Double Dragon's declining relevance, were probably the more potent factors. The writers, Davis and Gould, were reportedly embarrassed upon seeing the film at the premiere, but have since come to acknowledge that everyone in the entertainment industry has at least one Double Dragon-style dud on their resume. Yukich never directed a motion picture after, but when asked about the Lee brothers' first and only cinematic adventure a few years ago, he admitted, "I very rarely ever think about the film at this point, for any number of reasons. I look at it now though, and I am way happier with it than I was then. It's not as bad as I remember it being." Despite the critical uppercutting and poor box office, facets of the movie actually made their way into the games, like the solid Neo Geo fighter called Double Dragon. It takes some very specific elements of the film, for some reason, like some live-action imagery, as well as Billy and Jimmy being able to power up into Double Dragon God Double Dragons. To be honest though, 1994 was a rough year for the franchise in general, as Double Dragon 5, The Shadow Falls, hit consoles a few months prior, along with the horrible/incredible Saturday morning cartoon, which always lives rent-free in my head.
Settle down, I'm a dragon too.
Much like the Street Fighter film, Double Dragon was looked down upon in the year of its release, and many years after. Another victim of the video game to movie curse, but just like Street Fighter, it proves if you want to be fondly remembered 20 years in the future, then be cheesy and shitty right now. And if you're lucky, you might be talked about on the next episode of What Happened. If you know of any other films or games that were not appreciated in their day, then jump kick and hair pull your way into the Flophouse VIP Patreon to nominate the subject of your choosing. See you next time, and thanks for watching. what happens when you take two of the most iconic movie villains of all time, place them in a blood-soaked gladiatorial battle for the right to slaughter helpless horny souls, go through a million script rewrites, cut tons of material out of the final script, and then release it almost 10 years after you promised it? Well, you wind up with the newest episode of What Happened, the show that cuts and carves through the video games, movies, and etceteras that have seen some shit. And make no mistake, today's subject saw some shit, because while it came out in the early stumbling years of the 2000s, 2003 more specifically, its journey to hack its way into theaters actually started way earlier than some might think. So grab your machete and pull on your razored-fingered glove. It's time to plunge our hands deep into the gushing guts and monster meat of Freddy vs. Jason. It's the year of our Lord, 1987, which is always in contention for the greatest year ever. Seriously, look up the amount of shit that came out in 87. And both the Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street franchises are at an impasse. Dream Warriors and Jason Lives had just come out, and the franchise holders of both series, Paramount and New Line, were thinking of where Frederick and Mr. Voorhees would go to next. They both felt that a crossover between the two sultans of slashing would be a great way to give fans something unexpected, and of course, result in a boffo box office. Does anyone say boffo anymore? No? Shit. But unfortunately, both movie studios turned out to be greedy children. Who would have thought? Neither wanted to license out their character to the other studio. Therefore, discussions stalled until eventually, nobody gets a movie. This then resulted in both villains getting random pivots in their general storylines. Jason fought with an 80s era Jean Grey, while Freddy became a father. This is where things get interesting. Despite some palpable hype among fans and casuals, 1989's Jason Takes Manhattan, the most expensive Friday the 13th at that time, bombed at the box office, barely squeaking out a profit. This resulted in Paramount giving up the rights to Friday Films, which reverted back to its original owners. They then sold Jason off to New Line Cinema, finally placing the hockey mask and fedora under the same umbrella. Sean S. Cunningham, the creator of the original Friday, was set to start developing a treatment for Freddy vs. Jason, now that the irritating teen nerd called licensing issue had been slain. Unfortunately, it simply took too long for the project to make any real headway, and by that time, Wes Craven dreamed up the new Nightmare, which then pushed the Versus battle even farther out. Cunningham, with his plans now squashed, then decided to fart out Jason Goes to Hell as the first Friday film under New Line, which, in one of the greatest understatements of all time, wasn't exactly well received. Things weren't going well for either boogeyman, because financially, both The Final Friday and The New Nightmare, despite attempting some very out-of-the-box things, were kind of massive mistakes, posting some of the lowest box office receipts for either franchise, which, considering the last few entries, was kind of impressive. Now, there was one scene in Jason Goes to Hell that Cunningham made sure to include, a scene that would, within legal reasoning, guarantee that Freddy vs. Jason would eventually become a reality. That scene was Freddy's clawed glove pulling Jason's mask into, presumably, judging by the title of the movie, Hell, which mercifully ended that film. The Final Friday was released in 1993, and it would be a further 10 more years before this promise was ever fulfilled. During that decade, New Line heads of production spent over $6 million just commissioning scripts, dozens and dozens of scripts from various screenwriters. What these scripts kept getting stuck on was trying to find the reasoning as to why two titanic titans of terror would be crossing paths. Some of these pitches included rewriting the canon of both series, putting forward the idea that Freddy Krueger in his younger years was one of the original counselors at Camp Crystal Lake who let Jason die, despite that making no sense for every reason you can think of. Another take was Jason being put on trial for his many atrocities over the years, which, while insane, I would pay good money to see. In fact, I I'd imagine the only people who wouldn't want to see that would be liars. Anyway, it wasn't until those magical early 2000s where Damian Shannon and Mark Swift, two massive fans of both series, made their pitch to then New Line head of production Michael DeLuca, where things finally started to get moving. In an article at Bloody Disgusting, both writers recalled how excited DeLuca was. "We had a very strong take from the beginning on what the movie should be and what the movie should not be, so Michael got the full pitch. Characters, story, action set pieces, everything. DeLuca had explored so many ideas at that point that he was really lost as to where to start. We came from a place where we didn't want to change their backstories at all. We didn't want to throw out the other movies. We wanted everything to count. We pitched what we as fans wanted to see. DeLuca loved it and hired us pretty quickly after that pitch." Then DeLuca was fired. See, Jason X had come out under his watch and remains the least profitable Friday the 13th movie of all time, as it made $16 million worldwide on a budget of 14. By comparison, the original Friday in 1980 made $60 million on a budget of a mere $550,000. So, with this massive failure under his belt, DeLuca, the champion of 80s slashers, was hoofed out of New Line. This left Swift and Shannon to reconvince a whole new set of executives on Freddy vs. Jason's viability. As an aside, 9 times out of 10, 60% of the time, if a movie has problems, it's usually due to this type of thing. Every time. This reconvincing phase pushed things back even further. The writing duo had to make presentations, lay out all the franchise rules, actually educate these executives on the history and past box office success of both characters. It was seemingly never ending, with the pencil pushers still unconvinced whether those fan bases even existed anymore. In a last-ditch effort, Swift and Shannon begged the execs to do more market research and suggested New Line take out small teams to malls across America with questionnaires to gauge fan interest. Now, this resulted in fans indeed wanting to see Freddy vs. Jason.
That's good.
But somehow, the market research said the movie should be PG-13.
That's bad.
Can I go now?
The writing duo were aghast when they saw this feedback, no doubt bolstered by stuffy soccer moms.
Parents just don't understand.
New Line execs were of course considering it, despite the fact that every single entry in both Nightmare and Friday, 17 films in total, were all rated R. When we heard this, we wrote an impassioned email to the head of marketing at the studio, begging him to not only back the movie, but to keep an R rating. Thankfully, cooler heads prevailed here, and New Line finally gave Swift and Shannon the green light to start the script, with the intention to keep the red stuff flowing. God, imagine that. Imagine taking 2 R-rated monsters and watering it down to make a PG-13 bore fest. It's ridiculous. And who would do that? Unfortunately, the already troubled production was not out of the woods just yet, as eventually both writers would find their beloved script hacked to pieces. Their original draft equated to about 2 hours of running time, uncommon for most horror films, with them justifying this by saying that bringing in 2 legendary characters and all their associated lore would need extra room to breathe. The New Line execs disagreed and ordered any superfluous dialogue to be removed, character backstories to be simplified, and an epic fight between Freddy, Jason, and a hapless teenager in a construction trailer to be cut. Fortunately, the spine of the script was kept very much intact. Freddy, forgotten by the children of Elm Street due to some precautions enacted by their parents, finds Jason's soul wandering the bowels of hell and manipulates him into begin slaughtering anew in the neighborhood, which, given its history, would be credited to Freddy. This then reawakens the madman's insight within the local teens, which in turn powers Freddy back up to his 80s era power level. Thing is, Jason is not that easily controlled and starts killing off characters before Mr. Krueger can, which makes Frederick understandably upset. Therefore, Freddy vs. Jason! Now, as for the director who would film the immovable object fighting against the unstoppable force, why, the director of decades of Chinese action films, of course. Ronnie Yu had produced and helmed dozens of movies since the 70s, but at the tail end of the 90s broke into American cinema with films like The 51st State, but more importantly, Bride of Chucky.
Nobody move!
Ronnie, while not being familiar with either Freddy or Jason, still knew what he wanted and had a clear vision on how to execute it, which is more than you can say about a lot of directors, not naming names. However, that clear vision included making a big casting change to one of the two main characters, namely Jason Voorhees, who wasn't particularly happy about this.
Dude, that goalie was pissed about something.
While the Nightmare franchise hinged greatly on the sinister and, as time went on, cheesy performance of Robert Englund, the first 6 films of Friday the 13th always put a new actor under the makeup. It wasn't until part 7 where Kane Hodder really inhabited the role, giving Jason a lot of subtle but distinct nuances. Hodder was the first actor to play Jason multiple times and remains the one who played him the most, 4 films in total, making him the clear fan favorite. Now, while there has been some conflicting reports as to the reason why, Hodder was never formally contacted to reprise the role for the big showdown. Instead, Ken Kirzinger, a stunt actor who appeared briefly in Jason Takes Manhattan, was chosen instead. This of course led to a not unsubstantial fan outcry when horror magazines and websites reported the news. We were as shocked as anyone when Kane wasn't brought back. After all, Kane played Jason more times than anyone else and kept the torch of the franchise alive between movies. We also think Ken did a great job in the role, and we like the fact that there have been so many interpretations of Jason Voorhees throughout the years. Now, the most common reasoning for this change is that either New Line execs or Ronnie Yu or both felt that to give the movie a better contrast, Jason should tower over Freddy, a wit versus brawn sort of deal, and Kirzinger had Hodder beat by a few inches. It's a theory that Swift and Shannon subscribe to. You would have to ask the director and the studio, but if I had to take an educated guess, I would say they probably felt that Ken matched up better visually with Robert, and maybe they saved some money, but again, you'd have to ask them. So going into Freddy vs. Jason's opening weekend, there was already a certain amount of fan ire, mostly from the Jason camp, who felt with 10 years of built-up anticipation, it was a bit sad to not get the two most iconic actors face-to-face in full makeup. But even with all those delays, script rewrites, and casting changes, it didn't stop Freddy vs. Jason from setting a record at the box office for a horror film at the time, making $36 million in its opening weekend and $114 million worldwide, against a modest budget of $25. Reviews were what you'd expect from something called Freddy vs. Jason, but it was the fans who overall were pleased with the results, given the developmental hell it had to go through. But when you are trying to appease two rabid fan bases, you're certainly not going to please them all. Elm Street residents felt the movie relied too heavily on the Friday films and tried to somewhat make Jason the de facto hero, whereas Crystal Lake campers felt quite the opposite, and that Freddy got way more screen time. At the end of the day, that probably means Swift and Shannon got it mostly right, getting the proportions just so that they didn't anger any one side too much. From the very beginning, we strove for balance. You have to fight for this balance and these decisions through every step of the development process. It's a miracle it came out as balanced as it is, though of course, fans always want their favorite character to have more. Even though it made a killing at the box office, there was strangely never any serious talk of a sequel, and that's because the plan was always for F vs. J to reignite the fan bases enough that both film series could continue independently. And that's just what it did, sorta. The Friday the 13th reboot unseated Freddy vs. Jason in 2009 by claiming the new record for best horror movie opening with $40 million. And while that record's been shattered several times since, it still stands in the top 10 of best debuts. Several sequels were proposed to capitalize on this newfound success, but for one reason or a dozen of others, never materialized. materialized, and it seems that, unfortunately, we won't be seeing Jason stalk the shores of Crystal Lake anytime soon.
Jason can be getting up and walking around anytime soon?
We really nailed that fucker.
He wasn't nothing but a big old pussy anyway.
The Nightmare on Elm Street reboot, released a year later, also surprisingly did big numbers, but the reviews and especially fan reaction were much more dire, and with the passing of Wes Craven, Freddy's chances of clawing back into our minds also seem rather slim. Ronnie Yu would go on to the next logical project after Freddy vs. Jason, Jet Li's Fearless. And finally, Swift and Shannon, due to their work on FVJ, handled the writing duties on the aforementioned Friday reboot, which isn't surprising because as far as remake things go, it was surprisingly well done, unlike their script for the 2017 Baywatch movie that I just remembered even exists. All the films we've covered thus far here on What Happened have been, in no uncertain terms, unmitigated disasters, either from fan reactions or box office results, so it was nice covering something that, despite a million setbacks, delays, and close shaves with disaster, was able to come out the other end relatively unscathed, making for one of the very few Versus movies that didn't disappoint. Unlike, I don't want to cover that. If you know of any other films, video games, or other form of media really that have had twisted tales of developmental turmoil, scream it up in the comments below, slash your way over to my Twitter, or haunt the ghostly halls of the Flophouse VIP Patreon and become a big boss to nominate the subject of a future episode. See you next time, kids, and thanks for watching! Will you possibly kill enough time for roughly 15 minutes while being both entertained, educated, and maybe even get slightly depressed? Will Matt McMuscles reveal the problems, both creative and financial, that plagued the most high-profile anime adaptation of all time, Dragon Ball Evolution? Find out on the next episode of What Happened? Dragon Ball Evolution defeated. Yeah, okay, so we're doing this one, huh? Okay, alright. Let's burn some muscle. Dragon Ball Z is pretty big in the world of anime. In fact, it's pretty big in terms of media in general, and I'd be surprised if you haven't heard of it. In the early 2000s, it was bolstered even further outside of Japan with the booming popularity of various dubs it received the world over. It's over 9,000! Tons of merchandise, and most importantly of all, GT Final Bout. Now, despite the manga and anime having been finished for years, it wasn't long before the money-sniffing noses of 20th Century Fox executives caught wind of the fact that blonde, spiky hair and screaming a lot was popular with the kids. Thus, they optioned the movie rights from Toei Animation and Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama, and then nothing at all. Remember, this was back in 2002 when Fox had announced they had acquired the rights and registered a movie domain, but it took them a further 7 more years until DB Evolution finally dragon rushed into movie screens across the planet Earth. However, rather than that same Earth giving it its hope and its energy, it instead gave it apathy and derision until it simply cratered into the ground. Now, why that 7-year gap, you ask? Well, a few reasons, but really only one reason. Fox couldn't find a director that was free, affordable, and gave a shit about Dragon Ball. This search to get a creative team together was an arduous one, with some wild names being thrown around at the time, including, but not limited to, Robert Rodriguez, who is busy down at the old Spy Kids factory, Zack Snyder, and most unbelievably of all, George Lucas, who was actually being courted since he had a working relationship with Fox, which would have been just so mind-blowing. There would have been so many scenes of Goku and Chi-Chi just sitting down on couches talking. Please tell me George at least filmed some test scenes. I'm begging for this to still somehow happen. Anyway, none of these ambitious plans coalesced, and with that time taken trying to find the right Z fighters to take this project head on, the popularity of Dragon Ball Z started to wane in the later half of the 2000s, or at least enough for Fox to get increasingly worried about its profitability. I myself must confess I had long stopped slaving away at my AMVs hosted on DBZLegacy.com. Stop showing it! Stop! Cut it out! And as Fox approached those late 2000s, and if you know anything about Hollywood filmmaking around that time, you might suspect what's coming next. Instead of the producers continuing their search for the perfect filmmakers, the looming writer's strike was about to go into effect, which rushed into production many other films circa around 2008. With this new cutoff point, Fox then had to settle for much less. And I present to you, much less. Dragon Ball was going to be written by one Ben Ramsey, who at that point only had the obscure and 90s as shit The Big Hit as his only writing credit. In terms of directing and producing, well, here's where things get interesting. Did I say interesting? I meant extremely confusing. Well, it's both, really. Stephen Chow was then somehow brought aboard the project, which at first seemed like an inspired choice. His penchant for martial arts comedies was a perfect fit for the source material, but it quickly became apparent that his name was simply being used as a marketing strategy rather than him being a true creative force. We call this the Quentin Tarantino Presents effect. Now, when this new creative team was publicly announced, Fox played it coy on who would actually be sitting in the director's chair until it was eventually revealed that James Wong, a veteran writer/director of TV, as well as the Final Destination franchise, would be given that chair. In a statement, Stephen Chow said that he himself was a fan of Toriyama's work, saying that it's an airy and unrestrained story, which leaves much room for creation. Okay, that just seems like code for there's gonna be different shit in here, just letting you know. As for why he wasn't directing himself, well, because he felt that he should only direct things that he himself created. You know, fair enough, but tinfoil hat time, there's also the possibility he simply didn't want to work under those Fox producers on a rush script with a massively slashed budget. Because very quickly, changes started to happen, or evolutions. While initially announced as simply Dragon Ball, Evolution was tacked on because I don't have an answer for that. Just a cool word that Fox marketing thought kids would respond to?
How do you do, fellow kids?
Changes very much then spread to the working script, as it's been reported that it was much more faithful to the source material and even featured well-loved fan-favorite character, the Ox King. Also, they planned to include Krillin as well. After some serious brainstorming though, Fox felt it was simply too expensive to realistically shoot and asked for rewrites to reduce the scale and scope, a decision which would totally not turn out to be what happened material at all. Now, while Ben Ramsey did rewrites, apparently that still wasn't good enough, and James Wong himself also contributed quite heavily to the script. Akira Toriyama was also consulted, and when I say consulted, I mean ignored. He attempted to offer suggestions throughout this script writing process as well as during the actual filming, but several sources cited that these suggestions were never taken seriously. This of course would then cause huge ripples in the pool of time, which we will dip into a bit later. Casting apparently was also a bit of a to-do, with producers hoping to snag some big stars by attempting to maybe hide some facts about the production in order editor to get them to sign on the dotted line. Ron Perlman was sought to play Lord Piccolo with a lucrative offer, but dropped out at the last second, opting for red makeup instead of green, and filmed Hellboy 2: The Golden Army instead, which might have been the fastest anyone's ever dodged the biggest bullet ever. The part then went to James Spike Marsters, who was familiar with Dragon Ball and really relished doing the best possible job he could, given the material, the really bad material.
Defeat, Ozaru. When the blood moon eclipses the sun, you will become Ozaru.
Now, as for Goku, you can say a lot about the performance of Justin Chatwin, and believe me, people have, but one thing you can say about the guy is that he at least did his homework. In preparation for the role, he read volumes and volumes of the manga, watched a ton of the anime, and even went the extra mile to read Dragon Ball's inspiration, Journey to the West, so good on him. Unfortunately, when the script recasts Goku as a moody teenager who has to navigate high school bullies, go to parties, and has more interest in dating girls than training and fighting, well, he wasn't really playing Goku at all anymore. Now, while on the subject of Chatwin, the subject of his hair is never really far behind. Early tests had all the actors outfitted with over-the-top wigs to better mimic the original look of the characters. Apparently though, the effect was not satisfactory for the director, James Wong, who felt it best to keep the actors' hair as natural as possible, which explains that one aqua-green streak in Emily Rossum's hair. Honestly, while many fans had issues with this, I really doubt the inclusion of wigs would have improved the movie's anything. Random changes like these permeated throughout the rest of the production. Master Roshi, for example, instead of being an elderly hermit living it up in a tiny tropical island, was played by the much younger Chow Yun-Fat, who lived in a downtown apartment. Oh, but look, see, it kind of has a Hawaiian shirt on, so yeah, there's your nod, fans. Goku's Ozaru form, oh god, was a generic human-sized werewolf-like thing beast in the final film, and looked even worse during the initial filming until people with, I guess, eyes looked at it. All of these horrible decisions were likely due to keeping a more grounded and believable tone, I guess. You don't want to scare off the normies, while also having the added benefit of being really cheap. Now, in terms of last-minute decision-making, something that actually helped the movie was James Marsters taking a bit of creative liberty with Piccolo. The original approved makeup design had him looking far more human and strangely far more attractive. Now, since Marsters was a fan of Dragon Ball, once he got in the makeup chair, he worked with the main artist on set to change the look pretty dramatically, and fortunately, James Wong didn't fight this change and wound up being what you saw in the finished film, looking about as accurate as you could really hope for in a production like this. Now, as for the actual filming, as you can probably surmise, it was a bit rough, as a good chunk of it had to be filmed in an abandoned and un-air-conditioned jeans factory in Durango, Mexico. Now, why was this so? Yep, you guessed it, it would save dramatically in terms of on-location filming. James Marsters recalled this particular phase of the production quite fondly. Yeah, they told me it was a $120 million picture and that Stephen Chow was producing. Stephen Chow, who did Kung Fu Hustle. So I get to Durango, Mexico, and it's a $30 million picture, and Stephen Chow was just on paper to fool us into getting down to Durango, Mexico. Chow Yun-Fat and I were cursing in the desert over this, like, son of a bitch! Damn it! So yeah, filming pretty much went like that. In fact, it went so well, they even decided to film some more. While originally scheduled to release in 2008, it somehow missed that date. I guess the editor or producers looked at it and decided reshoots were absolutely necessary. Now, while this is indeed common in a lot of productions, it does tend to occur in shows where the script becomes an issue. After said reshoots were completed, Dragon Ball Evolution was then set to under-deliver in theaters in March of 2009. Now, at some point during all of this, the idea was floating around and even planned that this was going to kick off an entire movie franchise, spawn shitloads of sequels despite, you know, all the massive fan backlash in regards to the everything. While it's unclear just how much planning had been done on future films, the post-credit scene of Evolution certainly and stupidly promised more, like many movies trying to exist well beyond their means. Leading into the actual premiere of Evolution, that same confidence, strangely, was nowhere to be seen. It was a film that Fox elected to not be screened for critics. Therefore, there would be no day one reviews to inform the audience about its, quality. We've talked about this before in previous movie episodes of What Happened, as this is a common tactic studios employ when they know they have a massive stinker on their hands, and in this case, they had a massive stinker on their hands. Farting in with a 14% on Rotten Tomatoes, Dragon Ball made just $9 million in total in North America on a budget of $30, not counting marketing. Worldwide, however, it bottomed out at around $58 million, so it's safe to say that it likely didn't even post a profit. If there were any concrete plans to make sequels, then they were quickly final flashed off the face of the planet.
No, this isn't happening! There's no reason for me to go on. What am I fighting for?
James Wong never directed a motion picture again, opting to go back to TV, where he directed and wrote a few episodes of the X-Files revival. Ben Ramsey, for his part, formally apologized for the part he played in this whole disaster. I knew that it would eventually come down to this one day. Dragon Ball Evolution marked a very painful creative point in my life. To have something with my name on it as the writer be so globally reviled is gut-wrenching. To receive hate mail from all the world is heartbreaking. I spent so many years trying to deflect the blame, but at the end of the day, it all comes down to the written word on page, and I take full responsibility for what was such a disappointment to so many fans. I did the best I could, but at the end of the day, I dropped the Dragon Ball. I know what it's like to have something you love and anticipate be so disappointing. To all DB fans out there, I sincerely apologize. There is, of course, a silver lining to all of this. Since his experience helping develop the film was abjectly miserable and frustrating, it is what spurred Toriyama to return to the franchise that made him famous. This culminated in Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods, which was a big hit in Japan, and since it only needed to be dubbed and had a small theatrical run, was also a big hit for Funimation. This then led to all the subsequent films, and finally into Dragon Ball Super, which kicked off an entirely new and still ongoing saga. No, not that saga, get that shit out of here! So pretty much all these new Dragon Ball characters, storylines, lore, and games were simply birthed out of the desire to erase the memory of Evolution from the collective subconscious of fans the world over, to not let this be the last image people see when they think of Dragon Ball. Toriyama even said as much. Dragon Ball once became a thing of the past for me, but after that I got angry about the live-action movie, rewrote an entire movie script myself, and now I'm complaining about the quality of the new TV anime, so it seems that DB has grown on me so much that I can't leave it alone. If you know of any other games, movies, or anime adaptations that are ripe to be exposed on our stage, screen them out in the comments below, take a flying Nimbus cloud over to my Twitter, or instant transmit yourself into the Flophouse VIP Patreon and use the 7 magic balls to make your wish come true! See you next time, and thanks for watching. Dragon, Dragon Ball, Welcome once again to another cigar-chomping, plasma-casting, skull-ripping episode of What Happened, the show that cuts to the bone of the developmental problems of the video games, movies, and media that made us all into sexual tyrannosaurs.
Like me.
This week, we'll be hunting down the reasons as to why 2018's The Predator, is one of the most lambasted sequels in recent sci-fi memory, comfortably joining the ranks of the many red-headed stepchildren of its sister franchise, Alien. Wow, that's sure a coincidence that both of these star beasts have had so many issues over the years. I wonder what the common factor could be. Anyway, to properly set the stage for this film, we need to travel back to 2010's Predators. It was a movie that was made for a modest budget, didn't have any outstanding problems during its filming, and was fairly profitable for 20th Century Fox. But, well, there is no but. That's basically it. For reasons that I can only surmise started and ended with out-of-touch executives, despite Predator's financial success, Fox wanted to go in a different direction, and opted not to follow up on the story threads they themselves had set up. What was their plan? Well, to expand upon the franchise with more lore, characters, explosions, CGI, and to spend even more money doing so. The longtime producer of the Predator films, John Davis, and Fox exec Matt Riley started shopping around the idea of a much grander vision, simultaneously positioning the series as an event film with added spectacle, but also somehow still relying on nostalgia to bring in the old fans. I mean, that sounds like a great plan. How could it fail? Let's find out. Shane Black, who played Hawkins back in the 1987 original, as well as doing some uncredited rewrites, had a bit of a career resurgence in the mid-2000s with Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, a film that, while not commercially successful, was a big hit with critics and helped push Robert Downey Jr. during the early days of his own comeback. But really, it was Black's reunion with the actor a few years later on Iron Man 3 that really made Hollywood senpai notice him again. Wanting to tap into his recent success, he was then approached by Fox to write and direct a new Predator movie, which he was initially a bit hesitant over. When Fox and Davis explained their plan to elevate the series with bigger scope and therefore bigger budget, well, that was the impetus for him to sign on. As long as he could take his writing partner, Fred, I directed Monster Squad, Decker along with him. When asked why he took the project on, officially, he was quoted as saying, "I thought, wouldn't it be great, just as a lark, to go back and be a kid again? What could it hurt to revisit a time that was so special and a type of filmmaking before video games and CG polluted the market with visual overload? When you're forced to rely on a bit more ingenuity to conjure the same sort of effects. It'll be a lark. Let's do it." Now, considering what we'll be talking about later, moaning about video games and CG overload should probably place his quote in the Hall of Fame of poorly aged things on Poorly Aged Things. Fred Decker and
Mr. Black
submitted their first script to Fox in and around November of 2015, and wouldn't you know it, Fox asked for some rewrites. One of their notes most likely included an ending sequence where Alan Dutch Schaefer was to make a quick cameo, setting up the next film. This is because, around that same time frame, Arnold Schwarzenegger was directly asked if he had been approached about going mano a mano with the dreadlocked warrior race one more time, and he flatly said no. A few months after that, in January of 2016, he confirmed he was going to be wined and dined by Shane Black to discuss his potential involvement, most likely at Fox's behest. We know this was Fox's doing because the Austrian Oak was asked to have a similar cameo back in Predators, where he was going to emerge from a spaceship in the final shot to enlist the
help of the surviving characters, and he said no to that as well. Logically then, it's not really shocking he turned down Shane Black's offer the second time around, saying he didn't particularly like the script and would only consider it if his role was fleshed out with extensive rewrites. Fox, for their part, also didn't particularly want to succumb to this demand, as an expanded Arnold role would lead to a much more expanded budget. Regardless, the rest of the movie's casting forged on ahead, with a few different names being tossed around. Benicio del Toro and Curtis 50 Cent
Where's my skull?
Jackson were initially sought out for two of the main roles, but both dropped out early on for reasons unknown. The cast would eventually be filled out with the bad guy from Logan, Theon Greyjoy, the Punisher, Key from Key and Peele, Psylocke, Adama from Battlestar, well kinda, and the toothy nightmare that is Jake Busey. Trouble started brewing almost instantly. While principal photography was set to begin September of 2016, it was delayed a further 5 months for, I don't know why, until February of 2017, with the shoot wrapping up that May. Now, Fox had previously announced a final release date of March 2018, which would then only leave the crew just 13 months for both production of the normal and post varieties. Then, when Fox realized this meant the Predator would have to go up against the mighty jaws of that year's Meg, they bumped the release date up by a month, which gave the crew even less time. Now, towards the end of that principal photography, set pics leaked onto the internet that whip fans into what they most often find themselves in: a frenzy. Said pictures showed a duo of camo-dripped predators partying it up with the human characters on a tank. The fan reaction to these pictures wasn't, shall we say, enthusiastic, and certainly stirred up much grumbling from within the fanbase, despite no one actually having any context for the scene. Along with these set pics, details then started to come out about the script itself, which gave a good deal away about where Black and Decker were taking the franchise.
What the hell's he doing?
This script leak, coupled with the lukewarm reception of those set pictures, plus a review of the rough cut of the film, or a combination of all of these factors, was enough for the studio to order an extensive round of reshoots. While lots of little bits and bobs would be interwoven throughout the film, the bulk of them would make up the entire third act of the movie. Now, while I'm sure many of you are already groaning at the sheer mention of reshoots, it is never by any means a death nail or wrist claw through the solar plexus of a motion picture. The entire Lord of the Rings trilogy, Back to the Future, hell, even the original Predator went through extensive reshoots, as that movie had its own unique issues. But there of course have been just as many box office bombs that have suffered from their creators getting cold feet, or more commonly through studio interference. The entire crew were then brought back to Vancouver, BC to completely redo the final act, changing just about everything. Runtime of the original cut was also a concern, as the movie was clocking in to be the longest in the franchise, somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 hours plus. So a good 45 minutes was slashed, skinned, and chopped out, but at the same time they also needed to shove more things back in. One of the biggest cuts in this whole mess was Edward James Olmos's entire character, a general that had a small but pivotal role as the head of the Stargazer organization. When comparing the leaked script with the final film, fans have pieced together what was added and subtracted, and it paints an image of a movie that was even busier and over the top. In the theatrical cut, there's only 2 Predators, which makes no sense given the title, whatever, but in the original version, there were technically a dozen, sorta? Okay, so there's the Preds with the camo shorts from the leaked set pictures. They were basically the nerd scientist Preds, but there was also going to be a platoon of other gene-spliced Predator hybrids that the principal cast was going to have to fight in that third act. The intent here was to show off the other experiments that the greater Yachwa scientific community was cooking up. And we're talking multi-armed predators decked out with tusks and tentacles and all manner of throbbing proboscises. Probosci? This finale was also supposed to take place during the day, but all of it was just cut and totally reshot. The focus was instead placed squarely on the awkwardly big shoulders of the ultimate predator, where he hastily kills off much of the cast in a cornucopia of sloppy editing and CGI nonsense. If you watch this climax with any degree of attention, you'll just, feel it. Characters show up from out of nowhere, covering dozens of miles in seconds. You're just confused. People are killed so suddenly and with so very little payoff. It's just one big galaxy-sized oof. Now, Shane Black spoke publicly about these reshoots, saying how they had too many antagonistic threads, and adding that, I would like to think that it was largely a common decision that I brought to the studio's attention that they agreed with. We started the special effects for these scenes, and the Predator was walking around in the daylight during the climax. It looked cheap without the mystery and ambiance that you're used to from that first movie. That is a bit of a weird thing to say, as there are plenty of day shots of the crab-faced creature in the first movie, and wanting the audience to see even less and be constantly confused was something already pretty perfected in AVP Requiem. Did we really need to revisit that again? Now, since Arnold turned down that ending cameo role, there was also the issue of what the ending stinger was going to be. While every film in the series, save for the first, heavily wink-winks and nudge-nudges at more sequels, the Predator outdoes them all. Spoilers for this shitty movie. The Predator Killer power-up armor took on so many different potential roles during filming and editing, with some of them being mere crazy suggestions, while others were actually shot. This included making the Predator Killer Dutch Schaefer, naturally, but also bafflingly, mystifyingly, it was at one point planned to have the big reveal be Lieutenant First Class Ellen Louise Ripley, and if that's not insane enough, it was thrown around to be Newt, like Newt from Aliens all grown up. Like, I guess stupid ideas mostly happen when you're desperate. Mostly. This all reeks of Weyland Yutani, 20th Century Fox, wanting to link the two universes yet again, despite that really not working out the last time they attempted it. This stinger was almost certainly another reshoot because the leaked script still alludes to Dutch picking up the survivors via the Choppa, which would then lead to more sequels. But since Arnold turned it down years prior, it's unclear what was shot originally. Since we're talking about a big-budget sci-fi sequel here, no one close to the production has publicly talked about what other insanity they had initially shot. Now, due to all these reshoots, which added tons more, video game and CGI overload, see what I did there? The Predator got another big delay from February to August of 2018, then another delay to September. If you want people to come to your big event picture, actually picking a date and sticking with it is usually pretty important. Constantly shifting the release date around is a good way to let people know something might be amiss here. Then, on the eve of the movie's Hollywood red carpet premiere, it was given a further black eye when it was revealed that Shane Black had casted a personal friend in a scene where Olivia Munn's character is introduced. unbeknownst to everyone at the time of the scene's filming was that this friend was a registered sex offender convicted of the attempted coercing of a minor. Due to this controversy, Fox hastily cut the scene out of the film, which is why Munn's character suddenly just appears without properly being set up. Now, you know that saying, there's no such thing as bad publicity? Well, that doesn't apply here. It also didn't help that the movie's script put forward the idea that autism was some type of superpower coveted by intergalactic space weirdos. So, given the shaky marketing, the shifting release dates, the reshoots being made public, the leaked script, and the film's quality, The Predator was skinned alive by critics and a heavy contingent of fans. It generated a very modest $24 million in North American theaters during its first weekend, and ended its worldwide tally with $160 million when the hunt was all said and done. Now, that's actually a good deal more than the financial trophy skull that Predators made in 2010, topping out with about $127 million. Difference being, Predators only cost $40 to produce, while The Predator's price tag wound up being $88 million, more than double. I'm no math doctor, but I'm almost positive that means Predators was more profitable overall. Not only that, The Predator saw far worse reviews than 2010's effort, with many critics pointing out how the film simply falls apart in that third act. Now, as for my own perspective, as a fan of the series, when I saw the film for the first time, I could certainly be heard muttering, "What the fuck?" It's true, we can't be sure that the original cut was going to be any better, as it seemed to have even more going on in terms of characters and creatures, but almost certainly would have at least felt more cohesive than when wound up on the silver screen. Nowadays though, unless you're at the zenith of the Hollywood elite, directors have seen less and less power during the creation process of a film, a sentiment shared by Black himself. Given the cost and the necessity of meeting a certain quota in terms of recouping your investment, the playground factor for directors has diminished, that's for certain. It's collaboration at best and scrutiny at worst, given to the films that are not allowed to fail. There's a dearth of risk-taking in a lot of films. Ultimately, it's up to me to argue whether a risk is worth taking, but it's certainly going to be easier if it doesn't have a high budget. Speaking of Black, at the time of this video, he hasn't gotten any other projects off the ground. He was at one point heavily involved with a Doc Savage adaptation, but that seems to have long since fizzled out. Thankfully though, the Predator franchise is pretty much iconic at this point, and even if the odd movie doesn't post record profits, the fan base for the intergalactic beastie remains. Merchandising, comics, and various video games are seemingly never-ending, so much so that Fox, now Disney, knows that they still hold a valuable IP. In case some of you had missed it, just last November, one new upcoming Predator film has been confirmed, as well as another that's right now an industry rumor. The director behind 10 Cloverfield Lane has been developing a project under the working title of Skulls, which pits the space hunter against an indigenous tribe during the American Civil War, and is set to shoot this May. As for that rumored project, well, how does a direct sequel to Predators, starring Adrian Brody and Arnold Schwarzenegger in a featured role sound?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So while Shane Black's reimagining didn't quite work out, it seems that the fishy-smelling big game hunter isn't going anywhere.
Stick around.
If you know of any other mismanaged mandible movie monstrosities, let me know in the comments below, drop down into my official Twitter, or claw your way into the Flophouse VIP Patreon and become a big boss to nominate the next target I'll be hunting down next. See you next time, and thanks for watching.
You're lying. I never hit you. You are tearing me apart, Lisa!
Nobody was to know at the time, but this scene right here would go on to change the history of modern movie making across the world. Yeah, not really. Hello once again, and welcome to another awkward, stilted, and incomprehensible episode of What Happened, the show that was literally made to discuss the 2003 motion picture, The Room. And I finally got around to doing it. That's so funny.
You must be kidding, aren't you?
What was once a dark little secret nestled deep into Hollywood's bosom exploded into a cult film phenomenon the likes of which we won't see again for a long, long time. But its origins are just as bizarre as the movie itself. It's a baffling tale that involves mysterious mountains of money, most of it wasted, lots of hirings, firings, and an agonizing stretch of production that pushed many to their breaking points. So grab a slice of pizza, your spoon of choice, and your least embarrassing underwears. It's time to find out what happened with The Room. You obviously can't discuss this monumental milestone of movie magic without talking about its enigmatic writer/director/mad scientist Tommy Wiseau, a man of cloudy origins and even cloudier financial backing. He and fellow Hollywood hopeful Greg Sestero met in an acting class in San Francisco, and despite Tommy's bizarre behavior, cadence, and acting ability, Greg nevertheless felt drawn to Tommy, feeling he was very much an underdog just like himself. After they struck up a friendship, they both then moved to Los Angeles to make their shared dream of Tinseltown success a reality. While Greg hit the streets, passing around headshots and auditioning for any role he could, Tommy took a different tact. Knowing it would be unlikely he would ever get cast in the type of roles he wanted, the leading man, he opted to weave his own story and get that made, come hell or high water. The Room would focus on a bank employee named Johnny, his wife Lisa, and their tumultuous, confusing relationship. It would also feature drug deals, birthday parties, playing catch, trying on tuxes, atomic bombs, playing catch, weed-powered rages, and finally, playing catch. Tommy first envisioned the story as a play and wrote it as such, which is why there's so few locations, as it all primarily takes place in Johnny's apartment. Perhaps not knowing how to actually get a live play off the ground, he then decided to adapt The Room into a 500-page novel. That's 500-page. Suck it, Tolkien! This original version encompassed a lot more really bizarre additional storylines that the movie thankfully, or unthankfully, depending on who you talk to, did not include. Once he had completed this magnum opus, Tommy sent out the manuscripts to various publishers, but, try to be shocked here, was rejected by each and every one. With this latest setback, Mr. Wiseau finally realized if he wanted to get this done, he would have to do it himself. Since he lived in LA, it would be technically possible to just hire a crew, rent a studio space and cameras, and to just film The Room with him as director, which he would kinda need to do anyway, as all the movie studios he submitted his script to all enthusiastically said no. By the way, the usual waiting period for a script evaluation takes 1 to 2 weeks to determine if it could be tweaked or readapted into something else, etc. But like so many other things, The Room managed yet another first. Its script was rejected in less than 24 hours. So, with the traditional studio system very much out, Tommy would have to opt for more independent methods to get this thing made. Hell, some of the most beloved films of all time were made outside that studio system, so there's no reason why Tommy couldn't do the same. All it would cost is more money. Ah yes, the money. This is one aspect of the story that no one really has a definitive answer to, except for the man himself. The entirety of The Room's budget was covered by our charismatic main character, and when questioned by Greg back then, or even if asked today, all Tommy would say is that he made his money through property investments and importing leather jackets from Korea, but always stopped short of ever actually offering proof of either. But the point is that he had the money to burn, and in the grand scheme of things, it's really only Tommy's business of where it actually came from. With his mind set, Tommy then begged Greg to star in the film as Johnny's friend Mark, the good-natured but nevertheless traitorous character who would have multiple affairs with Lisa.
I mean, spoilers!
Greg rebuffed these offers every single time until Tommy had worn him down enough to accept an off-camera line producer credit, however begrudgingly. Greg had already read Tommy's script, you see. He knew what was coming, but also figured it would never actually get filmed. Filming began in the summer of 2002. One of Tommy's favorite sayings was, "Real Hollywood movie, no Mickey Mouse stuff," which was him wanting to use top of the line, well, everything, even if he didn't understand what that meant. One of those things that he didn't understand was the difference between 35mm and HD digital film, so he decided to buy, not rent, but buy cameras that could shoot both. He explained to the crew that The Room would be the first movie to be shot on 35mm and HD simultaneously. Now, there's absolutely no reason to have done this, as it was a colossal waste of money and time, but it was just something Tommy felt he had to do. So they would need two separate camera crews working at the same time and a special custom rig that would hook both cameras together so they could be used in tandem. This beast would require far more time to set up and operate before and after each shot, easily multiplying the time it would take to film literally anything. Oh, and one final note on this, the film's original edit was all done on the 35mm version anyway, thus making that HD camera a complete waste. That's so Tommy.
Oh, hi, Mark.
The casting process also didn't go smoothly, as dozens of desperate actors and actresses vying for any work they could get wound up answering the casting call. A good number of Tommy's first choices never actually lasted long enough to be featured in the final cut, as he fired them only a few days into filming. So they were replaced by their understudies, with Juliette Danielle filling the role of Lisa.
Anything for my princess.
Mark was also going to be played by someone else, but again, Tommy fired him once production began. While there could be a good reason for this that we're not aware of, it still allowed Tommy to then put Greg in a difficult position. With cameras already rolling and having just lost a principal character, Tommy once again asked him to take on the role, and with no immediate jobs on the horizon and wanting to get this whole thing over with, Greg finally reluctantly agreed. Once the cast was locked in and filming began in earnest, the room needed to change, like a lot. As I hinted at before, the novel had 500 pages of befuddling content, and a good portion of that transferred over to the script, but would never actually be filmed. Most of these on-the-day revisions came from script supervisor Sandy Chaclair, whose job it was to make sense of Tommy's script. He would often edit dialogue or offer changes whenever Tommy was in a suggestible mood, which unfortunately wasn't a lot of the time. Sandy is often credited as the one who molded The Room into something approaching a normal film, which, considering the end product...
What kind of drugs do you take?
It's nothing like that.
What the hell is wrong with you?
meant that you could only imagine the stuff left on the cutting room floor. The initial script had several unused subplots, but none more Wiseau-esque than it being revealed Johnny was a vampire and owned a flying car. But that wasn't all though. Throughout the movie's running time, you saw several characters appear and events transpire seemingly at random and often with little explanation. This is because of all the revisions and cuts that Sandy, Greg, and others were able to talk Tommy into. One other big change that wasn't due to any of that was the character of Peter, the psychologist, a satellite friend to Mark and Johnny who disappears from the film altogether. The actor, fed up with Wiseau's on-set behavior and obviously the material,
Alright, that's it, I'm done.
declared he had another acting gig lined up, and if The Room wasn't finished by then, he would simply walk off the set, which is exactly what he did. The movie never acknowledges his absence, so his lines are simply given to someone else. This magnificent bastard right here.
I feel like I'm sitting on an atomic bomb waiting for it to go off.
Me too.
The filming dragged on, during which Tommy would apparently treat much of the cast and crew rather poorly, regularly admonishing them for their performances and forgetting to spring for things like water or cooling solutions during the sweltering LA summer. Most of the cast and crew had few other avenues for work at that time, and they needed Tommy to keep signing checks so they could just cover their rent. Staff retention on the room was probably lower than several major Hollywood pictures combined. Because while there were several walkouts, most on the crew just figured that the production would wrap soon enough, but unfortunately, that was not soon enough. While the HD 35mm camera unculus was bad enough in terms of a time sink, Tommy had several scenes shot twice, for no reason. Particular bits of the movie that took place on the roof were shot again months later in the alleyway set, despite them filming in a real alleyway earlier. Tommy had the crew construct this fake set for I don't know why, because it would have been so much cheaper and easier to just reuse the alley location from earlier. It's things like this that cause the production schedule to balloon out of control, both in terms of time, but especially in terms of money. How much exactly? Well, to the tune of about $6 million. Can you name another movie that cost that much? Well, I can. The Terminator! Greg Sestero recalled the last few weeks of filming being a particularly stressful and trying time between him and Tommy. Because while he knew Tommy as pleasant and generous in most situations, his personality degraded as the film wore on. To prep for the role, Tommy had lost a lot of weight and would regularly show up on shoot days hours behind schedule and under the influence of something. To get through most of these rougher days, he would down a combination of energy drinks and pills and would sometimes even break down into brief bouts of delirium. One of the most famous examples of this is when it took over 3 hours and 32 combined takes for the crew to shoot this mere 7 seconds of film.
It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Tommy kept messing up the lines, forgetting them altogether, or would do things out of order. Just everything that could have gone wrong did. All things must come to an end though, and mercifully, so did the filming of The Room. And while it did wrap its principal photography by the end of the summer, Tommy, Greg, and a small crew still had to shoot a lot of B-roll for establishing shots, since the movie took place in San Francisco. They would drive back up to the city where the duo first met and stayed for several more weeks, capturing these timeless scenes that have since been burned into many a brain. Greg recalled in his book, The Disaster Artist, that during this trip, they wound up recording way more B-roll than they would ever need, and felt that this was Tommy simply not wanting this to end, that he was dragging out the process even further. Why? Well, it could be that Tommy was aware that the room was going to be an unintelligible mess, that he had a fear of failure despite his outside bravado. Or he simply didn't want this movie-making magic carpet ride to ever end. The answer is probably all of the above. Once the B-roll was shot, Tommy and Greg barely spoke, as Greg wanted to put this whole ordeal behind him and to try to focus on his future as best he could. So Greg needed to play catch-up trying to get his career back on track, and had all but forgotten about The Room for months, during which it was being stitched together like Frankenstein's monster in a dark editing room somewhere. Eventually, Tommy finally reached out to Greg and said it was on. A theater was going to be showing The Room, and there would be a big red carpet premiere, citation needed. Tommy even took out an ad on a notable Hollywood billboard, which, due to everything about it convinced many onlookers that The Room was some type of horror film. And while it wasn't, this image at least gave many children a hearty and lasting nightmare. Estimations for the price of this ad has varied, but this apparently cost Tommy about $5,000 a month and remained standing for 5 years. So that's like $5K to 2 months or 5 years. Let's carry the two. Totaling a cool $300,000. As for its theatrical run, the single theater Tommy could get to show it only did so for about a week, in which it accrued a whopping $1,900. The theater also took the opportunity to erect a sign that said, "No refunds." In most circumstances, this is where this story should end. But in 2009, 6 years after its completion, Adult Swim played The Room all day on loop as part of their April Fool's festivities, and it's really here where Room awareness exploded. Comedians and other celebrities started endorsing it. People began holding viewing parties, and before you know it, Tommy's phone was ringing off the hook. His failed experiment had graduated to cult phenomenon. Leaning into where the winds were now blowing, Tommy also started to frame The Room as a dark comedy, despite his previous insistence that it was serious Oscar-winning material. This sudden walk back can best be described as...
Tommy was so, he was like, oh, it's a dark comedy. Bollocks.
Bollocks. M. Night. Bollocks.
With his newfound notoriety, Tommy then burned through a number of different projects with various levels of success, like the short-lived Hulu sitcom The Neighbors, and an even shorter-lived web show, as well as appearances in films like Samurai Cop 2, which is awful, do not watch it. However, with the success of 2017's The Disaster Artist, based on Greg's book, The Room reached even bigger levels of infamy and went on to theatrical tours across the globe, often selling out to tuxedo-clad football-tossing fans. With COVID hamstringing much of the movie industry, Tommy's next big project, Big Shark, which was teased in 2019, was then delayed to a nebulous 2021, so fingers crossed on that. While Greg Sestero did very well getting The Disaster Artist adapted to film, eagle-eyed viewers might have spotted him in a small role in the recent The Haunting of Bly Manor on Netflix. I know I did. There's still a few mysterious mysteries begging to be solved. Along with his pre-The Room fortune, many have speculated over Tommy's roots, and while he maintains he is from Louisiana, that's something that literally everyone still scoffs at. The documentary, Room Full of Spoons, puts forward the theory that he is actually from Poznan, Poland, but this has never been confirmed or denied by Tommy himself. However, one funny dead giveaway is... which is a specific Polish slang for mimicking a chicken. The Room was deathly close to being one of those thousands of obscure, independently made films destined for the dustbin of history, but through luck, fate, or whatever you want to call it, was able to capture the imaginations of fans the world over. This is, of course, despite all that it had going against it. Its conception, its filming, its marketing, just everything about it. I shouldn't even be discussing it right now, but I think Tommy said it best in a 2014 interview. Screening The Room Midnight eliminated crime in America. Look at how many young people, you've been young, I mean we still young, whatever, going to the street, you know, walking out on the street, nothing to do. Go see The Room, have fun. Let's assume you don't see The Room, you don't have The Room, you walk out on the street, grab the rock, and by accident you hit somebody, you know? Accident happened, get them arrested, go to jail, whatever. Instead you see The Room, so high probability crime, high probability, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I totally get what you're saying, Tom. I think everyone here does. If you know of any other fantabulous film failures, let me know in the comments below, over on my Twitter, or drive your flying vampire car over to the Flophouse VIP Patreon and become a big boss to nominate what you'd like to see next. See you next time, and thanks for watching.
Hi, doggy.
You're my favorite customer.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Alrighty, so it's time to talk about the Dark Universe. And for those of you out there that don't even know what that is, which I estimate is 95% of you, the Dark Universe was to be a connected series of movies that pulled from Universal's menagerie of monsters. Dracula, the Wolf and or Invisible Man, and most famously, the Mummy! No, not that mummy of all our younger halcyon days, but this one. Aww. Yeah. And while this 2017 Tom Cruise helmed summer tentpole that held up precisely 0 tents is obviously going to be our main subject for the day, it is just one of the aspects of this story. Because, mystifyingly, the Dark Universe was simultaneously one of the biggest but also smallest failures in recent Hollywood history, as not a whole lot of money was actually spent on this massive tapestry of interconnected monster mashing. But the sheer public humiliation of its collapse might have been worse. Nah, it probably actually wasn't worse. Anyway, grab your parachute and start screaming into the silence. Because it's time to delve deep into what happened with the Dark Universe.
What if I told you we were putting a team together? Who's we?
Hey, do you remember this moment? The one that kicked off the most successful ongoing movie saga of all time? Yeah, every studio in Hollywood remembers it, but none more vividly or bitterly than Universal Pictures. The reasons for this are twofold. One, they were actually on the ground floor of the MCU, financing the Hulk films. And two, they were technically the first studio who had attempted a grander cinematic universe some 70 years prior. Once they hit it big with Dracula in 1931, they then produced Frankenstein, the Wolfman, and then just started smashing action figures together in various crossover films. When the fascination with these gothic ghoulies started to wane a decade later, so did the concept of mixing and matching each property. Fast forwarding quite a bit to the mid-2000s, Marvel had signed on with Universal for them to produce Hulk and Hulk-related projects until the concept of the MCU started to kick off, but were eventually cut out of the deal altogether when the House of Mouse did what they do best, which is buying shit. So, while they went on to hitherto unheard of success, Universal would need to make do with what they had left, which, outside of making progressively worse Jurassic Park films and the Wild Speed franchise, wasn't all that much. So, to bolster their stable of franchises, they looked to the past to see what they already owned and could shoehorn into another universe. And lo and behold, they remembered they owned a bunch of weirdo monsters. Now, just to specify, they obviously did not own the concept of vampires, mummies, or werewolves, just certain names and characters. But since the studio had always been closely associated with said creatures, well, that was good enough. Now, Universal had already tried resurrecting a number of these characters with various reboots, like for the Wolfman or Dracula, which if you've seen, won't be surprised to know they fell far short of big comebacks. In fact, 2010's Wolfman, for a time, was going to be the start of this shared universe, but at the last minute, Universal wanted to wait it out to see how Marvel's gamble would pay off. So, Dracula Untold was then set to be the official jumping off point, but those plans were kiboshed when the critical reception to that film came back as a bit tepid, or tepeshed. I'm sorry. So, with those two failures behind them, and both of them being set in the past, Universal decided to adopt a more modern, contemporary style and just to rip off Marvel's approach wholesale. The then logical course of action was to lean on the name of their most successful series of monster flicks, the Academy Award-winning Mummy Trilogy, starring everyone's favorite himbo, Rick O'Connell.
Oh, I hate mummies.
But this new reboot of the reboot needed to be more sophisticated, more cutting edge, darker, and sexier. But that begs the question, how can you be sexier than this? Well, you can't. So they just hired Tom Cruise and Russell Crowe instead. Cruise was cast as a protagonist named, I don't know what was Tom Cruise. He was cast as Tom Cruise, while Russell Crowe stepped into the tailored suit of Jekyll, aka Mr. Hyde. He was also to be the head of Prodigium, a very, surprise, surprise, shield/monarch type of organization whose job it was to protect the world against the supernatural horrors that plague it. The one of most immediate concern was Amunet, a female mummy played by Sofia Boutella, the person put at the head of all this to draft up the general story. Not familiar with Kurtzman? Well, let me refresh your memory! Well, most of them. It was also unclear to mainstream moviegoers exactly what this new movie was. A remake, a reboot, a brand new thing? If anything, it harkened back to previous failed attempts to modernize these characters, like Dracula 2000, anyone?
God, I can't believe I just remembered that.
But this is where things get interesting. Kinda. Mere weeks before The Mummy 2017 shambled into theaters, Universal opened the Trojan horse, posting a mysterious photo on social media revealing a lineup of notable actors, including Cruise, Crowe, Boutella, but also Javier Bardem and Johnny Depp, with the hashtag Dark Universe displayed very prominently. Yeah, that's the photo. They totally look like they were all there and not clumsily photoshopped in, don't they? Anyway, this was their big coming out party for a glut of projects that they had stewing, with the Prodigium factoring into most, if not all of them. Javier Bardem was set to appear as Victor Frankenstein's monster, while Johnny Depp would be seen, or not, as the Invisible Man. And while many of you might be familiar with this photo, it only alluded to 2 other films, whereas there were still many, many, many more being tossed around. These included, but were not limited to, Renfield, Dark Army, The Invisible Woman, Monster Mash, Van Helsing, another Van Helsing, Creature from the Black Lagoon, The Wolfman starring Rock the Dwayne Johnson, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, The Phantom of the Opera, Invisible Man 2, you didn't make Invisible Man, another Dracula, which Luke Evans apparently campaigned to return to the role, and finally, a remake of The Scorpion King, and no, I'm not kidding.
Why?
Now, unlike Marvel, which launched the productions of Hulk, Iron Man, Thor, and Captain America simultaneously, Universal had done very little work on these future films, and at least had the foresight to wait for The Mummy's box office receipts before they fully committed. They still, however, obviously couldn't resist showing their hand a bit too early with that cast photo. No doubt, this was a move used to drum up more hype. That hype, of course, was softened somewhat by the infamous trailer that was uploaded to YouTube with an incomplete sound mix. While I can't say this actively hurt the film's chances, I can't imagine it helped much.
No!
What also didn't help was the finished film, a dull, generic action thriller with a few supernatural elements kinda mixed in. While it's not some outright Battlefield Earth-style disaster, oh god no, it also wasn't terribly exciting or memorable. This then of course translated into poor reviews, which then of course translated into poorer domestic box office results. Universal also shot themselves in the foot by unleashing The Mummy just 1 week after the original Wonder Woman, which wound up grossing close to $1 billion worldwide over a long tail, so Diana definitely lassoed some profits away from Mr. Cruise. Speaking of money, on a budget of $125 million, that's before marketing costs, The Mummy was only able to unearth $80 million in North America, which is not very good. But here's the thing, in the last decade, movies became a more global business, and worldwide worldwide, it actually wrapped up $407 million total, far from a failure. Unfortunately, Hollywood still tends to place a lot of importance on domestic hauls, and with that being so embarrassingly low, they decided to just cut the cord anyway. And in my estimation, they weren't exactly wrong to do it. Putting the hopes and or dreams of an entire cinematic universe on its wobbly shoulders was ill-advised, with its reviews being so lukewarm and its North American commercial performance being quite the pittance. Universal figured they'd only see diminishing returns from then on out if they push forward with the rest of the universe, especially since, in terms of theatrical familiarity, The Mummy had the most brand recognition. So, those are the cold hard facts, but we're not done, because shortly after the film's debut, Variety reported on claims that Tom Cruise had been given a massive amount of control during filming, often asking for rewrites, criticizing Alex Kurtzman on his directing, and generally shaping the film to his liking.
I'm not interested in that at all.
This was in contrast with the first drafts of the script, which allegedly focused more on the supernatural elements, but this has never been confirmed. Universal were quick to deny these allegations in a kind of nothing statement released that same week. Tom approaches every project with a level of commitment and dedication that is unmatched by most working in our business today. He has been a true partner and creative collaborator, and his goal with any project he works on is to provide audiences with a truly cinematic movie-going experience. Now, it should be noted that Cruise's other films from around that time, like Edge of Tomorrow or Jack Reacher, did not have these same allegations lobbied against them, so we'll need to file this under the he said, she said bullshit rule for now. Now, despite all that, the finished film just didn't inspire enough confidence to expand the scope of the universe, and just a few months later, that very November, Alex Kurtzman stepped down from his role in the writer's room and washed his hands of the whole thing. While his public statement was pretty vague, you can definitely tell that some type of interference hampered the film's production. The Mummy wasn't what I wanted it to be. I'm no longer involved in that and have no idea what's going on with it. I look back on it now, and what felt painful at the time ended up being an incredible blessing for me. I learned that I need to follow my own instincts, and when I can't fully do that, I don't think I can succeed. Those films are beautiful because the monsters are broken characters and we see ourselves in them. I hope those are the movies that they make. I want to see them. Now, in the few months between the movie's debut and Kurtzman stepping down, there had been some movement on getting some of the other projects off the ground, with Angelina Jolie having been approached to play the Bride of Frankenstein. But when Kurtzman stepped down, the whole thing went down with him. Since then, he has yet to return to motion pictures and has instead focused on producing the recent glut of Star Trek TV projects, which also have seen divisive reactions. Looking at things today, the official Dark Universe Twitter has only 2 posts, which are now both 4 years old, so it's pretty clear that the idea of an interconnected series of films is dead. But that doesn't mean Universal has given up entirely. 2020's The Invisible Man proved to be far more successful as a standalone project, ditching Johnny Depp, going with smaller actors in scope, and putting a more stalkerish spin on the source material. It wound up making $172 million on a mere budget of $7. And also, there's The Mummy Demastered, a pretty solid game by Way Forward, so it's not a total loss. Perhaps, though, the greatest tragedy of all of this is that the Dark Universe could have been very different, and while I can't say for sure it would have been better, actually I can. Back in 2007, Universal had offered Guillermo del Toro a chance to remake Frankenstein, one of his favorite all-time stories, and was going to give him carte blanche to do it his way. Abe Sapien himself, Doug Jones, was even in talks to don the neck bolts. However, negotiations went poorly, and Del Toro eventually walked away. While the exact reasoning isn't known, lots of theories suggest that if successful, Universal then wanted Del Toro to oversee or produce every other film that would follow, even if they didn't involve Frankenstein or his monster. He would become their own Kevin Feige. Del Toro most likely didn't want to be tied down to just one studio or not be able to pursue outside projects, so he declined the offer. But again, none of this has been confirmed. What Del Toro did offer when it was revealed that the Dark Universe had kind of sputtered and broke down was regret. I've said no to things that are enormous, and I've never looked back. The only time I repent I didn't do something was in 2007 when Universal, in an incredibly gentle and beautiful manner, said, "Do you want to take over the monster universe?" And they gave me the reins of several properties, and I didn't do it. That I repent. So this is a confessional moment. I repent. That's the only thing. Wow, that's super depressing. When you step back and look at everything that went wrong with this whole project, plan, universe, whatever you want to call it, well, it really starts to feel like it was jinxed or hexed or maybe even cursed.
What is it with you and curses? You ain't happy without a good curse. This is cursed. That is cursed. Give it a rest, will ya?
If you know of any other dusty, devastated developments in the video game or movie industry, let me know in the comments below, over on my Twitter, or shamble on over to the Flaphouse VIP Patreon and become a big boss and nominate what I'll be taking on in the future. Also, massive shoutouts to Morales for suggesting the Dark Universe. See you next time, and thanks for watching. Walloping web snappers! It's another amazing, spectacular, ultimate, superior episode of the mediocre Spider-Man. I mean, what happened? The show that lifts up the troubled stories of video games and movies with all the proportional strength of a purple-suited skeleton man. I'll never be as cool as SpiderMatt. Anyway, speaking of never being cool, Spider-Man 3! With arachnid-based radioactivity sweeping the world this week, it's as good as time as any to take a step back into the long-forgotten age of the mid-2000s, where the adventures of the cinematic superhero were gearing up with such blockbusters as Catwoman, Fantastic Four, and on top of them all, Sky High. Oh god, we have it so good nowadays. Back then, the crown jewel of the genre was of course director Sam Raimi's Spider-Man films, which adapted the exploits of noted turbo nerd Peter Parker and his superhero secret identity. Stan Lee and Steve Ditko's creation proved to be box office gold, and with the massive success of the first two movies, Raimi and Sony Pictures were swinging into high as they launched into pre-production on a third film almost immediately after the last. 3 years later, the film was set to debut in Cineplexes in May of 2007, where, Matt sense.
This is something else.
Brief recap. 2004's Spider-Man 2 went well, very well in fact, as it was the second biggest box office success of that year, right behind the turgid girth of the mighty Shrek 2. So everyone knew that a follow-up would have the potential to be even bigger, but both Raimi and Sony had different ideas on how to do that. If you've seen Spider-Man 1 or 2, you'll know that Raimi is a huge fan of the character's adventures throughout the 60s and early 70s, because by the 80s he was making up his own stories by drenching Bruce Campbell in green slime. When Raimi began thinking up potential stories for a third film, his first instinct was to introduce Sandman as the main villain, with Harry Osborn's storyline remaining more or less the side plot. So combining those two antagonistic forces with Mary Jane and Peter's relationship was going to be the main thrust of the film. This was the original story pitch for Spider-Man 3. However, man, I say that a lot, there was pressure from Sony Pictures to raise the stakes, as they wanted to see additional villains for Spidey to fight, because that type of shit sells more toys.
Put some dirt in your eye.
Raimi acquiesced to this, and felt he could find room to squeeze in the Vulture, another golden oldie, into the story he was already pondering. This phase of pre-production actually got far enough that Raimi was looking to cast Sir Ben Kingsley, best known for his role in the cinematic classic Blood Rain, as Adrian Toomes. Now, while this technically should have satiated the demand to raise the stakes, it wasn't exactly what Sony Pictures and especially infamous mega producer Avi Arad had in mind. Avi has had a long but limited career, with the bulk of it producing the early 2000s superhero schlock I made fun of earlier in this very script. Out of the dozens of films and their posters he has had his name slapped on, Spider-Man was probably the one he was most proud of, but ironically it was with his interjection that caused the series to end with a wet, shameful spider fart.
See you, chump. What the hell?
He took Raimi aside and explained that he should really consider dropping Vulture to include more characters that younger fans of the old webhead had grown up with. And Avi was concerned that Raimi was simply picking the villains he personally liked and wasn't taking into account the rest of the fanbase. Now, any guesses as to which villain Sony and Arad wanted? Was it A. Cardiac, B. Kane, C. Venom, or D. It was Venom. They wanted Venom. Now, while they were suggesting this as some sort of benevolent gesture to Spidey fans the world over, Sony had a secret back pocket plan that even Raimi was unbeknownst to. While initially a villain, Venom evolved throughout the 90s and became the Lethal Protector, an anti-hero that had no qualms killing the bad guys, whether they be security guards, other symbiotes, or schlubs wearing big dumb metal suits. Sony was acutely aware of Venom's popularity and wanted to spin him off into his own series of films all the way back then, and felt that by introducing him into what was going to be, at that time, the biggest, most expensive superhero movie ever was a surefire way to do it. Raimi resisted, explaining that Venom was a character from well after his time, and felt that Eddie Brock lacked humanity and wasn't really interested in bringing him onto the silver screen.
When are you gonna give a guy a break?
Now, I'm not sure what reading material Raimi was provided with or perused himself to get up to speed on the character, but if it was the really early 90s stuff, I can't really blame him for feeling that way. Venom was pretty one-dimensional at that time, he just looked super cool, but he was a loner that simply wanted to kill Spider-Man for a perceived slight, and whose personality was quite alien-like. Raimi did a fantastic job humanizing a mad scientist with metal tentacles fused to his spinal cord, but simply felt he couldn't do the same with Eddie Brock. Avi persisted, however, hammering home the fact that there were whole other generations of Spidey fans who had waited decades to see the character in a motion picture. And he reminded Sam that he had already gotten to include his other Golden Age favorites like Goblin, Science Squid, and was still getting a crack at Sandman. After enough pressure, Raimi eventually relented, as this became a sort of make or break part of the deal. If he didn't want to be replaced, he was going to have to inject some. This move, unfortunately, doomed the entire movie from a variety of standpoints, with the main one being Venom's complicated origins that couldn't just be explained away by going, "Here's Venom!" You can't have Peter running off into the Secret Wars or bring in Jonah's son again and do a moon landing thing, then you gotta do man. Well, I'm getting off track here. Point being, introducing the black suit was always going to dominate the script, at the expense of pretty much everything else. The scriptwriter for Spider-Man 3, Alvin Sargent, who also did Spider-Man 2, found himself overwhelmed with everything he had to shoehorn in there. The black suit, Goblin, Sandman, Peter, Mary Jane, Ursula and the cookies. There was just so much stuff that by the end, there wasn't a whole lot of room for Eddie/Venom, ironically enough.
If you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, let's not forget Gwen Stacy. She's in there. I don't know why. She doesn't really have anything to do with this story being told per se, as Mary Jane kind of stole the scene she was famous for. Now, apparently, in an earlier draft that Raimi was toying with, there was going to be an other girl that he wanted to include in more of a minor role. Sony producers then stepped in and had that character changed to be Gwen, which simultaneously beefed up her screen time because that would make the movie better somehow.
Of course!
The script was ballooning in size and complexity with every draft, so much so that Alvin Sargent, for a brief period, began to see whether or not he could separate the script into two, which of course would have led to a two-parter. This might have actually been the better option looking back, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he and even the producers tried, they couldn't find an appropriate point in the storytelling where the film could be split. So it would remain a single overstuffed experience. Once the arduous script writing process was done, the arduous filming of the movie then kicked off. It was a grueling 110 days of continuous shooting, with a release date that absolutely could not budge, May 4th, 2007. Trying to hammer out this script is where a lot of time was lost, as Sam, his brother Ivan, and Alvin Sargent spent almost 2 years trying to do so. In terms of on-set problems, Bryce Dallas Howard was unknowingly pregnant while having to shoot stomach-churning stunt sequences suspended from a harness to get in all of her action scenes. Sam Raimi himself was working incredibly long hours, having to sometimes dash between 7 different sets all on the same day to get everything on a shot list to keep on schedule. Thomas Hayden Church, who played Sandman, recalled they really should have cloned Sam back when the first Spider-Man was making 400-something million. They should have had 6 Sams direct this movie. The dentures that Eric Foreman had to wear were ill-fitting and caused him considerable pain whenever he filmed a scene post-symbiosis. Ah, right, Topher Grace. His version of Venom felt, how should I put this, slapped in there at the very last second, and guess what? He felt like a very one-dimensional villain. The dialogue and the way he played Eddie was also not what fans expected, almost as if the movie was being directed by someone who didn't really get Venom's appeal. Many fans didn't care for Grace's performance and felt he wasn't a good match for the character, especially physically.
Yeah, a little chunky.
Which was something that Grace himself agreed with when Raimi had casted him. My first reaction was, this is probably a really bad idea. People are religious about not straying too far from the page. Well, that's just what Raimi wanted to do, since he didn't find Venom's original guise and motivations all that interesting. With Eddie, they were going for more of a similar but different doppelganger-style take on the character, both mentally and physically, rather than the hulking beast seen in the comics. If that was the case though, then Raimi should have just used Spidey's actual doppelganger. I mean, no, wait, that's a terrible idea. What was I thinking? Despite all of this though, the cast and crew did complete the mammoth shoot on time, getting all the footage they needed, which was then passed off to the special effects and CGI teams. Say what you want about the script, the casting, the dialogue, you know, pretty much everything, but Spider-Man 3 knocked it out of the park with the Sandman effects. It's why Raimi chose to include the character in the first place. Visually, he was always going to be impressive. All of the special effects in the world, however, can't save clunky storytelling and underbaked characters. While it certainly retains much of Raimi's flair and sense of fun, it was bogged down with so much stuff that it just failed to be a truly satisfying finale. While lots of mediocre to terrible superhero fare was flying into cinemas around that time, the Spider-Man series was up to that point seen as the cream of the crop, but the very divisive reception to Spidey 3 proved that even the greatest heroes could fail, fall, die trying. But, and this is a very big but, the hype leading up to its release was some monolithic shit, making it the most financially successful entry in the trilogy, which was enough for Sony and Raimi to continue their somewhat strained relationship. Everyone on the inside knew it was an exhausting film to write, shoot, and promote, so many on the creative and business sides weren't 100% sure that the series would even continue. 3 blockbuster tentpole releases in 8 years in a row is a lot for just one director, so there were questions whether Raimi would return, or if the reins of the franchise would be handed off to somebody else or rebooted. Kristen Dunst certainly had an opinion on this back in 2007. It's disrespectful to the whole team, I think, to do that, and audiences aren't stupid. It'd be a big flop without me. It'd be a big flop without me, Toby, or Sam. That would be really not the smartest move, but they know that already. Sony co-chair Amy Pascal would never do that. Oof, slap that one up on poorly aged, if you please. Negotiations between Raimi and Sony began after a long, extended break, with the goal being to hash out a deal for Spider-Man 4, but it just as quickly fell apart. Raimi insisted on Vulture as the main villain this time, with John Malkovich now in the role, but Sony wanted the Lizard, and since neither side wanted to go through this song and dance again, they agreed to disagree. The deal never got off the ground, and these preliminary plans were very publicly cancelled, and since none of the principal actors wanted to return without Raimi's involvement, they didn't. Therefore, mere hours after the news hit that Spidey 4 was a no-go, Sony announced they already had a reboot script in the works by James Vanderbilt. Whoa, isn't that a funny coincidence? It's almost as if they had planned this all along. This reboot then of course became the Amazing Spider-Man film series, which suffered absolutely no problems at all and wasn't a huge clusterfuck in every single way. Now, you'd think after this point, Sony would have treated Spider-Man 3 as some shameful little secret that they would want to wash their hands of, since it was their meddling that ruined it, but never underestimate the greed of capitalism.
Oh, groovy, smashing, yay capitalism!
They put out an editor's cut of the film in 2017, its 10th anniversary, that makes a number of small additions and alternate takes, along with two major ones. Flint Marko has a scene where he tries to connect to his daughter by making a sandcastle, giving his character a bit more weight, as well as Harry's redemption coming from a completely different and more natural source. What this cut isn't, however, is some drastically improved vision of Spider-Man 3 that corrects its most egregious mistakes. A simple marketing stunt by Sony to squeeze more money out of Spider-Man fanboys, yes, I bought it. Now, unlike most directors, Sam Raimi has always been willing to discuss some of his more shaky projects, and despite his best intentions, he admits Spider-Man 3 is one of those projects. It's a movie that just didn't work very well. I tried to make it work, but I didn't really believe in all the characters, so that couldn't be hidden from people who love Spider-Man. If the director doesn't love something, it's wrong of them to make it when so many other people love it. I think raising the stakes after Spider-Man 2 was the thinking going into it, and I think that's what doomed us. I should have just stuck with the characters and the relationships and progressed them to the next step, and not tried to top the bar. Unfortunately, he also took the fan backlash from the movie particularly harshly, as it was enough to scare him away from tackling any other superheroes for more than a decade. I didn't know that I could face it again because it was so awful having been the director of Spider-Man 3. The internet was getting revved up and people disliked that movie, and they sure let me know about it, so it was difficult. But then I found out there was an opening for Doctor Strange 2. My agent called me and said, "They're looking for a director at Marvel for this movie and your name came up. Would you be interested?" And I thought, I wonder if I can still do it. They're really demanding those types of pictures. And I felt, well, that's reason enough. I didn't think I would ever be doing another superhero movie. It just happened. Truth be told, over the years, Spider-Man 3 has slowly accrued this so bad it's good style quality. The wild swings in tone, the 7 different storylines, the cheesy dialogue, the campy performances, and the bonkers special effects are all stacked and layered into this sugary shit cake that's not good for you, but you can't help but want to take a bite every so often.
So good.
Now, Sam Raimi loves Spider-Man and considers those films, the first 2 at least, a highlight of his career, so it's always a shame that due to creative differences and internal pressure that it ended so sourly. It just goes to show that even if you launch into a creative project with tons of hype, financial freedom, and experience backing you, that the greatest battle still lies within. If you know of any other mismanaged Marvel misfires, let me know in the comments below, over on my Twitter, or wall crawl up to the Flophouse VIP Patreon and become a big J. Jonah Jameson to nominate the game or movie you want me to cover in our next video. See you next time, and thanks for watching! Welcome back to another return-bound, revenge-fueled, and curse-filled episode of What Happened, the show that takes a stab at video games, and specifically this week, movies with blood-soaked development cycles. And since Halloween keeps on rolling, then you absolutely know what time it is. Time to look back at one of the most chewed up, spat out, and reviled sequels in horror film history. One that was so bad, it forced the franchise to be rebooted twice, 3 times technically. This is the tale of a production so baffling, I might need a helping hand from a certain someone to cover it all, but I've said too much already. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag too. Oh, right. So grab your butcher knife and slip on your smelly Shatner mask. It's time to find out what happened to Halloween, the Curse of Michael Myers. It's the late 80s, and Halloween sequels aren't doing so hot when compared to the groundbreaking original. While at the time, fans bemoaned Halloween 3's lack of boiler-suited psychopaths, Michael's return in the 4th film was met with mixed results. Results that were even further mixed in 1989's Revenge of Michael Myers, which fully cemented the disastrous Thorn Cult storyline. For those uninitiated, this was a new arc that explained Michael's origins with a vague but somehow still complicated narrative involving tattoos, a mysterious sect, and someone only known as the Man in Black. No, not that one. But it's with the 6th film, Curse of Michael Myers, which made its way into theaters 6 years later in 1995, where things truly went off the rails. Now, I know what you're thinking. Whoa, a 6-year gap? Well, I assure you, it wasn't for lack of trying. The whole pitching, writing, and production and post-production phase actually lasted that long. The script that got the most traction was Halloween 666, written by Daniel Farrens, a self-professed fanboy of the franchise who had impressed executives with his writing skills despite being a newcomer on the Hollywood scene. This was described as an intense and scary take that stuck closely with the series' tropes and was reportedly so good that it convinced franchise favorite Donald Pleasance to return to the role of Dr. Loomis. However, this version wound up being used as more of a prototype for the shooting script, which then morphed into the Curse of Michael Myers that we all hate today. Because you can't have a movie edition of what happened without numerous rewrites. I've actually rewritten the script for this very episode a couple of times myself. Funnily enough, the Curse moniker was something added much closer to the final release of the film, as for a good long while, the movie had the temp name of Halloween 666, The Origin of Michael Myers. You can even see a trailer for that version in the VHS release of The Crow. Oh my god, I'm already getting sidetracked. There's just so much here. Okay. One of the chief reasons the movie had such a rocky production and especially post-production period was because of Dimension, the movie company owned by the infamous Weinstein brothers.
The blackest eyes, the devil's eyes.
The last few films in the franchise were produced and distributed by no-name movie companies you couldn't possibly name, like
Magnum Productions and
Galaxy Releasing.
But Halloween 6 wound up being stuck in a bidding war between 2 major entities, Dimension and New Line Cinema. Genre film legend John Carpenter was on New Line's side and wanted back some creative control for the series he had originated.
Frankly, this thing sucks.
Unfortunately, Dimension made a bid for a dollar amount that New Line simply couldn't match, and thus the Weinsteins took control of the project. Now, while this should piss off an appropriate amount of you, you are not nearly as pissed off as you should be. If you recall our episode on Freddy vs. Jason, New Line Cinema, at the time, had the rights to both Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street, so if it weren't for Dimension, we could have seen all 3 iconic villains duke it out in a blood-splattered threesome. The producers, Mustafa Akkad and Paul Freeman, figured that Dimension's much bigger standing and resources would be the shot in the arm that the franchise needed. What they weren't prepared for was how much more mainstream the studio was and how little freedom they would be given. Once all the business stuff was finally locked down, Brian Farrens had only 3 months to produce a final shooting script that now had to adhere and connect to all the Thorn Cult bullshit. He contacted the dozens of screenwriters who had contributed to the last 2 films for guidance. What was the plan going forward? Who was the cult leader? How did Michael fit in? Every single one of them came back with some variation of, I don't know, Everyone just said, well, we'll figure it out in Halloween 6. So Ferrans tried the best with the time he had, but as they neared the beginning of production, he, along with the producers, started to clash with the Weinsteins over pretty much everything. The casting, the story, the tone, the gore, the food available at craft services, I guess, I don't know. But what was worse is that the Weinsteins had the ear of the young director that was chosen to helm the film, Joe Chappelle, whose career could have been made or broken by the domineering duo. One of the bigger things they argued over was the casting of Dr. Terrence Wynn, the new antagonist. Ferrans had written the role with the late Christopher Lee in mind, who, funnily enough, had been originally considered for Dr. Loomis in the very first film. Now, this would have been an inspired choice to bounce off of Donald Pleasance, but the Weinsteins didn't share this view. They didn't agree. They felt like this guy, the villain from Lethal Weapon, would be a better choice. I still disagree. The actual production of Halloween 6 was a rushed and tense affair, with many scenes being rewritten on set with a lot of pressure from the Weinsteins to do so. In the last few weeks, producer Paul Freeman, perhaps succumbing to some sort of madness, started to take over the whole show, cutting out scenes entirely, dismissing the crew early when there was still tons more that needed to be shot, and secretly directing other scenes in maybe an attempt to fix things? It's rather unclear, but whatever he was attempting, it didn't work, and resulted in a series of mistakes and scheduling errors that the Weinsteins used as evidence to wrest control of the movie from the original team. They demanded an extensive series of reshoots, wanting numerous changes, an entirely different third act, and more grungy MTV-style editing for the action/chase sequences. One problem though, after the initial shoot had finished, Donald Pleasance regrettably passed away, which obviously presented a problem. Now, typically when a key cast member is no longer with us, it's kind of a sign that maybe you shouldn't push forward with your reshoots, but that's exactly what they did. The final theatrical film, which most fans have seen, makes a number of changes and adds in multiple scenes, apparently at random, features headache-inducing editing and strobe effects, and of course ups the violence quota. Not even the inclusion of ageless meta-god Paul Rudd was able to salvage this film, no matter which cut you watch. In the film that was originally shot, known as the producer's cut, Mr. Brian Fantana uses ancient runes to trap Michael in the big climactic showdown.
I have a nickname for my penis. It's called the Octagon.
This was something Ferrans insisted that he had absolutely nothing to do with. In fact, he's wiped his hands clean from a lot of the weirder aspects of the producer's cut and assumes they were written or shot by Paul Freeman during his brief hallucinatory episode. And to top it all off, there's even more scenes and unused footage that weren't in either of the official cuts. That's just amazing. In general, the writer felt incredibly disheartened and frustrated seeing his name in the credits for a film he was not proud of, although he remains grateful he got to work on his favorite horror franchise. When the film debuted in theaters, it played second fiddle to Seven, which it should have, and wound up generating $15 million against a budget of $5, which, when you account for marketing, was barely a drop in the bucket. As of today, it has a hearty 9 out of 100 average on Rotten Tomatoes, with a New York Times reviewer saying, easily the most inept episode of the Halloween series. The Curse of Michael Myers, which opened yesterday, is so busy cramming in half-baked supernatural rigmarole into its formula that's forgotten how to be suspenseful. Yo, big ups dude for using the word rigmarole. And who could forget this quote from the Austin Chronicle? Far and away one of the most tedious, uninspired offerings thus far, and worst of all, the door is left open for yet another pointless sequel. Yes, then there was sequels, well kinda, and then there are even more pitches for this film that never got off the ground. It just makes my head swim. I don't... Oh, hey! James Roll from Cinemassacre.
Hey, what's up?
You look like you have something to say. Do you?
Yes, I certainly do. Do you need help with this next section? I mean, I am a big Halloween horror buff.
Yes, I do, please, actually, if you could, sir.
All right, so now that we've heard about the crap that wound up on the screen, what about the crap that didn't? Well, as it turns out, before filming Pulp Fiction, Quentin Tarantino was hanging out with Evil Dead 2 writer Scott Spiegel and started brainstorming some ideas. And boy, they were some ideas. So, to quote Tarantino, "That was weird. It was one of those things where Scotty was bringing me along, and I was the one who put 2 and 2 together and came up with at least the first couple of scenes. Anyway, using that whole idea with the man in black and having to figure out who he was, well, Scott was leaning towards something demonic, but I didn't go there. I also thought he, Man in Black, could have been a bounty hunter, a Lee Van Cleef character. I didn't write it down, but what I would have done was have it begin with 15 to 20 minutes just of the man and Michael having left the jail, what it takes to get him out of sight. He literally takes him to a diner, they sit down, shit happens at the diner, they have to escape, they go someplace else, shit goes down at a motel, they have to go someplace else, and I would have stayed with them as the Man in Black worked out with Michael whatever they were trying to do. The thing is, they had to take a road trip, so they're on the road, which is now possible because Michael knew how to drive all over the place. Try to act surprised, but this pitch never got much further than that. Scott Spiegel did wind up drafting his own version, which was going to be a gonzo bananas look inside the mind of Michael using virtual reality and CG animated effects to give it that crisp, timeless lawnmower man look that never goes out of style. Reportedly, Scott himself called the script crummy, and it was rejected by pretty much everyone who read it. Not only that, John Carpenter also threw his hat into the ring, willing to come back to the franchise, but only if Michael could extend his reign of terror onto an orbiting space station. Man, first you had Jason up in space, then the Leprechaun. If Michael would have made it up there, space would have been pretty damn crowded. As for a sequel, well, it was being talked about, if you can believe it. One idea was to bring Laurie Strode back in some fashion, which is probably what led to what actually happened, wiping the slate clean with Halloween H2O, before messing it up with Resurrection.
Hey Mikey! Happy fucking Halloween!
Which then forced them to bring Rob Zombie and his weird horse into it before the final flushing of everything, which is why we have the current trilogy that's going on today. And after this trilogy's over, what are they gonna do? I think they're gonna reboot the first Rob Zombie version, but ignoring the second one. Yeah. So they go back to the Rob Zombie timeline, and after that one flops, what they're gonna do is go back to the original timeline, and they're gonna make a sequel to Halloween 6, just called Halloween 7. Oh, and after that, guess what? It's gonna go full cinematic universe. You're gonna have the Rob Zombie Michael Myers mixed with the old Michael Myers. You're gonna have the old Laurie Strode meeting the young Laurie Strode. It's gonna be this crazy interdimensional fucking extravaganza. But anyway, if you're gonna watch The Curse of Michael Myers, I'd strongly suggest don't, and neither the producers nor the theatrical cut. They're both awful and fuck the series from every conceivable angle.
I think it's cool.
All told, the producer's cut has 43 minutes of alternative footage. You get more Donald Pleasance, which is cool, but has less Michael, especially during the third act. The producer's cut follows the storyline of the Thorn trilogy better, if you want that, while the theatrical ignores a good amount of it in lieu of more action and gore. Besides, it has a head explosion. I mean, that's a point right there for the theatrical version. Both of them have the worst endings in the whole history of the franchise, and they're both different. You can either have Paul Rudd, back when he was an awful actor, beating the shit out of Michael with a lead pipe, or laying a circle of stones that stops him in his tracks, and then this confusing twist where he passes the curse on to Loomis. I mean, what the fuck is that all about? Honestly, I'd rather have John Carpenter take Michael up to goddamn space over this embarrassing mess.
Yeah, right. Me too, right? Hey, did you know that the name Curse of Michael Myers was chosen by the producers because of the miserable time they all had making it?
Yeah, I knew that.
Oh. Anyway, thanks so much, James, for stopping by and lending your limitless Halloween expertise to this episode.
Oh, it's been all my pleasure, you Magnum Dong loser.
Ah, yes, very, very good. Anyway, I can't imagine many don't know where to find you, but where can they find you?
Well, I'm James, best known as the Angry Video Game Nerd. You can find me at cinemassacre.com or go to the YouTube channel.
Awesome, and if you out there know of any other games, movies, or whatever the hell that have had problematic productions, let me know in the comments below, over on my Twitter, or creepily stare at the Flophouse VIP Patreon to nominate what you'd want to see in the future. See you next time, and thanks for watching.
This is Halloween, pumpkins scream in the dead of night. This is Halloween, everybody make a scene.
Welcome back to another episode of What Happened. If you look down at the title below, you'll see Batman and Robin, and oh crap, wait, Rich No Parents Man movie has already been out in theaters for more than a week. I forgot to take advantage of the eldritch power of algorithmic synergy. So let's just do it now, who cares? And no, this isn't about the equally awful PlayStation game of the same name. God, there are so many Batman games I can still cover. I already did Dark Tomorrow, there's Batman Forever, Batman Beyond, and anyway, Batman's movie career has also had the occasional misstep, and really, there's none bigger than today's subject. So, what happened to Batman and Robin?
Alright everyone, chill.
It's 1995, and Warner Brothers' gamble to continue the Batman film franchise without Tim Burton is paying off big time. While choices like Jim Carrey as the main antagonist and a mid-series Bat actor swap were seen as risks, Batman Forever was unquestionably the success of that summer, blowing Batman Returns' box office haul out of the sky and making a decent amount of cash off the massive toy and merch rollout.
What goes on inside Batman's head?
Joel Schumacher, famous for past cinematic greats like St. Elmo's Fire and The Lost Boys, have been chosen to take up the mantle of director. He was genuinely passionate about the source material and immersed himself in all eras of the hero's history. After rapping on Forever, he and then writing partner Akiva Goldsman jumped immediately into filming A Time to Kill, which led straight into WB producers wanting the duo back on a Batman sequel. Right off the bat, things started getting very what happened-y. WB wanted to fast-track the project for a summer 1997 premiere, barely 2 years after Forever. Previously, WB had maintained a 3-year lead time between Batman films, but since Forever had recovered so well from the less successful Batman Returns, hey, it's Batmania! Let's just all cash in. Schumacher gathered up the same production crew that he had on Forever and started filming in September of '96. Goldsman, for his part, was nervous about how fast everything was moving, and we're just gonna put a pin to this thought for now because it's gonna batarang back around to relevance later on. While Batman Forever was no stranger to merchandising, I miss you so much, baby, there was still money being left on the table. Thus, toy companies were invited to give input early in the creative process so as to figure out how to get that money off the metaphorical table. Although Forever had intentionally been made to be lighter than its Tim Burton predecessors, a change that appeared to have paid off since it handily trounced Returns' financials, it still delved into Bruce's traumas, showed Dick Grayson's entire family getting murked live on stage, and even threw a little body horror in there as a treat. For Batman and Robin, logically, WB wanted something even more family-friendly. No pearls hitting the floor, no one getting hit with crowbars. Instead, Batman would be more cheery and crack jokes. In fact, everyone would be cracking jokes this time around.
Surf's up! Stay cool, bird boy.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
And you are?
Batgirl.
That's not awfully PC.
As for the cast, Mr. Freeze and Poison Ivy were plucked from the Rogues Gallery. And of course, because we had 2 villains last time, we gotta one-up that in some way, so they took one of Batman's most iconic 90s villains, Bane, and put him on goon duty under Poison Ivy. While Chris O'Donnell returned as Robin, Val Kilmer's Batman was out. Joel Schumacher and Iceman famously didn't see eye to eye with each other on set. In fact, in the Hollywood Reporter article, Batman and Robin at 20, Schumacher said, "Batman Forever. When we were on the world tour, it just really went to his head. I'm not going to get into that. He wanted to do Island of Dr. Moreau because Marlon Brando was going to be in it, so he dropped us at the 11th hour." You know, to be fair to Val, he was fucked no matter which of these projects he chose. George Clooney, however, was cheap and available, so they started molding his codpiece right away. For Poison Ivy, Schumacher offered the role to Uma Thurman, as he was a huge fan of hers, citing a Vanity Fair photoshoot and her role as Venus in the adventures of Baron Munchausen as motivators to cast her. Robert Swenson, fresh off a short stint at WCW, would be cast as a suitably large Bane. And finally, Alicia Silverstone of Clueless fame was cast as Batgirl, as Schumacher realized there weren't really female superheroes in the film space at this time, so this was an attempt to reach out to that audience.
Ew! Get off of me! Ugh, as if!
As for Mr. Freeze, Joel had said that he had always wanted a big chiseled dude for the part, and since he and Arnold had been looking for a project together, his talents were quickly purchased, but they wouldn't come cheap.
Getting the feeling of coming in the gym, I'm getting the feeling of coming at home, I'm getting the feeling of coming.
Even though his recent films had been seeing a bit of a frostier reception, he was still the biggest star of the show, commanding a cool $25 million salary despite spending only about a month on set. Wait, why didn't you just cast him as Bane instead?
I am Bane, and I could kill you! Instead, I will simply break you!
Most of the film was shot on WB's backlot in under 5 months, with a few major issues plaguing the production. Arnold apparently took over 4 hours to get costumed up, with almost 2 hours of that spent doing a frankly excellent job hiding his hair since he opted to not shave his head. His costume also included an array of blue LEDs in his mouth, which at some point started leaking battery acid after interacting with his saliva for long enough. The crew knew something was amiss when Arnold shouted, and I quote,
"What's in my mouth? It tastes like shit!"
After the device was upgraded to a more mouth-friendly one, it still maintained another crippling effect. The batteries would only last around 20 minutes and need constant replacing, putting Arnold out of commission pretty regularly. Makeup artist Jeff Dawn recalled, "Arnold is sitting there in this incredibly uncomfortable suit and it's costing us $5,000 a minute to wait." Compounding matters further was a clause in Arnold's contract, which was a strict 12-hour per day limit. If the makeup process took over 4 hours, they would need to make up for that time elsewhere. One of their solutions was to make multiple, less complex suits for stuntmen who could play Arnold in wide shots and other less direct angles since his on-set time was so limited, only using him for what was absolutely necessary. It also didn't help that all these suits cost a pretty penny.
Surprise.
Sloppy costume work was also hampering Chris O'Donnell, who found his new duds less comfortable and harder to act in than what he wore in forever. What's more is that his new mask was held in place by glue in such a way that sweat would pool up inside of it. Ugh, yuck, 90s sweat. Since this was her first movie with elaborate stunts, Alicia Silverstone had to train rigorously and even learn to ride a motorcycle for her role as Batgirl. Unfortunately, at the same time, she had been getting attacked by the media and privately mocked by staff members of the film. Cruel jabs from the media included things like calling her Fat Girl. On set, there were rumors that she was having trouble fitting into her tight costume, and she was ridiculed by members of the production for this, with storyboard artist Tim Burgard going so far as to illustrate a fake movie poster for Clueless 2, the casting of Batgirl. This included an unflattering cartoon that nearly got him in trouble because he didn't actually sign it, so it remained anonymous at the time. He claims that it was meant to look like the comic book character and not Alicia, and that it was a private joke, just the guys in the art department. To his credit, Joel Schumacher came to her defense by openly scolding the media's treatment of her and admonishing his crew. Speaking of Schumacher, he began to begrudge WB's push for the film to be more toyetic than Forever. Characters in the movie world will wind up having more gear, accessories, and suits than ever before, such as the extremely arbitrary black and silver costume change that the three heroes undergo towards the end of the film. They didn't serve any real function, but it did give them an opportunity to make new toys. Chris O'Donnell also felt that this shift hurt the final product. In Batman Forever, things felt much sharper and more focused, and it just felt like everything got a little softer on the second one. The first one felt like I was making a movie. The second one, I felt like I was making a toy commercial. Alright, I can't dance around it much longer. Much noise was made over the cod pieces and nipples of Batman Forever, and they came back with a bang in Batman and Robin.
I asked for a bigger package. Apparently Chris was tipping the costumer.
Schumacher didn't understand the big issue during production, saying they were modeled after the physique of ancient Greek or Roman statues, which were always very superhero-like. The nipples, that was the greatest. That was the absolute greatest. That those two rubber things the size of a pencil erasers would be a big effing deal. Even with this mess of private and public issues, WB execs were apparently blown away by what they were seeing. And I mean really blown away. Before they'd even seen a rough cut of the whole film, they offered Schumacher a deal for another sequel, as they were so sure this was going to result in another boffo box office. More on this later. When filming wrapped in January of '97, it was passed directly over to the visual effects team, with no possibility of reshoots or pickups, given the lack of time available before the preordained release date. Batman and Robin was positioned as the midsummer tentpole film once again, with toys, blankets, and promotions already starting to roll out. Taco Bell had a contest to win a life-size replica of the Batmobile, and there was not one, but two Batman and Robin themed roller coasters under construction. Delays were deemed unacceptable, and so on June 20th, Batman and Robin powed and oofed into theaters. It quickly became the laughingstock of audiences and critics alike. Too jokey, too hokey, and lacking the qualities that made the earlier films resonate with fans. Forever had at least been a novel fusion of Burton and Schumacher's sensibilities, but Batman and Robin was something else altogether. Poor reviews and bad word of mouth were tough enough to deal with, but on top of that, it also faced some serious competition just a week later, with the back-to-back combo of Disney's Hercules and the best reviewed movie of the year, don't let any other facts tell you otherwise, John Woo's Face Off. No, wait, hang on, you think that's a joke that I'm bringing up Face Off? Face Off actually did beat Batman and Robin at the box office with only half of the production budget that it had. Let that sink in. But its first weekend box office take wasn't a complete disaster, with The Bat and Bird pulling in almost $43 million. Not bad in its own right, but it was still $10 million less than Forever's first weekend haul from just 2 years ago.
You got a real gratitude problem, you know that, Bruce?
Eventually, Batman and Robin would also wind up raking in less overall with its final worldwide tally, topping out at just over $238 million compared to Forever's stunning $336. If that wasn't enough, Batman and Robin also commanded a budget that was 60% larger than Forever's, at a whopping $160 million. Warner Brothers chose to immediately pump the brakes on this runaway Batmobile, scrapping plans for the fifth film in this saga. Yeah, I didn't stutter. Now it's time to briefly dip our toes into the sequel that never was. Akiva Goldsman had chosen not to continue his work on the series, so Schumacher had turned to one Mark Protasiewicz to draft the follow-up, Batman Unchained. It would have focused on Scarecrow, as well as Harley Quinn, rewritten to be the Joker's daughter, and have even featured the return of Jack Nicholson in that role. How do you ask? Through fear gas-induced hallucinations bouncing around inside of Bruce's brain. I am genuinely sad we never got this, because it sounds so goddamn bonkers. What's even more bonkers though is that WB also had plans to fast track this one in the same way as Batman and Robin, as it was set to release only 2 years later in the summer of 1999. There had even been initial plans to sequel bait into this thing with a cameo at the end of Batman and Robin. Apparently Schumacher had approached Nicolas fucking Cage to film a quick scene as Jonathan Crane, aka Scarecrow, but that obviously and tragically fell through. After all was said and done, combination rapper/actor Coolio ended up at the top of the shortlist to play Scarecrow, which certainly would have been something. In the subsequent year since its release, Schumacher had earnestly owned up to the film's problems. In a behind-the-scenes documentary, he expressed the merchandising and licensing became a very, very important part of making the film. But I also have to say, I was an adult. I was awake and I went along with it, so I'm not pointing a finger at anyone else and saying, they made me do this, right? I was there. If there's anybody watching this that, let's say, loved Batman Forever and went into Batman and Robin with great anticipation, if I've disappointed them in any way, I really want to apologize, because it wasn't my intention. My intention was to just entertain them. In 2017, he would reaffirm these sentiments, adding, Akiva was very leery about Batman and Robin. We had a couple of very serious discussions about it, and he was right about it in the long run. The film did not end his career, although he would never make another blockbuster on the same level as Batman, but he would go on to direct features like 8mm, Tigerland, Phone Booth, and The Number 23 before passing in 2020. A lot of lessons were obviously learned on Batman and Robin, evidently even on the WB side, because since its debut, each subsequent interpretation of The Dark Knight seems to double down on outgritting whatever came before.
Riddle me this, Buttman. If quizzes are quizzical, then what are tests?
Now, some fans still feel that a fun, lighthearted take on the character has its own charm and place in the cinematic world.
Never leave the cave without him.
But those people are wrong. If you know of any other bat-tastic blunders, let me know in the comments below, over on my Twitter, or break through the skylight of the Flophouse VIP Patreon, become a big boss, and nominate what you want to see in the future. See you next time, and thanks for watching! Welcome to another door-smashing, car-crashing, and arm-slashing episode of What Happened, the show that'll single-handedly take down the most evil drug gang in all of Los Angeles with semi-thorough investigative reporting. Or maybe not. 1991's Samurai Cop is known in most trash movie circles as a pinnacle of the genre, often whispered in the same breath as greats like The Room, Troll 2, and the entire filmography of Neil Breen.
How could you have committed suicide?
But it wasn't always so. Its journey to the hallowed halls of legendarily bad cinema was not straightforward at all, and in fact took 22 years of almost complete obscurity to get there. So sharpen your katanas and find a comfy spot under your mounted lion head, because it's time to find out what happened to Samurai Cop.
It means Japanese sword.
This celluloid tour de force was written, directed, co-produced, and even co-edited by Amir Shervan, who was born in Iran in 1929. He grew up fascinated by the silver screen, which eventually led him to pursue a career in the arts. He would travel to California to study theater and film at Pasadena City College, before returning to Iran, where he got busy consistently and thoroughly.
So he's proactive, huh?
Initially, he performed in plays and small parts for movies before transitioning fully into behind-the-camera roles, usually multiple per film on almost 30 productions throughout the 60s and 70s. Tragically, his career would come to a screeching halt in 1979 during the Iranian Revolution, where anti-American sentiment had taken hold of the country. This directly impacted media and the arts, with scores of productions being censored or banned altogether by the state. Knowing his style of filmmaking was becoming untenable in his home country, he returned to the US in 1980, unfortunately leaving his final 2 Iranian films unfinished. After relocating to California, he established his own production company, Hollywood Royal Productions. Damn, look at that classy logo. By the time he had his operation up and running, there was one specific genre of movie that was clearly dominating cineplexes across the country, and that was the action film. Everyone was piggybacking off the success of stars like Sly, Arnie, and to a lesser extent, Van Damme. Amir was evidently into them just as much as anyone else, and would put out 5 action films between 1987 and 1991. That would be no small feat for even the most seasoned of directors. So how did he do it? Well, through a variety of techniques, but mostly by being cheap as shit. According to a fairly legitimate-looking Reddit post claiming to be an excerpt from a foreign book on Iranian film directors, link in description if you want to analyze it, Amir was quite successful and consistent with his work in his home country. He never managed to craft a masterpiece, but he did make the studios money, and in turn got to work with some pretty sizable budgets. He didn't have any of this in Hollywood, where getting even a single film made and turning a profit on it would be a 1 in a million shot, so Amir had to get creative in spending the least amount of money possible. The penny pinching began immediately with 1987's Hollywood Cop, followed by Young Rebels, Gypsy, Killing American Style, and finally our beloved Samurai Cop.
I know the real samurai is here.
It would tell the story, or more accurately, a series of loosely connected scenes, of Joe Marshall, a San Diego police officer who was trained, probably wrongly, by the masters in Japan. While buddy cop action flicks like Lethal Weapon or Tango and Cash were obvious inspirations for pretty much all of Amir's late 80s output,
Yes! Yes! I love John Conan the Barbarian!
the rising popularity of martial arts movies in North America was even more apparent, led by such masterpieces as American Ninja 1-3 and more Chuck Norris films than I care to even list. These were all pretty obvious inspirations for Joe Marshall. In terms of budget, well, no one but Siobhan really knows for sure, but safe to say it was incredibly low. I mean, look at it.
Hey man, watch it! Watch it! Oh man!
His plan was to start filming in June of 1990, but there was one tiny problem. He was still missing his star. A lot of the following information comes from the fascinating sit-down interview between the Samurai Cop himself, Matt Hannon, and the weirdos down at Red Letter Media, so big ups to them for uncovering the secrets of the Bushido. Hannon, a former bodyguard of Sylvester Stallone, had gotten shredded as shit in order to increase his chances of nabbing a part in anything he could, which, as it turns out, he was quite unsuccessful in doing. A friend told him to look up Amir on the off chance he might have a part needing to be filled, and Hannon, desperate for footage to add to his small reel, walked into the offices of Hollywood Royal Productions with low expectations. Call it fate, destiny, whatever you want, but Amir immediately took one look at Hannon and offered him the role of Joe Marshall on the spot, without the actor ever even auditioning. Hannon was blindsided, but accepted, despite not even knowing what movie he just landed the starring role for. Amir then told him they were going to be shooting the very next week and handed him a script. Once Hannon started reading, he had what can charitably be described as reservations. English was not Amir's first language, so the script came off as more than a little stilted and a whole lot of bizarre.
What's going on, Steve?
Not much, sir. There's a nurse in there giving him an injection. He's burned pretty bad.
Hannon then inquired if he could tweak his own dialogue, which Amir enthusiastically agreed to. When shooting began the very next week, Hannon wanted to discuss the rewrites for his character, but Amir had evidently changed his mind. No changes would be made. Read the lines as written, and I have no idea what you're talking about. In the interview with Red Letter, Hannon only recalled 2 instances of lines getting ad-libbed on the spot. His own anecdote about killing a chicken for a candlelit lunch, and this milestone moment right here.
Why did you come under?
I'm an undercover cop.
I just needed to give that one-liner some room to breathe. The following 8 minutes will now break down all the problems Samurai Cop faced, financially, conceptually, and just the whole thing, really. The first and probably most important facet of the film's production was the fact that almost every shot was completed in a single take. As long as nothing disastrous happened, Amir was fine with the first go and would then quickly move on. This is part of the reason why the film is littered with continuity errors, flubbed lines, and even blooper-level instances of wigs falling off the actors, which we'll get to in a bit. Certain scenes also have incredibly different color tones and quality, which is because whenever they did run out of film, Amir used whatever other film stock he could, instead of, buying more of the same stuff. Related to that, if you've ever seen Samurai Cop or any of Shervan's macho action disasters, you might have noticed there's not a single scene that ever happens at night. This is because if you only ever shoot in the daytime, you don't have to buy expensive lighting rigs or different camera equipment. That's some next level outside the box shit. Another old trick he employed to make every dollar count was to only film on locations he or his friends or friends of friends personally owned. Whenever you see an interior, it's usually the home of someone related to the production or the offices of Hollywood Royal itself, which is a move that again must have come from some book called Advanced Movie Making. Look, down here, here's James Cameron and Steven Spielberg stuck there at level 1, and here is Shervan. Of course, this meant several locations didn't really make any sense given the context of the scene, like, why is Joe in an editing room? It doesn't matter, it's a location we own, so action! Moving on, instead of hiring someone to be the head of the costume department, they simply didn't by not having a costume department at all. All the actors wore their own clothes. A similar practice was also instituted when it came to vehicles. Almost every car you see, including this blue van that's speculated to be Amir's Hollywood Royal Productions van, was owned by someone on the staff. Fight scenes are typically some of the longest, most arduous parts of the filming process. Coordinating the actors and making the whole thing look like a seamless action set piece while keeping everyone safe takes a lot of time and effort, which meant the opposite approach was used in filming Samurai Cop. Gerald Okamura, a martial arts staple in the 80s and 90s, was able to choreograph some of the film's fights, but when he wasn't on set, it was all up to the actors to choreograph their own scenes. According to Hannon, Amir would let them take up to 20 minutes to rehearse a fight scene right before shooting it, which explains, how bad they all were. The climactic katana battle between Samurai Cop and Maniac Cop was even filmed with the actors doing slow, deliberate movements and then sped up in the edit. Thankfully, you can hardly tell. But the ultimate example of Shervan's fast and loose filming style was the fact he did not have a proper shooting schedule set in place. Let me explain. A schedule lets everyone on the production know which scene needs to be shot on what day and where. Simple, right? Instead of that, Shervan would just tell the actors to show up at a new location the night before, so they really had no idea what was in store for them. So when Matt Hannon and Frank's actor, Mark Frazier, showed up one day at a dusty patch of nothing, Shervan told them they'd both be responsible for putting out the flames on a stunt actor with no fire marshal or safety experts on set. Now, going by the book to organize such a stunt normally costs money and time, so of course, that wasn't a thing that was gonna happen. Neither of the two actors had any training for something like this, but thankfully, there were no injuries. Just a stuntman captured on film forever, looking around frantically, hoping he would not die making a movie called Samurai Cop. Shervan's plan was to complete the initial shoot within 3 weeks, and you'd think, with all the time-saving measures, that'd be a piece of cake. But wouldn't you know, it wasn't. Filming languished for almost 3 months, which was due to Shervan regularly needing to halt production to find more money and or develop what was already filmed to get an idea of what he needed to shoot next. So after a bumbling, sweaty, and awkward summer, Samurai Cop wrapped at the end of August, and it's here where Shervan would finally finish the film. Or would he? It was now January of '91, and Siobhan realized that Samurai Cop was still missing a lot of connective tissue, like close-ups, establishing shots, and several small scenes. Now, that's pretty common on a lot of pictures, both big and small. However, Siobhan also realized that a massive amount of previously shot footage was unusable. Matt Hannon didn't seem to know why that was, so your guess is as good as mine. Siobhan then contacted Hannon and asked him to swing by his office, where Matt assumed he'd be able to receive a final cut of the movie, which, while he dreaded the idea of actually watching, really needed that footage for his reel. Unlike their first meeting, though, when Matt walked through the door, Amir was not pleased. The actor had cut his hair short between December and January on a recommendation from his agent, which then caused Amir to exclaim,
"You fucked up my film, where's your hair?" I go, "What are you talking about? We're done." "No, I have more to do."
Hannon fired back and said that he had been assured by Amir himself that filming was complete, but the director was having none of it. He grabbed his now short-haired Samurai Cop and personally drove him around Los Angeles to find a replacement wig, but could only procure what was clearly a mismatched feathery number. Hannon was worried about how it would look, no shit, but Amir told him it would only be used in long shots and at flattering angles, which was almost immediately revealed to not be the case. When Hannon showed up later that week, wig in hand, Amir explained that they would actually need to reshoot half the film.
Really?
Really?
And not only that, the new scenes would be interspersed throughout the running time, mixed in with what was deemed usable from the previous material, so that's why the wig just comes and goes as it pleases. During all these reshoots, Hannon grew so frustrated that he purposely started messing up takes and giving poorer and poorer performances, with the hope that Amir would ask for a retake, but he never did, no matter how bad the initial attempt was. That's pretty naive on the part of Hannon.
Shame on me.
One of the most obvious signs of the new and old footage being mixed together is the fight between Joe and Okamura. Not only does the wig do whatever it wants, the background of the fight changes between shots. Siobhan either couldn't get permission to refilm at the same locations, or just didn't care about continuity. Possibly both? Siobhan had also shot a huge portion of the movie in silence, with the intention to ADR the dialogue later, but since he had told the cast that filming was complete, many actors were no longer available. All he had was Hannon and Fraser, but rather than wait for the other actors to become available or pay for sound-alikes, Siobhan simply dubbed his own voice in for all these minor characters.
Well, just a little business with him.
Hannon said Siobhan never really got the hang of using the ADR machine himself, which is why the majority of his line readings sound so robotic.
Hey, wait a minute. I want to talk to you. Hey, wait a minute. Stop. Hey, wait a minute.
With the film finally edited, Amir then shopped it around to any distributor he could, whenever he could, but shockingly, there was almost zero interest, except for a Polish distributor who optioned the film for a VHS-only release. Lamentably, not being able to procure a wide release for Samurai Cop was certainly a huge financial blow, and it's possible that this, atop of the failures of his past 4 American films, is what caused Amir to quit directing entirely, with the same being said of many others close to the production. Matt Hannon would quit film acting altogether, and Mark Fraser would move back to New York to concentrate on theater. But you just can't keep a good Samurai Cop down. In the early 2000s, a 35mm print of Samurai Cop was discovered in a Los Angeles storage unit, most likely owned and forgotten by Amir, which led to the first DVD release by Media Blasters. Oh man, that's a company that sure existed. In 2004. However, this wasn't the right time for Joe to fully unsheath his sword, as this DVD unfortunately came and went with little fanfare. Then, in 2007, a short clip of the infamous horny nurse scene was uploaded to YouTube and became the fulcrum point for all things Samurai Cop. It slowly accrued views, with many incredulous that an actual finished film contains such dialogue as this.
Have you been circumcised?
Yeah, I have. Why?
Well, your doctor must have cut a big portion of it off.
No, he was a good doctor.
More sites and video sharing services started peeling back the many layers of Samurai Cop's ineptitude over the years until it caught the eye of genre film label Cinema Epoch, who then released a new transfer onto DVD in 2013 to hopefully capitalize on the film's burgeoning notoriety. A small theatrical run via film festivals pushed things even further until Cinema Epoch's Greg Hatanaka started making plans for a modern sequel, Samurai Cop 2, which would take place 25 years after the original. It would star Frank Washington, still played by Mark Fraser, and would see him team up with Joe Marshall's daughter, because Matt Hannon had reportedly died. But in a story truly worthy of what happened, Matt resurfaced with an online video made at the request of his daughter. The production team at Cinema Epoch had not been able to locate him initially because he had changed his name and decided to raise a family. With him now back in the shit, the script for Samurai Cop 2 was rewritten with him in mind. This unexpected resurrection, coupled with the hype for a sequel, was further fanned by online entertainers like Red Letter Media, RiffTrax, and on top of them all, OSW Reviews, who exposed the original film to millions more. Samurai Cop 2 Deadly Vengeance, which actually has Tommy Wiseau in it, I still can't believe that, was released in October of 2015. And while the jury is very much still out on whether this was a worthy sequel or not, it wasn't, the 1991 disaster piece is still lauded by many as a pillar of American action film buffoonery. Tragically though, Amir Shervan would pass away in November 2006 due to complications after suffering a stroke, 6 years before Samurai Cop would get rediscovered. While the acclaim it receives nowadays may not be what he was originally aiming for, it is sad that Shervan couldn't live to see his final film get a new lease on life, and to see it be embraced by a new generation who cherish every awkward expression, random location switch, and every low-energy, poorly choreographed fight scene. And of course, that goddamn majestic lion head. Amir Shervan crossed oceans to learn and hone his craft, and completed over 30 feature films throughout his life. While he never managed to make that masterpiece every artist aspires to, he did finish with a bang, an incredibly earnest, entertaining film that will surely be remembered for decades to come. The legend of the Samurai Cop lives on.
God, man, look what they done to my car. Captain Roman's gonna burn my ass.
Yeah, he's gonna burn it. Charcoal black.
It is black.
Right on.
If you know of any other movies or video games with a story behind their creation, let me know in the comments, over on my Twitter, or slash into the Flophouse VIP Patreon and become a big boss and nominate what's coming up. Until then, keep it warm and ready, and thanks for watching. Welcome back to another whimsically woeful episode of What Happened, the investigative pop culture media show that can't/won't ever stop. Speaking of which, there was another thing that for a long time also refused to stop: the development of arguably the most lavish and infamous animated movie of all time. This is a film that has gone by 3 different titles, forced out the door with multiple cuts, both official and unofficial, and was at one point a box office disaster. And while those are certainly good enough reasons for me to cover it, it's the 30-year-long, I didn't stutter, development period that is of special interest to me. So put on your most billowy pants and sharpen your pencils. It's time to find out what happened to the thief and the cobbler.
I'm taking my balls and leaving.
It all starts with Richard Williams, a Canadian-born animator who had his mind blown at the tender age of 5 when he saw Walt Disney's seminal 1937 classic, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Its fluid animation and beautiful backgrounds made an impression, but that early enthusiasm for animation was shoved aside when he laid his eyes on the works of Rembrandt when he was a stroppy teen.
Out of the way, you!
In the 1992 documentary about Williams, The Thief Who Never Gave Up, he reminisced, I suddenly understood what all this art stuff was all about. So for the next several years, he focused his energies towards painting and music. He then settled in England, where he would grow a bit tired with painting, stating, and I'm just quoting him here, "I couldn't stand the idea of doing paintings for rich industrialists' wives, and that whole art world was just repulsive as a way of life." He somewhat begrudgingly began working on animated TV ads for a company called TV Cartoons Limited. During his tenure, he worked on his animated short film called The Little Island, which he completed in 1958. While it didn't achieve massive commercial success, it is credited for kickstarting his career, winning him a BAFTA award for Best Animated Feature. By the early 1960s, Williams found even more success with another animated short, Love Me, Love Me, Love Me, aka Love Me ×3 Wild Speed, which helped him finally establish his own animation studio, simply named Richard Williams Animation Limited. They provided high-quality animated effects for over 250 commercials, as well as a number of motion pictures like A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Forum, an animated version of A Christmas Carol, and finally, the musical intro for Casino Royale. No, not that one, the bollocks 1967 Casino Royale. While Williams hated making the commercials, I can't imagine they were tremendously creatively fulfilling, he still accepted the work as it paid well, which ultimately meant they would be able to self-fund a much more grand project, one that would literally become his life's work, for better and for worse. The origins of Thief and the Cobbler date back to 1965, when an author by the name of Idris Shah commissioned now 32-year-old Williams to illustrate a series of books based on the adventures of Turkish folk hero Nasreddin, which led Williams to pitch a feature-length Nasreddin animated film. After working on it for 6 years and apparently animating an insane 3 hours of footage, the whole thing fell apart for a variety of reasons. Shah's family started fighting about the book's legal ownership. Williams was displeased with the steep 50% profit split that Shah had demanded, under which the remaining 50% was to be split between Williams and Paramount Pictures, who were set to distribute the film. And lastly, the project's producer, Omar Shah, had apparently been found to have been embezzling funds allocated to the project. Not the best start, but hey, still like 24 years to go or something. To help fill out the original film's runtime, Williams had needed to create several original characters who did not appear in the books to help flesh things out, and ultimately was allowed to retain the rights to use those Nasreddin OCs if he so wished. Despite the deal ending sourly, Williams was still taken with Eastern folklore and decided to use those same creative juices to make the epic he always wanted, looking to works such as 1001 Nights for inspiration. This would become the impetus for The Thief and the Cobbler, whose story follows a humble, mostly mute shoemaker who saves the city from impending invasion. Oh, and there's also a thief, a princess, a manipulated sultan, and an evil vizier to round things out. Williams wanted this to be the most lavish, lovingly animated film of all time, and even regarded it as his masterpiece. To achieve these lofty goals, he hired several of his own animation heroes to help him bring it to life. This included Art Babbitt, who had worked on numerous Disney pictures, including Snow White and Fantasia, but had earned the ire of Walt Disney himself because, try to be shocked, he was trying to help form a union.
Which was the style at the time.
The rest of the team were composed of veterans who had animated well-known characters like Betty Boop, Roadrunner, and Woody Woodpecker. Animation in the 60s and 70s broadly saw a regression in quality as it was being made faster and cheaper, but since Williams and his team came from the old school, they opted to have Thief be made targeting a lavish 24 hand animated frames per second, which of course meant the process was going to be laboriously slow and expensive. Williams had to woo multiple investors to keep the project going, including a wealthy Saudi prince who was at one point incredibly interested in the project, but got cold feet after a huge amount of budget and time were spent on a single, admittedly gorgeous scene, which further pushed the project's potential release date back even further. as the 70s gave way to the 80s, progress on Thief and the Cobbler continued at a much slower pace since money and investors had dried up. Williams would eventually get a break, which, while not the direct shot in the arm the troubled production needed, would indirectly help it later on. Williams' reputation within the medium had caught the eye of Steven Boomblock Spielberg and Robert "I directed Beowulf" Zemeckis. They were prepping for an innovative film that would combine traditional animation with live action, a little film by the name of Cool World. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? They wanted someone with a ton of experience to direct the animated portions, and Williams fit the bill perfectly. However, due to his decades working on commercials, Williams was a little bit hesitant when presented with the idea, apparently saying, "I just hate animation and live action together. It just doesn't work. It's ugly." The challenge, of course, was to make it not ugly, and it's a challenge Williams overcame with aplomb. When Roger hit the screen in 1988, critics and moviegoers were dumbstruck and awed to see both mediums blended together so effortlessly. Not only was it a box office success, it netted Williams several prestigious accolades, including the McMuscles Appreciation Award for designing Jessica Rabbit. The Academy Award for Special Achievement in Animation. Although it is true that Jessica's over-the-top curves and sparkly dress were in fact designed by him.
I'm not bad. I'm just drawn that way.
Spielberg/Disney promised that in exchange for all his hard work on Roger, they'd help co-finance and distribute Thief and the Cobbler, a promise that, of course, was never kept. Why, you ask? Well, with the success of Roger Rabbit, Disney went full steam ahead with a regular return to animated features. Little Mermaid in '89, DuckTales in 1990, and Beauty and the Beast in '91. Spielberg, in a rather cheeky move, opened up a rival animation studio in London, no less, by the name of Amblimation, which if you haven't heard of, I'm not surprised. They produced only 3 films: An American Tail, Fievel Goes West, Balto, and last, but certainly least, we're back! A Dinosaur's Story.
You want a hot dog? Or do you want a hot dog?
Despite the Spielberg/Disney heel turn, doors very much stayed open for Williams following Roger's success. Executives at Warner Brothers were so impressed with what he had achieved on the picture, they offered a formal deal to finance and distribute Thief, so the show was back on the road. Unfortunately, a little time was needed to get things back up and running, as Williams had to scour art schools to find new talent. Why? Well, by the late 80s and early 90s, a good portion of Williams' original animation team were either retired or in some cases, literally dead. So it took a while before things would start running smoothly again, but this was exacerbated by Williams' desire to get even bigger and more complex. He had learned a lot working on Roger Rabbit and wanted to incorporate a more 3D look to the visuals for certain scenes, including complex shots where the camera would move, something usually avoided in traditionally animated work, which only increased the amount of time it would take. Williams was also apparently difficult to please during this time, in contrast to past projects like commercials and such, where he accepted less than flawless work to accommodate for the strict deadlines. Thief and the Cobbler, however, demanded nothing less than perfection. Artists would often have to redo many hours of work on elaborate shots or extend sequences that he felt were too good to end early. All, of course, at the wild 24 frames per second that he wanted. After 2 years, Warner Bros. Began to harbor reservations about Thief, as it was clear its progress was remaining glacial. Perhaps realizing that this was a possibility beforehand, WB had put a clause in their distribution deal. If the film was not finished by a final agreed-upon date, it would be handed over to a company called Completion Bond Company to finish the work without Williams' involvement to deliver a finished film.
What is your name?
Tag.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Old Richard, who is now 57 years old, was under tremendous pressure to finish Thief before that would happen, but even so would not settle, as said before, for anything less than perfection. This attitude unfortunately resulted in some harsh behavior. As John Leatherbarrow, a camera operator, explained, he fired hundreds of people. There's a list as long as your arm of people fired by Dick. It was a regular event. There was one guy who got fired on the doorstep. This same demanding nature was something he held himself to as well, as stated by Roger Vizard. He was the first person in the morning and the last one out at night. By 1991, Thief and the Cobbler wasn't done, with about 10 to 15 minutes of critical material still unanimated. Under most circumstances, such a sequence could potentially just be rushed out, but with how Williams worked, it was likely to take an additional 6 months at best, if not far more. WB's patience was at an all-time low, and we're also concerned about Disney's upcoming feature film Aladdin, which was scheduled for 1992, and of course shared a lot of similarities, namely a thief, a princess, a manipulated sultan, and an evil vizier. Thus, Completion Bond Company got involved and sent over a producer named Fred Calvert to analyze the production, which eventually resulted in a less than ideal report. Fred's findings stated that under Williams' direction, Thief was unlikely to even make a 1992 premiere. The company's intent was then to put Calvert in charge, tasking him with trying to salvage the project by filling in the missing gaps and to get a running time over 85 minutes, the acceptable length WB wanted. To further examine the viability of this plan, a cut was shown to WB execs in May of 1992, and it did not go well, causing them to pull out in epic fashion.
Rick! Yeah? Who's the parking? You are! That's right!
The rights to Thief then fully passed to the Completion Bond Company, who still sought to finish it and get a new distributor. They had two viable choices. Sue Shakespeare, a head of a California-based animation studio, pitched to take over the production and to bring Williams on board as a supervisor. Completion Bond Company instead opted for Fred Calvert, as his offer was reportedly cheaper. Fred had the best intentions here, as he believed he could get the job done, and in a year and a half he did, but it was no longer the same Thief and the Cobbler. The popularity of Disney's recent animated blockbusters saw 5 musical numbers added to the film at a notably lower level of animation quality. It also saw drastic changes in the edit and narrative, with Fred slashing 18 minutes of the original animation out of the film in an attempt to try and make the story more digestible. In a 1996 article titled An Arabian Nightmare, Fred explained, "We hated to see all this beautiful animation hit the cutting room floor, but that was the only way we could make a story out of it." Williams was kind of Rube Goldbergering his way through. I don't think he was able to step back and look at the whole thing as a story. He's an incredible animator though, incredible. One of the biggest problems we had was trying our desperate best where we had brand new footage to come up to the level of quality that he had set. And then, after finally having a version of the film technically done, the Completion Bond Company started seeking potential distributors, with each one wanting to make their own specific tweaks. Miramax, which was run by the infamous Weinstein brothers and back then under the Disney umbrella, nabbed the North American rights, financed a new dub with actors like Matthew Broderick, cut it down even further and retitled it Arabian Night. Australia and South America saw their version being retitled to The Princess and the Cobbler. I'm not sure why. None of these cuts could be called a success, neither critically nor commercially. Many critics lamented the added songs, mismatched animation quality, and choppy editing. And with that, for the remainder of the 90s and early 2000s, The Thief and the Cobbler remained a rather obscure failure, as its theatrical runs were very quiet and very brief. That is until 2006, where Garrett Gilchrist attempted one of the most ambitious re-edits in history, The Thief and the Cobbler, the Recobbled Cut. That's such a great name. This edit sought to restore the original vision by cobbling together various high-quality sources from subsequent DVD releases, adding to the score and even hand-animating some sequences himself. Over the years, other animators who had worked on the film, along with collectors who still had old material, contributed to this cut. It should be noted that Williams himself did not participate in the same way, but he did acknowledge the hard work that was being put into trying to rehabilitate the movie's image. If you're interested, you can actually check it out on YouTube, since it's still a jaw-dropping feat of animation to this very day. Williams apparently refused to speak publicly on The Thief and the Cobbler for many, many years, but continued his work in animation regardless. In 2015, at the age of 82, Williams released a short film named Prologue, which wound up receiving another Academy Award nomination, as well as rave reviews. On Prologue, he said it was the only thing so far in my career that I've ever been really pleased with, that I was able to succeed with what I was trying to do in all the different aspects. While he hoped to somehow helm a definitive director's cut version of Cobbler, it never came to be, as he passed away in 2019 at the age of 86.
I want to make animation grow up. It doesn't always have to be Mickey Mouse, speeded up movement, and slapstick humor. Animation ought to be able to carry serious concepts. It should be able to move slowly and with dignity, and it can be beautiful and lyrical.
Whew, that was quite the story, and just goes to show how the pursuit of perfection can be very treacherous and often doesn't mix with the business side of things. While it's a shame Thief and the Cobbler didn't receive the true happy ending it deserved, it at least touched and inspired a small but passionate group of fans who appreciated what it was trying to achieve. A massive thanks then goes out to one of those fans, RW, over at my Patreon for nominating this special episode. And if you know of any other milestone misfires in the video game or movie industries, draw them up in the comments below or hit me up on my Twitter. See you next time, and thanks for watching! Hello and welcome to another body-swapping, box-office-flopping episode of What Happened, the show that was born and bred to discuss projects
that went to hell.
Since 1979, Paramount Pictures had financed and distributed the first 8 Friday the 13th films, which were made on the stringiest of shoestring budgets. But due to the popularity of the slasher genre throughout the 80s, they were all making back their budgets and then some. But as with most giant movie studios, making more than enough money is never really enough.
Where's the rest?
The series gradually slipped in profitability, with the first entry making over 70 times its budget, while 1987's The New Blood making just under 7. But Paramount still wanted more. A radical new idea was attempted: take Jason out of the foggy waters of Crystal Lake and toss him into the hustle and bustle of New York City with a specific goal: take Manhattan. Although only one scene was actually filmed in the Big Apple, with the other 80% taking place on a crummy boat, it was still the most expensive Friday of the 80s, and it wasn't the slash hit Paramount wanted, only making back a bit less than triple its budget. This failure to reinvigorate the series was also quite poorly received critically, and ultimately caused Paramount to look for a new home for Jason, and make a quick buck doing it. Selling the franchise off to another studio would then become the impetus for perhaps the most divisive entry in the entire 43-year-old history of the slasher series, which brings us to our question today. What happened to Jason Goes to Hell: The Final Friday?
Better than shit.
Said journey into hell began life as a byproduct of the 15-year-long quest to get Freddy vs. Jason made. Sean Cunningham, the director of the first film, had stepped away from the franchise for quite a while, having not worked on any of the 7 sequels. In that time, however, he had been considering how he could make Freddy Krueger fights Jason Voorhees a reality. Over the years, Paramount and New Line Cinema had failed to reach an agreement, with neither company willing to compromise on a bunch of different things. What would eventually break the stalemate was the soft box office haul of Jason Takes Manhattan, which would spur Paramount to sell the character to New Line Cinema. Now that both Freddy and Jason were under the same roof, they could start crafting the epic slasher dream match. At least they would have, save for the fact that Nightmare on Elm Street creator Wes Craven was already hatching plans for his final Freddy film, New Nightmare. So with that starting up, Freddy vs. Jason was put on hold once again, leaving New Line with the rights to Jason's character but no movie to put him in. It's this situation that put Cunningham in the perfect position to stage his return to the series, even if it wasn't going to be the bloody versus event he had been fantasizing about. In the book Crystal Lake Memories, The Complete History of Friday the 13th, Cunningham put it simply: if we're just treading water, let's do another Friday and try to get the franchise back out there. Enter Adam Marcus, a 23-year-old film school graduate. He was a friend of Sean Cunningham's son Noel, but also once described Sean himself as a sort of surrogate dad. He had his first directorial role on a movie called Johnny Zombie before it was snatched away from him and retooled when Disney took the production over. With no other projects on the immediate horizon, he turned to Sean, who offered him the gig to send Jason off in style, figuring that a young and hungry director would be able to bring something new to the table. As Adam tells it, the whole team really wanted to escape the formulaic Friday the 13th template the series had been languishing under. There were, however, some caveats, apparently from Cunningham, that he had to operate under. One, he had to completely ignore the events of Jason Takes Manhattan, which was probably for the best, and two, he had to craft a story that would, in Cunningham's alleged words, figure out a way to get that fucking mask out of the movie.
If I pull that off, will you die?
It would be extremely painful.
You're a big guy.
For you.
Sean had allegedly harbored a hatred of hockey ever since Jason got his iconic mask in the third entry, which is well after Cunningham had stepped away from the franchise. Quick sidebar, in the events since the filming of Jason Goes to Hell, Cunningham and Marcus have had more than a heated feud about its production. Marcus tells it one way and Cunningham another. One particularly saucy subject was the mask. Cunningham has denied he had asked for it to be removed, but Adam Marcus insisted that he did. Now, although I can't find the footage myself, fans have alleged that somewhere buried in the special features of an older DVD release of Final Friday, that Mr. Cunningham talks about just how much he hates the mask. We're just gonna have to file this under the timeless he said, she said bullshit rule for now. If any of you out there can track down that Cunningham clip, do let me know in the comments below. Back to the writing phase. Marcus teamed up with writer-producer Jay Hughley to help massage his story treatment into the first real script, deciding early on that they would lean into the supernatural elements of Jason's origin, which, even after 8 movies, had never been properly explored. The goal was to go in deep on Jason's myth and to justify all his largely unexplained powers. How does he teleport? So on and so forth. They came up with a story that immediately followed the events of Part 7. Jason is sulking at the bottom of Crystal Lake, mostly nearly dead, but not quite. His indelible spirit still lingered until it would be eventually transferred into his brother Elias, which would restart the Crystal Lake legend. While many of the details of this idea would change, it paved the way for the concept of Jason's spirit to hot potato throughout the story. Cunningham and producers felt the vibe was off in this first draft, feeling, among other things, that Jason himself should be more central to the plot. Yeah, no shit. So Marcus then brought in his friend Dean Lorey to belt out another draft. The previous one had been described by staff as unintelligible and a hodgepodge, which was a problem because the deadline to start filming was imminent. To further illustrate this, Lorey was hired on a Thursday and needed to be done by Monday, with Cunningham literally looking over his shoulder the entire time. According to the film's editor, David Hanman, Cunningham locked himself in a room with Dean for 4 days and wouldn't let him out until the script was done. This pass brought in fan-favorite bounty hunter Creighton Duke, who basically existed to explain the new Jason lore that they were trying to cobble together. While Lorey's take was much closer to what we would eventually get, producers were still not 100% happy with it, and thus had both Nightmare on Elm Street 5 writer Leslie Boehm and Deep Star 6 scribe Louis Abernathy to do uncredited, last-minute revisions. Truly, it takes a village, and this still wouldn't be the end of Final Friday's troubles. Not by a long shot, or slash. Abernathy's main contribution was a total rework of the opening scene, including the idea of having Jason get murked at the very beginning, which completely scrapped the whole lake escape thing. This meant not only were they ignoring Part 8, but now they were kind of ignoring Part 7 too. Cunningham and the other New Line suits felt that this was a great bait and switch, which also led into more of a quest for Jason, for lack of a better term. Instead of random bloodshed, he would now spend the film trying to regain his studly, near impervious body, since the husks he would jump into would melt into some kind of bio-ooze after a few hours. The key to both his resurrection and ultimate destruction lay with his only surviving relative, the previously never mentioned before Diana Voorhees, who married and took the name Kimball, along with her daughter Jessica and some baby whose name is I forget, little baby Voorhees. There was also Jessica's ex-boyfriend, who Adam Marcus originally wanted to be someone else entirely, namely Tommy Jarvis, the protag from parts 4, 5, and 6. These plans were changed early on after Marcus learned that Tommy was off limits. Paramount Pictures had not included other characters or references in the deal, so instead of a fan favorite making a surprise appearance, well, here's Steven.
You about the saddest looking sack of shit I've ever seen.
Why don't you just shut up?
Unbelievably, this same rights issue also affected other things that you wouldn't necessarily expect. Ever wonder why this movie wasn't called Friday the 13th Part 9, Jason and the Clonosaurus? Well, that's why. New Line had accepted a deal for a movie franchise that wouldn't let them use the name Friday the 13th. Remember, this wholesale was originally intended to just give them the rights to the character of Jason so they could pit him against Freddy, so the Friday the 13th name wasn't considered all that important at first. Despite being stunted by all this legal garbage, Marcus would not be deterred on one specific narrative thread he wanted to include, which was to explain Jason's origins. This would be done via the most unlikely method, the Evil Dead's Necronomicon. Allow me to explain. The premise was that this film's universe and the Evil Dead were one and the same. Jason's original resurrection was due to Pamela Voorhees using a spell from the book after his childhood drowning, which also served to explain his otherworldly strength and durability. Oh, and the Necronomicon in this movie isn't a cheap knockoff, by the way. Marcus actually called up Sam Raimi and borrowed the original prop. Now, while the young director couldn't reference it by name since New Line Cinema didn't own The Evil Dead, the hope was that hardcore fans would be able to piece this all together. This origin, coupled with Jason's new power to possess people, meant, in Marcus's head, Mr. Voorhees was a Deadite, a member of the antagonistic force featured in Sam Raimi's films. And as for the fancy dagger that just so happens to be the only weapon that can send Jason to hell, well, that was the Kandarian dagger, which Adam also nicked from Sam's house.
This kind of looks like your old girlfriend.
Now, while this is all some truly bananas shit, the biggest link to another horror franchise was, of course, the final shot of the film, which highlighted a clawed hand dragging Jason's mask down into hell, which really was the ultimate end goal of the movie, just setting up the next one. Before I move on, it's worth noting that many fans don't recognize or even acknowledge this Evil Dead connection, as these ideas were never followed up on in any official movie sequel. Although it's a really cool and ambitious idea, I think it's understandable why so many found it too out there and non-canon, considering it rewrote such a massive amount of film lore. Once the initial shoot was done, Marcus had a cut made for test screenings where he was shocked to learn that despite audiences having grown tired of the same old stuff, they still wanted the same old stuff, maybe just a bit better. Feedback centered mainly on the lack of series tropes. Where's the premarital booty calls, recreational substances, all the classic kills? Where's the Friday the 13th? Unfortunately for Marcus, New Line execs largely agreed, which meant that the filming of Final Friday wasn't so final. So yeah, New Line wasn't happy with the first cut of Jason Goes to Hell. One of their biggest issues was with a scene involving a giant version of the creature called the Hell Baby, the weird gooby worm thing you see during possession scenes, which was going to be played by a performer in a suit. The main characters are going to be fighting this thing during the climax until someone saw the finished scene and was all like,
No.
And these studio-mandated cuts weren't where the trouble ended. In the book Crystal Lake Memories, Sean Cunningham shared some pretty savage thoughts on this first early version of the film. It was a disaster. I didn't think about replacing Adam until we were in the editing room, at which point he had done everything he could do. Me, the editors, and Dan Laurie cut the film down and were able to salvage 45 or 50 minutes out of this 105-minute cut, and it was still the longest cut I'd ever seen. We shot more footage and inserted it. We took it from something that was unreasonable to something that was okay. There's a bit of contention about who actually shot all this new footage, but if they were going to shoot new scenes and new kills, everyone was going to go hard and make sure they wouldn't be asked to do it a third time. The biggest single addition was a brand new, nearly 10-minute long scene early in the film where the Jason-possessed coroner kills two campers in exceedingly brutal fashion. This scene worked to restore those missing traditional Friday elements and also wound up delivering one of the most iconic kills in the entire franchise. No small feat for a series whose main appeal was watching teenage goobers getting their shit pushed in. There were also some other cuts that were not mandated by New Line, but rather the MPAA. Much like the last few entries in the series, Jason Goes to Hell had a number of its kills trimmed or toned down so it could even be shown in cinemas, though not to the ludicrous degree that Part 7 had been subjected to. So while the theatrical cut of Jason Goes to Hell was indeed neutered, New Line took this as an easy marketing opportunity and would later release an unrated cut on VHS for all you salivating gore hounds out there. When reshoots finally wrapped, the movie's total budget managed to come in under $3 million, which was thankfully the limit New Line had allotted for it. Thus, The Final Friday was finally released on August 13th, 1993, and wound up raking in a worldwide gross of $15.9 million, meaning it only barely managed to top the very worst performer, the last movie. Part of the reason for this was that slasher flicks were aging out by the early 90s, so the big tease of a Freddy vs. Jason showdown didn't excite fans as much as you'd expect. In conjunction with that, the soft box office hauls of both Final Friday and Wes Craven's New Nightmare basically put both franchises in the grave, at least for a little while. In the years that followed, Freddy vs. Jason was still stuck in development hell, which you can learn about right here. So Cunningham decided there was time to get another Friday, or rather Jason movie out the door. Thus, a big dumb journey into space and the future was made for around $11 to $14 million, making Jason X the new most expensive Friday the 13th of its day, and an even bigger financial failure, pulling in only $17 million. Fortunately, trends and tastes tend to be very cyclical, so when horror movie remakes became in vogue throughout the mid to late 2000s, Friday the 13th finally got the long-awaited solo success that it had been chasing for the last 20 years. The 2009 reboot carved up the competition, scoring up over $40 million in its first weekend and $92 million when all the blood was dried. And as good as that was, regrettably, in the world of cinema, it was the last time Jason would stalk Crystal Lake. After multiple pitches for another entry failed to coalesce throughout the 2010s, such as Jason terrorizing campers in a snowy off-season environment, or even a bizarre found footage take, the franchise eventually stalled out due to a very long legal battle between Sean Cunningham and writer Victor Miller, which I am so sick of having to talk about. It is now 2022, and we're still not much closer to a new film, although there have been some teases and hints from a few different sources insinuating that Jason could finally be strapping on the mask one last time, whether Cunningham wants him to or not. If you know of any other messy, maniacal misfires in the video game or movie industries, do let me know in the comments below, or enter the bloodstained campground that is my Twitter. See you next time, and thanks for watching! Hello and welcome back to another high-kicking, low-scoring episode of What Happened, the show that investigates the problematic pitfalls of video games, movies, and, in extremely specific cases, both mashed together in a frank but light-hearted manner. This week, we're entering the bright, sunny beaches and inexpensive drab sets of Dead or Alive the Movie, one of the prestigious members of the fighting game film So Bad They're Almost Kind of Good Club of Infamy. Now, as many of us are aware, Tecmo's Dead or Alive series of martial arts and not-so-martial arts video games aren't exactly the most story-rich universe to mine material from, but you know, there's enough there for some amount of drama to unfold, right? I mean, there's a bunch of people fighting and how could a movie about that go so wrong? Well, let's find out as I answer the question, what happened to DOA Dead or Alive?
Dead or Alive?
It's 2002, and hot off the heels of the recent Xbox launch and high-profile exclusivity for Dead or Alive 3, one Mark A. Altman of Mindfire Entertainment was optioning rights to video game series left, right, and center, refusing to stop for any reason, as brands like Pitfall, Shinobi, Crazy Taxi, Dead or Alive, and Fear Effect were among his would-be victims. Now, if you're a hardcore fan of video game movies, you might already be familiar with the name Mark Altman, as he is credited as the writer and producer of 2003's House of the Dead film.
Muerte. That's Spanish for death. In case you don't speak Mexican.
And that concludes this exhaustively answered episode of What Happened. If you know of any other games or movies with tragically troubled tales, do let me know in the comments below. See you next time, and thanks for— okay, there's a bit more to it than that. Altman had founded Mindfire Entertainment and had just shifted their business model into grabbing commercially viable licenses and adapting them with indie-sized budgets, as they were struggling to succeed with all original indie films around that time. Lower budgets also meant minimal risk, which would then be more attractive to the likes of Sega, Tecmo, and many others. In the book, Lights, Camera, Game Over, How Video Game Movies Get Made, where much of the following information comes from, Altman explained his strategy and how they were able to grab so many licenses despite being such a small player in the film industry. The argument we made essentially boiled down to, do you want to get paid a lot of money by a studio who will never make your film, or a lot less from us, but actually get your property made as a feature? This was an interesting tactic because all throughout the 2000s, we constantly heard about various games, comic books, and anime getting optioned to movie companies without ever actually seeing a film materialize in the end. But to be rather frank, Mindfire wound up making a tiny percentage of all the things they got the license to. So, in March of 2002, Mindfire issued a bit of a nothing press release announcing their intent to bring Dead or Alive bouncing onto the big screen with a token vote of confidence from Tecmo themselves. Notably, they also mentioned the film's expected release window, which was sometime in 2003. Most of you DOA fans out there will know that they were slightly off with this estimate, as the film wouldn't arrive until 2006 or 2007 if you were a North American, which truly demonstrates the need for a What Happened episode. Mindfire then teamed up with Impact Pictures, best known for the 17 live-action Resident Evil movies, which was founded by Jeremy Bolt and Paul W.S. I directed the Monster Hunter movie Anderson. Yes, I know he directed the first Mortal Kombat and Event Horizon. I just want to remind people that the Monster Hunter film was indeed a real thing that happened.
So what? Are we like Guardians of the Galaxy now?
Anyway, there was a brief possibility of Anderson himself taking the director's seat, but his plate was already full with Death Race, Resident Evil Apocalypse, and of course not making the unmade Driver film. A writer by the name of J.F. Lawton had been chosen to pen a script for Death Race, which Bolt and Anderson passed on, but still recommended him to Altman as a good choice to tackle Dead or Alive. What were Lawton's past credits, you ask? Well, that would be Under Siege, Chain Reaction, Pretty Woman, and being the creator of the hard-hitting dramatic television series VIP, which probably prepared him best for the task ahead. Not only did he have to craft something that would please producers and fans, it would also need to impress Tekken enthusiast and future NFT death merchant Tobunobu Itagaki, as part of the deal included him having final say on the script. So, with all those elements in play, it's safe to say that Lawton had an extremely tough task ahead of him. Lawton was not familiar with any of DOA's deep lore or nuanced characters, but felt it best to immerse himself in all the high-octane action, strike reversals, and ample curves the universe had to offer. During this research phase, he apparently took quite a liking to the source material. Yeah, I bet. So much so that he originally wanted to incorporate the exact movesets of each and every fighter who would appear in the film. So, for example, Tina would have exclusively used pro wrestling during all of her fight sequences.
What a mark!
This is a detail that, in retrospect, he felt wouldn't transition to the big screen in the end, and thus was cut out. Not sure exactly what he meant by this, but I assume he felt that the vast majority of viewers wouldn't really notice or care. I don't know. His first script revolved around Kasumi, Tina, Christy, and a brand new character, a 14-year-old French schoolgirl named Violet. A large number of other fighters would appear in this take on the film as well, including Gen Fu, John Lee, another girl character named Mickey, and Leon, who originally had a much bigger role than what he ended up with. The contestants are invited to a fighting tournament on DOA Tech Island, which is made up of different biomes. These included a snowy mountain, a Japanese martial arts palace, and a Roman Colosseum, all of which were caged within electrified fences.
Electrify the steel cage!
The tournament itself was to be hosted by Fame Douglas, Helena's father, who had previously been an unseen villain in the games. His insidious plan involved sampling DNA from all the warriors in attendance to make some sort of super fighter thing named Epsilon. Oh, and there was this is a real thing, a submarine base below sea level with a subservient clone army consisting of Tina, Christy, Kasumi, and Violet. Lawton had made an effort to keep the film's tone comedic, but ultimately that worked against it. Mark Altman recalls that while the producers found the script enjoyable, it was ultimately not what they wanted, and described it as fun, but not particularly complex. Itagaki, as you'd expect, really liked the new 14-year-old schoolgirl protagonist, but for whatever reason did not want Fame Douglas appearing in the movie at all.
They like Itchy, they like Scratchy. One kid seems to love this
14-year-old schoolgirl.
What more do they want?
No, really. In Lights, Camera, Game Over, Lawton expressed that he never really understood why Itagaki was so against Fame Douglas being the central villain. Lawton continued with further drafts, swapping out Fame for Donovan, keeping the Epsilon monster thing around, and at one point making sure to include the fact that Fame, Donovan, was making literal love slave clones out of certain fighters in the tournament. These slaves would appear uncared for and emaciated, and by the end of the film's climax, they would literally eat Donovan alive in what I'm sure would have been a moving and poetic portrayal of zombie revengeance. So, try to be shocked when I tell you that the producers then finally decided to pass on Lawton's takes altogether, although Mark Altman recalls them being important to honing in on their central characters, so it wasn't all for naught, just mostly. During this process, esteemed martial arts film director Corey Ewan would come aboard, and after Lawton was dropped, the project would then pick up the writing duo of siblings Adam and Seth Gross, whose only notable credits I could find were episodes of Bill Nye the Science Guy. Very quickly, they began slashing and cutting. Gone were the zombie clones, John Lee, Mickey, Violet, and the electrified fences, and in were the fighting-style absorbing sunglasses, which, to be fair, was probably an improvement compared to the zombie slaves. Mark Altman still wasn't a huge fan of the script and had wanted to make some adjustments, but Itagaki was on board and signed off on the script, so cameras were finally ready to start rolling in 2004. Or were they? Altman, and fans of the series, and Itagaki weren't really pleased with many of the choices Corey Yuen had made during the casting process. In the book I will never stop quoting, Lights, Camera, Game Over, Altman shared a pretty critical opinion. There are some bad casting decisions in this movie, so let me just say I did enjoy some of the performances. I wasn't that involved at this stage in the movie and am glad I don't have to take credit, or lack thereof, for a lot of the casting. When asked about the film in a 2006 IGN interview, Itagaki didn't really offer an opinion on the film one way or another, but noted particular disappointment in Kasumi and Ayane's casting, but he had no power in this regard, unlike the script. The cast included the likes of Devon Aoki, Holly Valance, Jamie Presley, Eric Roberts, Kane Kosugi of Godzilla Final Wars fame, among other things, big sexy daddy cool himself, Diesel, Kevin Nash.
Oh yeah, I got this. What a pittance.
And finally, Robin Shou in what's more or less a cameo as the Pirate Boss. This marked Robin's third of 4 appearances in fighting game adaptations, which absolutely merits something, a hearty congratulations at the very least.
I don't have time for these stupid games!
All of the actors sweated it out in an intensive martial arts training camp before the movie began filming. And while many described those months of prep as fun and exciting, they were less enthusiastic about the actual shoot, which was mainly done in and around rural China. And I mean really rural China. This was done for the exotic locales, but also to keep the budget on the more frugal side, which reportedly came in at $30 million, going by the official press release, but IMDb states $21 million, which, I mean, when you actually look at the film, you wouldn't be surprised if it wound up being the more accurate figure. So, much like the costumes and bikinis in the DOA wardrobe, the purse strings were going to be kept very tight. Thus, the cast had to be put up in the local village, far away from the comforts of Hollywood. There were very few ways to easily contact the outside world, which would have probably been used to complain to their agents about the catering, as several members of the cast came down with food poisoning that lasted for almost the entire shoot. Altman himself did not accompany the crew on this journey, but he was keenly aware of these less than ideal conditions when discussing the film in Lights, Camera, Game Over. Shooting in China was very hard, the crews work very hard, but Corey was very demanding on the actors and it was tough. Things have gotten better in the last decade in terms of shooting there, definitely the food. In that sense, DOA was a little ahead of its time. I think we could have really benefited more from the sense of scope and grandeur that China offers, but we didn't necessarily completely take advantage of. As if that was bad enough, concerns about the language barrier between Corey, who did not speak English, and the cast also reared their head. An on-set interpreter was needed to translate between director and the actors, which slowed things down dramatically and would sometimes lead to miscommunications, which, when working on an action film, can potentially be disastrous. Eventually, Corey would start to dispense with the process altogether, and often simply pantomimed what he wanted in terms of acting and positioning. In addition to Altman not being on set, both Gross brothers were also unable to join the shoot in China. Now, while it's true you don't need direct access to every producer at all times, the writers may have been particularly useful, as it's not unusual for dialogue and elements of the scenes to be tweaked and adjusted on the fly when the cameras actually start rolling. While this is merely speculation on my part, I think it's likely that having the writers on hand would have helped smooth out some of the film's rougher narrative elements.
You believe the CIA will stop me? I don't think so.
So in July of 2005, after a grueling 3-month shoot, filming for DOA was finally complete. But because I guess Mindfire and Impact Pictures were busy with so many other projects, they hadn't actually netted a theatrical distribution deal for the film, or for where most people would see it, on DVD. Thus, DOA Dead or Alive sat on the shelf for a few months. That is, until November, when Dimension Films, the distributors of Halloween: The Curse of Michael Myers,
The blackest eyes, the devil's eyes,
announced they had grabbed the rights to bring DOA to fans worldwide. Kinda. While the press release went out in November, they said to expect the film in the fall of next year. I guess the sci-fi sunglasses special effects were gonna need that whole 12 months to perfect. What's even more confusing about this is that even though the press release seemed to indicate a global release, it didn't actually get one. Dimension, for whatever reason, wanted to release DOA in a few test markets first to gauge the fan response, which included the UK, Australia, and the Philippines, which kicked off in September of 2006. It's here where DOA made the vast majority of its money, generating $6 million from all 3 markets, which, given the almost non-existent marketing, was a pretty decent start.
show me the money.
North American fans, however, would be left waiting and waiting and waiting well into the next year. Eventually, leaked prints and online bootlegs from other territories started filtering into North America, despite the continued lack of formal announcement for a local theatrical release. Altman even recalls that there was supposed to have been a big Comic-Con panel with the cast that would presumably kick off a larger media campaign, but was abruptly cancelled for reasons that are still unknown even to him. It took until the summer of 2007 for Dimension to finally announce and/or admit, yeah, okay, it's coming out, you happy? Which it actually did, on a whopping 500 screens, which technically downgrades it to a limited release. In its first weekend, it made around $260,000, and by the time it was pulled from theaters just 3 weeks later, had only generated $480,000 in North America, bringing its grand total to roughly $7 million, against a budget of 30 or 21.
We need it right.
21! I won!
It's possible that DOA Dead or Alive wound up profiting through the home video market and eventually streaming, but those numbers, of course, don't really exist. Now, despite everything, the wonky scripts, the grueling shoot, and the disastrous release model, Mark Altman looks back at DOA Dead or Alive more positively than you'd think, saying in Lights Camera Game Over, "I have movies that I've done that I love. I also have movies that I'm utterly embarrassed by. This is neither. I don't love it and I don't hate it. I like it. Had it been more successful in the US, I think we could have really done a great sequel, fixed the casting, maybe had a director who could work better with the actors, and a stronger script, and it really could have been something special." Mark wasn't kidding about this belief in a sequel, as he felt it could have continued as a serialized TV show, and even contacted a writer to do such. Early on in the process, though, he had failed to get any investors jazzed about the prospect, so the whole thing fizzled out rather quickly. Good old Paulie Anderson was less critical about the original film, also saying in Lights Camera Game Over, "I think Dead or Alive is, for a lot of people, a real guilty pleasure, and it certainly is for me. We knew we weren't making War and Peace, that's for sure. And if you take the movie at face value for what it is, which is a rollicking 90-minute piece of fun, the movie just delivers in spades." Paul W.S., I made the Monster Hunter movie Anderson, producer. You know who didn't think it was a rollicking bit of fun though? Well, that would be Tecmo, who were not happy with the final product. There was even a rumor they had reportedly banned the practice of licensing any of their franchises from being adapted into live-action film, but I guess they made an exception for 2014's Fatal Frame movie. So even though some fans point to it as a cheesy popcorn-fueled romp, its failure to turn a profit and the generally really bad reception made sure that any chance of a sequel or reboot is now far more dead than alive. If you out there know of any other bouncing, beautiful bumbles in the video game or movie industries, let me know in the comments below, over on my Twitter, or hey, if you'd like to see me take the DOA cast to Suplex City in Dead or Alive 3, check out my gameplay channel in the description below, where you can also find a link to purchase Lights Camera Game Over, which is filled with other fascinating stories about failed video game movies, which is almost all of them, actually. See you next time, and thanks for watching!